Welcome everybody into Smite Prime. It's Saturday, August 23rd, and it's time for Prime Chaos. I'm Malum. Today I'm joined by Musy all day to bring you the action, and it's sure to be a good one. Smite Prime continues in the month of August. It's been non-stop so far. Every week gets better than the last, and Musy, the best part is for you, you've gotten to see almost every single week, so you're the go-to point of knowledge for today of just what's been going on around Smite Prime. But either way, we're in for a fun day.
I am super excited to see now that we're, nearing that finish line, how teams are going to be able to adjust, especially given that we still have a lot of the teams being those top contenders. You think obviously like Clocked In, Orange Kiss are still those big top two teams, but there's a lot of people that are rising up underneath them that are coming up to challenge them. I'm still looking at teams like Baile Inolvidable, who can consistently put out really good numbers. You've also got the Kibbeted Book team that'll show up every now and then. They really show out and just kind of put people down. And we cannot, not talk about Sun Pride.
True, you can't not talk about Sun Prod, and you can't not talk about what all these players are playing for. The pricing for August is fun and tough. I mean, it's like the past few weeks, you can really see what they're playing for. Up to $7,000 in cash pricing and 125,000 diamonds, especially with some of the skins that have been coming out lately on top of all the different collections. It really does make it a worthy battle. And I think we saw that at the end of the summer circuit for sure. So the August circuit is guaranteed to not disappoint when it comes to the pricing. And you mentioned Sunprod, and I think that's kind of one of the keys, right? Sunprod has always been somebody who, in the amateur scene, sort of the more lower, unheard of portions, has always racked up the cash and the winnings pretty nonstop. I know I've experienced it a lot for the last few years. I know you have as well since you've come onto the scene. But now it's starting to progress into the big leagues, where he's competing and beating players like Scream in the jungle directly to bring home some of that cash pricing. We saw him beat Scream and Benny Q essentially for the five who were the champions from Founders Series, and it was insane to say the least. But those aren't the only teams, as Musy was alluding to. We got a bracket full of competitive teams today, so let's take a look at that and see who we've got on tap, Musy.
I know in particular we're going to be seeing Baile Inolvidable versus Yummers, but we do have some other teams up there in these earlier rounds. Wildcard Wonder Kids, Green Eggs and Ham. I always enjoy the really fun names that come in, but you can look and see that Clocked In, Cherry Slush, and Wake Up, those teams won't have to play right away. They get to sit back and kind of watch the action.
One thing that's interesting with that, and I think about the grand finals traditionally when I think of this, I know a lot of teams have been discussing the waiting game, and how waiting while other teams are staying hot can affect your day. You might notice if you're peeking through, there isn't a more traditional lower bracket like you tend to see towards the end halves of Smite Prime. I know a lot of people were tuning in. I know there's been a lot of people watching the VOD from the end of the July circuit. So today, there's not as much of that. So for Clocked In, Cherry Slush, Wake Up, they've got some time to relax, but there's not going to be as much waiting in the grand finals for an hour, if not more, for the teams battling in the lower bracket to make their way up, which could be kind of interesting. I know a lot of teams were discussing that, Musy.
Well, especially for teams, I look specifically at like Cherry Slush and Clocked In as teams that I think suffer a little bit when they aren't able to keep the engine running. You think about players like Scream and Paul, who are just kind of, once the engine's on, you're speeding down that highway. You're just trying to gun it all the way to the finish line. If you have to stop over to get a gas, get a pit stop, your rhythm gets interrupted and you're just not able to bring it back like you did in the initial game. So hopefully this means that, these teams will have a chance to really show us something crazy and wild. But that being said, you have those teams all the way over in round one who have something of a marathon on their hands trying to get through each and every round.
They've got a marathon and something they have to contend with today as we get closer to starting our day off. We'll have Baile Inolvidable versus Team Yummers. Giannis is available today, Musy. That's something we have not gotten to see in Smite 2, and not just Giannis in particular, but what he brings to the map. An unmatched level of mobility for the team that up till this point really hasn't been there. There's characters, of course, like the Thors, Athenas, Thanatos of the world, Apollo, where you can get around the map very quickly, but this is the first character that's bringing the whole squad with him wherever he wants to go.
especially with that change with through space and time, makes it so that portals are made everywhere it connects, not just the first, few 3 portals or so that can be created. So dropship Giannis is real and he can hurt you. Does a fair amount of damage as well, especially once he gets up to the late game. It's really fun to see him in Smite 2 just because there is a lot of things you can benefit from being such a mobile character, especially because movement is such a coveted stat. It's only attached to 2 items, so having somebody that's just constantly zipping around, he can be very difficult to lock down.
And a lot of players who that is their signature pick or one of them, especially for teams like you were mentioning that are kind of on that more underrated side of things. I know a lot of those players, Giannis is not necessarily a signature pick for them, but one of their more comfortable picks. You go back to other amateur leagues that are sort of on that step below Smite Prime, where you have different ranks of competition ranging from your highest rank all the way down to something like gold, or players like you and I and bronze. You really see a lot of players pick up the Giannis and put it to good use. And I've seen some crazy plays even in those circumstances. I have not gotten the pleasure of casting Giannis in these big time moments because Giannis wasn't in the game for Smite 2 Founder Series. So all those crazy Giannis moments, those backdoor potential plays you've heard casters of old bring up and say, oh, they could look to just Giannis ult around the side and end this game, especially in a meta recently that seemingly favors that there's always a chance for you to sneakily end the game, as we saw a few weeks ago with John Rowing. That is something to look out for. In our first game, it's time to look at as we get in and we see maybe if Giannis makes it through bans, but who goes everywhere? Musi, what do you got?
So as much as I do want to see the Giannis, and I do think it's a very strong pick, there are other gods and goddesses that are going to be a little bit more something you want to grab first, right? We got to talk about Neith. Very much a polarizing pick for somebody to have on their team. One of the single best mid laners you can have. If you're not picking Neith, you're probably picking up that Merlin. There's not a whole lot of room for Sauce to change out in that mid lane right now, just because of how strong those picks are. When you think about something over in dual lane, we're thinking about our Kali's, the Hoyis of the world. Saw recently a little bit of Cupid madness, especially with Vital Amplifier being the way that it is, just dropping hearts on yourself and then getting basic attack damage, some attack speed, makes him able to box out a lot of other gods in the game. But you still have to think about things like Aladdin, Kabrak, and Mordred. Chalk is still chalk. There's a lot that you have to keep in the back of your head.
I'll still no picks nor bans to come through, so we have even more time to kind of play that game of the hypotheticals. And I'm with you in the Ho Yi in particular. It feels like every ranked stream lobby you're watching, you're seeing that come through. The start of bans is Ares, so another character who's been on the jump up. I know I heard Inbound talking about Ares and kind of being a sneaky pick right now. That was a couple weeks ago, so you can only imagine how it's grown since then. But I'm with you in the dual lane being kind of my spot to watch. I think later on in the bracket, once we're seeing players like Globe and Paul, I think the mid lane's even more of a focus than it is inherently. But in a matchup like this, especially with an ADC like Solo or Troll, and for Golden, who's one of the more experienced ADCs in Smite 2, when you look at the history of Smite 2 competitive, interestingly enough, I think it makes that ADC matchup in particular even more fun to kind of zero in on.
It is going to be interesting to see, especially how Sot's going to be able to, lane up against somebody like Golden, who, like you said, a lot of experience over in that lane. And, Solar Troll, we've only recently seen them over here in that dual lane. But when you have mechanics, that's a lot of what you're relying on in that lane. And when you are in solo, a lot of what you've been focusing on is farming. So surprise, surprise, that is going to translate pretty well over to that dual lane where you're just constantly sitting on buff camps and timers, just trying to get your gold up and farming. But I'm really interested to see how these two players kind of crack out against each other, just because you have that solo lane mentality from Solo or Troll. He's always going to be looking for that opportunity to try to box you, fight you, poke you out in a lane where doing so gets really risky really fast.
So let's kind of go to the other side of the map then. Let's talk some solo as we finish up the bans, right? You've got Yark versus Haddix. Talking about Smite 2 experience, Haddix was one of the most talked about for a multitude of reasons solo laners in Smite 2, but for a hot minute there towards the beginning, going back to Founder Series, was one of the best performing solos in Smite 2 and had some really standout games, even among a team that wasn't having too fantastic of a run. So when you've got a matchup like this, Yark versus Haddix, experience versus experience, and we see bans come through, the Chalk, the Odin, do you feel like that's all attention to solo? And what do you expect us to actually see get grabbed up?
When I think about solo lane right now, I'm thinking about picks like Kabrakan. You could also have something like a Pele solo show up still. I'm a big fan of that. It's kind of a mix of what do you want to value, right? Because you have
Right.
this full in scaling Sun Wukong that can show up as well. So it's kind of,
You called
are
it,
you going to
Merlin.
be that frontliner? Yeah, there it is. You're going to see Anith on the other side more than likely if you want to win.
Ooh,
But it's
double
either
predictions. I like that.
it's are you on another front line or are you going to be another squishy, right? And that's the mentality you think about in your solo lane.
That does make sense. Now we'll see if you're right on this other side too. You called the Neath out. I'm kind of with you, but the Hou Yi is notably available. Same with the Kali. So does that kind of just lock down our ADCs? The Princess Bari is the first thing locked over for Yummers. Now Princess Bari, I'm going to go directly to Paul again for some reference because I was hanging out on Paul's stream listening to some thoughts from him on Princess Bari, and he was going on a pretty strong tangent about how Intelligence Bari is really the only way she's worthwhile. You've got a Giannis alongside the Princess Bari, so presumably that puts her in ADC. Yuzi, how are you feeling about builds if we're putting Bari in ADC?
So Bari in the ADC, I still feel like she's very strong. She's going to be relevant, and that teamfight presence with that Spirit's Cadence is going to go kind of nutty. But I do have to agree with Paul. In Bari is on the up and up, the way that she's just kind of able to burst you out. However, strength items are still at their core better than int items, I feel. Just because they offer
strong.
Yeah, strength items? Oh yeah, baby. Like we're
strong.
up. But they curve really well. The build path is really clear. You can pick up things like Devos, you have Crusher, Titan's Bane, all items that work really well with a character that wants to spam abilities out at you. And then maybe you don't have to commit as much to attack speed for the Bari. However, the one thing that she kind of falls behind on is trying to burn away objectives. Early Gold Furies are going to look kind of sketchy for Yummers.
So the Agni alongside the Yemoja on the side of Bile. Now, I had a Yemoja basically put me on her knee last night in Arena that was building all damage. I'm assuming that's not what's going to be played here, but Yemoja is in a really good spot, and you also talked about that as we were kind of starting this out and looking at just bans. The dual lane now together of Bile, how are we feeling about it?
So she doesn't have to build full damage to put you over your knee. I'm going to put that warning out for you right now. Yemoja does a ridiculous amount of damage. So you got the Moonstrike, the Bubble, and then you also have this River's Rebuke, these walls that come up. And if you look at what Yummers have so far, think about who gets to get out of that. The only one there is Ganesh or Yanis if they're close to a wall. But Bari and Wukong might struggle a little bit if the Wukong doesn't have their ultimate. I really like the lockdown that Bile have so far.
Does feel like Bile is going all in on this sort of, we're going to team fight you, but the space we're going to control in our team fight is going to be ridiculous. So where do you position if you're Yummers? But I guess the answer you kind of already hit on. It's the Giannis. I feel like the Giannis value has gone up for Yummers because they've got to use those portals to try to reposition around all the big circles, all the CC, all the just kind of in-your-face pressure that Bile have. The Thor, how's that for an answer, though?
I do like what Thor brings to this Yummers composition. You've got some very easy non-committal CC with that wall, a little bit of dive potential too with that Anvil of Dawn, and seeing it alongside that Sun Wukong does make me wonder where everybody is kind of shuffling up for this Yummers composition, right? Because Thor, you think to yourself, oh, solo laner, jungler. And then you look at Wukong and you're like, oh, solo laner, mid laner, Giannis, mid jungle. I saw Kaizo play Giannis jungle yesterday, and they kind of showed up and showed out. It was insane. No, it was all right. You know, they did okay. It was pretty good. They went at like 6-1 or something insane. But you want to talk about a character that can just shotgun you point blank and take you out. Now put them rotating around the map. Terrifying to deal with. Yummers' composition looks very flexible, but I like their team fight quite a bit because of all the CC that they can put on without having to put themselves out of position in order to get there.
Right, because it does feel like Bile, kind of like we were saying, have to really get aggressive. But hey, let's stop playing hypotheticals. Let's get into the game, onto the battleground, and see how all those hypotheticals play out. Our first game of today for Smite Prime. Bile versus Yummers. We're ready to go. I'm pumped up. I'm Malum. He's Musy. We've got the whole Smite Prime team. We've got Tess, Jithens, Billy, and the Morden Man taking things through. The Morden Man's the one on the Q's through E's. So let's get in, Musy. Already looking across, you see the Sunder comparison. Only one for the side of Bile, two for the side of Yummers. Haddocks with Sunder, always one of the most important combos you can see in Smite 2.
Mm-hmm. That's you got to make sure that keep your coins ready to go.
No, you're okay. Just move on. You're safe. You don't got to follow up on that one.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm not putting you in the danger zone.
Well, I was going to say, it's interesting to see how Yummers has opted for a little bit more of a traditional side for their roles, where you have your Wukong solo, your Thor's in the jungle, your Annis is in the mid. So you can kind of expect some normal rotations from everybody here. Nothing too saucy or crazy, but it does give us the opportunity to talk about what this Yanis versus Merlin matchup in the mid lane looks like, because Merlin's clear early is super good comparatively to Yanis, who's kind of waiting to get a couple of items online, be it like a Chronos Pendant, Spear of Desolation, any kind of cooldown in order to get that rolling.
Purple buff invade out. You can see the pre-beats a step away. The purple buff goes down, and Golden will get it away from Yummers. Jake is low, but not in danger of dying, but losing out that purple buff is a tough start to the game for Yummers.
It kind of lost, the Sunder War, as it were. Wrong, you only need the one for Bile and OVW is what it feels like, and that early aggression is only going to pan out for Bile in this duo lane, because they have so much sustain, a lot of poke there too with the Agni. But if Yummers is able to kind of fight back on it a little bit, we're just waiting for this Bari to kind of hit their late game stride, which it kind of feels like the role as a whole.
I'm with you on that. Baronary did take some damage in the mid lane, but they fall back, and it kind of works out safe. We saw some trading in solo too. So kind of across the map, nobody's afraid to get too aggressive. Blue buff invade from Haddix. You see the answer back from the Thor, and Yark says, nah, I'm good, bro, I'm good.
Yeah, especially when you have Thor, some Wukong are able to put on a lot of damage, but looks like they might just go for the full gank here. Unless this Hercules is able to get out, you do have mitigate wounds on deck, and a lot of CC ready to go.
What are you doing, Jisoo? Yeah, like all the way between Phoenix and tier 2 to go for the steal. Got it.
Huge.
That's not nice.
I mean, hey, it's a dog-eat-dog world, monkey-eat-robot dynasty. You just got to take away whatever you can. But I like that kind of movement from Jisoo. Saw it underneath the tower, taking a bit of poke. Like I said, this Bile and OVW team does quite a bit of damage, and Yummers just can't stand up to it quite yet.
Does kind of feel like that's been the start of this game, right? Is everyone's trying to throw their damage more aggressive than I feel like we've seen in previous weeks in those first games. It feels like we've seen a lot of minutes go by where, unless there was some kind of crazy in the jungle first blood, it took a while to really get the fighting going. That's not the case so far, but it still hasn't turned into a first blood. So we'll see how things start to progress as we get further in. We're still only 3 minutes into this game, not even at this point, interestingly enough. The Thor is rotating over, but usually, I don't see an ultimate, so the threat might not be too high.
Glavis needs to hit like a stun or something, but he's going to change it out with Wrong You there. Throws out the hammer, but you don't want to go in on that when you don't have your stun, and it's a little bit sketchy for Yummers. Oh,
the stun hit. Now the Hoombots is here, and level 5. There's the Fear No Evil. The bead's a bit late. The damage even better. First blood goes to Bile and to Wrong You in particular. Great answer back. The stun catching the Thor in the bush gave all the opening needed to the Hoonbots.
If these first few minutes have been any indication to me, it's that I really feel like Bile in OVW is going to be able to take away the first Gold Fury of the game. Part of the reasoning that I have for that is just they have their sustain with their Yamoja, and unlike Yummers, they have a fair amount of burn there with the Agni. Get it? Fire? Anyways, and then you also have this jungler that just swung ahead. And
so the bar is on the floor today. Got it.
Yeah, well, I got to make sure that everybody's able to keep up and keep along. Hop in. We're all on the puns here on Smite Prime, and unfortunately for all of you, I'm here for every game. So this Gold Fury is going to be very contentious, but Yummers have crazy steal potential with Daniel on the Sionis through space and time off the left side. That could be more than enough damage to scoop it away. So Bile needs to hold on to their Sunders if they want to confirm it.
I'm glad you brought up the through space and time, because that is something we're going to have to look for. Hang on, ultimate's out in the duo lane. A stun going to grab Sot, only level 4. And Golden, the flames hit their target. Solar Troll will go down. But I think you're right on it. We haven't really seen so far, because there hasn't been a reason, what Daniel can do on this Giannis. And while the character's so good, while it's so fun he's in the game with the mobility, you still have to be really great with those skill shots. And I think that's going to be the biggest test for Daniel this game.
Worth mentioning too, over on the Yummer side in terms of relics, we talked about those double sunders. You know what there isn't any of? Shells. And that's already biting Yummers in the butt so far. Rongyu's able to just kind of walk up, throw up the waters on top of Sot, and then your Bari's kind of dead. No real way around that. So already this duel lane getting as aggressive as they are is going to really propel themselves into a situation where we could look at a very early Gold Fury.
You've been calling it, and it looks like Yummers might be listening. Sot over there with Jake. Is it a full commit, or is it a bait out for Golden? Golden goes to turn the corner, doesn't fully go all the way. Ronnie instead steps up, wards out, does get dashed on, but what's the angle here for Yummers? The ult out, all the attention on the Yemo so far. You've got the Thor nearby, but there's rotations coming out from the rest of the team. How much do you want to commit to this when you've already almost lost your Bari? Up to the air goes the Thor on the landing, gets the stun, gets the combo, but Golden is still standing, and backup is here in the form of Merlin, and down will go Golden and both the Thor. That's 1 for 1 so far, and everyone else seems to be just like, all right, that was fun. Let's get out of here.
Well, I wonder if killing that Agni is enough to persuade Bile to not go for the gold immediately after. But with Yummer's position where they are, I think we got another fight on our hands.
There was a jump forward. It kind of seemed like it was all going to depend on just how much Jake was willing to step up with that Fear No Evil available. He does not, and things calm down. So it's past 6 minutes now, getting closer to 6.5. Newsy was right that Gold Fury would be the spot of contention, but no true fight over the objectives so far, as that one kind of rolled down. Now, I want to go back to the shell point you made as we're looking at the items, and I want to look at items because there's 2 matching items on the board right now that I find interesting. Might have to hang on.
Oh.
Hang on, it does have to hang on. Nope, maybe not. Jisu's been baiting me this whole game, Yuzi. So if you want to yell at somebody, I think it's the Hoonbots. Ult out from the Ganesh for the purple buff answer. Look at the damage onto the monkey, down into the portal, but the beads will get him out just in time. He almost got brought down, but he's standing and fighting more, and he'll go down to Daniel. Golden trades it back, handles the Daniel problem, and stands for more. The rain fire finds a second to dash forward. Can you find a third Golden? The beads to make it possible. He sure does.
Goodness.
How about a fourth? He walked right at you. Yeah, baby! Quadra kill for Golden.
Dude, when the Umoja walls come up, it is Golden's playtime hour because nobody can run away from this Agni. No shell is really hurting Yummers here, and a really good ultimate from Jiso there too does earn Bile Inolvidable 4 kills for your Agni and a Gold Fury.
Like I said, one of the most experienced ADCs in Smite 2. Golden's been playing since the very first launch tournament. And it's showing in moments like that, looking fantastic so far on this Agni. The first Gold Fury goes to Bile, as you said. Their gold lead is looking amazing for 8 minutes. And on top of that, 7-2 in kills, 5 of which now go to Golden.
Golden's level 9 to Sot's just turning level 7. We were talking about how this Princess Bari needs to be hitting their late game stride. A lot of the picks from Yummers are looking to scale, but I don't think Bile is going to give them that chance or opportunity, especially if they can keep this aggression up. Just get right back on that Gold Fury timer the moment it spawns, and you're going to find yourself in a position where nothing can really touch you.
All right, so let's roll back the tape a little bit, Musi, and let's talk Lifebinder.
Yes. Okay.
Did I guess the item right? Did you guess the item right? Okay, cool. We were on the same page. Look at us.
Well, because, there's a couple of Jotun's Revenges there, too. So you're like, oh, okay, what's going on here? But Lifebinder for this,
So
Umoja
the support and the
Ronyu?
solo, it's an interesting combo.
Yeah, and it's there for similar reasons, but 2 different uses. Basically, Ronyu is using Lifebinder
Sot's
so
dead.
that when...
Oh my goodness.
Well, he's dead. I'll miss you. Anyways.
Okay, for context, Musi, I watched the map. Sot stepped forward for like half a second. I thought, oh, Sot's just gonna dash away, and then he just died. So,
As one does.
all right.
When you're a
Anyway.
Bari with no movement, you get locked down.
As you were.
As we all were. So Lifebinder for Umoja, it offers a little bit of extra damage that she already does, but also offers a little bit of extra safety for other initiators for Bile and Inolvidable. You throw a Lifebinder into somebody, and then Jisu jumps up. Now they get a little bit of a health shield, a little bit of a heal when they go on top of that marked target. For Haddix, it's there strictly to brawl and keep up with all of the sustain that Yarkor is supposed to have in lane. And it has stats like the intelligence and the health, which is what he's looking for because he wants to get the cudgel as long as possible and more healing in his somersault cloud. So a lot of utility and a lot of great stats.
Sod has yet to get a purple buff this game, and that will continue as Jisoo just wanders through the jungle of Yummers. They send 4 police to chase down the Hoonbots. Can they actually catch up and bring him down? The sirens are blaring. The wall is out. They've got the trucks too, the canine included, and finally, Jisoo will go down. So, all right, they were mad about it, sure, but they dive in the right lane. York is fine through it all. I thought maybe they would get at least something extra across the map, but no, not going to be the case. No solo under the tower. The Jisoo kill is the main one at hand.
I mean, you want to talk about a character that could live forever, it's got to be Hercules. And Yarkor, especially with those regrowth striders, they're going to stay super mobile and constantly healing once they get mobile. I think it's crazy that Yummers has to send the whole kitchen sink at Jisoo in order to take them down, but what ultimately did it in was the fact that he didn't have jump and he got Thorwalled off. So without that, he's just kind of a sitting dunk, or a sitting, monkey rather, just kind of stuck between a rock and a barrier of wealth and destruction.
A rock and a barrier of wealth and destruction. I'll take the latter, please. A lot going on across the map so far. In the mid lane, you can see the Thor kind of looking at the Hoonbots. Now he gets caught out by Baron Airy, who's got all the damage needed. Okay. When the icicles fall, they'll take down the God of Lightning.
So I guess Baron Airy's just at a point here where you just can't really step up to him. You got the Polynomicon there with the Chronos Pendant, so we're throwing out abilities, weaving in auto attacks. It's a lot of bursts really quickly that if you're not prepared to deal with it, you're going to be in a tough spot. Pyromancer's looked at and Yummers want to take it away.
You see Jake around the side, the pillars are out, and the Pyromancer is still technically aggroed, almost falls to the pillars. It does not. When the Rebuke crashes down, there's somebody left behind. It's Sot, finding his 4th death of this game so far, and Baile will walk right back over to the Pyromancer. This time, there's nobody to contest it. It will indeed fall.
It's really unfortunate to see Sot die there, just because in these opportunities, you really just want to be focusing on your farm, trying to catch up to Golden over there in that dual lane. Now you're 1 player down to even try to contest this Gold Fury. Baile is just moving through it.
It's already at half health. You can see Golden going slow with the rain fires. Yummers at least want to try to contest. They've got a Sunder on Jake, but can they get through to the fight to even begin with as Yark plays the defense on the elephant? Jake's got to retreat or he's just going to die. The Thor to the sky, going to be too late. The Gold Fury goes to Baile. They'll take the elephant too. They're taking all the prizes on this hunt. They'll walk away now with an even stronger gold lead and maybe a pick onto Yark. The Thor goes back in. No, can't find it. Instead, just backs away. So still positive for Baile. Just a scarier retreat now.
You do have Yanis trying to catch out Wrong You. Could be in trouble.
You see the stuns back and the CC's enough for Golden to turn it around onto the Thor. And he is no more. So Yummers go for the chase, but I can't help but feel like they might regret that chase, Musi.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me! Just turns it around on top of
Classic.
Bandit. Has not been able to catch a break this game. Tries to go in on Baron Airy, gets blown up and dies. Tries to go in on Wrong You, gets blown up and dies. He's seen 1 mote of success, and that was going after Jisoo, and that's only because he had all the boys behind him, hyping him up like, no, you can do it, man, we got you. Here, I'll Dharmic pillars for a single kill for you, man. Go out and get that. And without that, it kind of feels like this Thor is just not able to keep up.
As long as the homies are supporting you, though, I mean, that's the biggest thing. But let's kind of go across, and let's look at what the homies are focusing on now, and that's getting a pick onto Golden. You have to imagine they'd love to give that kill to Sot. Golden dashes forward, the beads out from Sot to get for the chase. The ultimate 2, they're committing everything to bring down the Agni, but can they actually kill him before Golden kills Sot? Oh my god, he almost did it. Sot does get the shutdown gold for bringing Golden down. The Stampede out, you know where he is. Oh, no. The Emoja's here, Sot. Run away, the Sunder too. Oh no, and the bubbles will drown him.
Knowing exactly where Sot is, because you stampede in, you look around, I don't see him, he's gotta be inside that bush. Just when Solar Troll was able to get a little bit of shutdown gold under their pocket, now they lose out on the time to be able to farm to catch up to Golden, so Golden will still reign supreme.
and the Yemo might be caught out, but look who's around the corner. It's that Hoonbots. No fear, no evil anymore. It just got dropped on your head top, Clay. Later, buddy. Oh, man. Bile have an answer for everything in this game, it feels like, easy.
It really does seem like no matter what Yummers does, no matter how they move, if they zig, Bile will zag, and often they will zag with the fury of 1,000 suns. But I really appreciate how Jisoo is just keeping the pressure on throughout the whole map. He doesn't stop, he doesn't relent.
Agreed.
He's like, why do camps? But I can just kill everybody instead, and this monkey can kill just about everybody.
And it's interesting, too, because usually when we see a Thor get out jungled like that, we're spotting missed ultimates and things of that. That hasn't been the case so far. A gank onto Haddix. The Ox to get away, but the stun will catch. Haddix does have an ultimate to buy a little bit of time, but man, everyone's going to be waiting when he comes down. This will not be an easy escape. Another gank on Golden in the left lane. They'll get another kill onto the Agni, so not traded out. And Bile find themselves in an awkward spot, Musi. They can only get the tower in response to losing Golden, and they didn't kill Haddix on the commitment.
Well, Gold Fury is still down while Pyromancer is available, so they're going to shift their attentions over there. While Yummers is putting so much to try to put down Golden, they're leaving open other objectives on the opposite side of the map. So I do appreciate how Bile is kind of moving around where the objectives are. No point in trying to help out Golden. He's going to be fine. There's no Gold Fury up over there anyways. Instead, we're going to confirm a Pyromancer after we gank that solo lane.
Even with the focus that's been recent onto Golden, too, I find it very interesting how much we talked about items. Great silence there from Jake. Now, wait, Jisoo maybe in a lot of trouble here, kind of caught in the pillars, has the Fear No Evil for zoning, takes a lot more, takes the monkey to get away. That's going to make the Thor miss his ultimate, too. The double tap, still good, combined with the through space and time. No more Jisoo. The beads out from Golden, the Rainfire helps Baron Airy bring down the elephant with a singular auto. And Baron Airy might be interested in more, Musi.
I mean, with that Thor wall, it's going to stop Bile for just a little bit, but Glavis still has to burn those beads in order to back off. Kind of crazy, again, how much is used to bring down Jisoo, and then Yummers don't have any gas left in the tank for a fight afterwards. This type of exchange will only benefit Bile. They don't mind if they have to sacrifice somebody if they mean that they can trade out and look for even more.
I want to talk about Sot a little bit more, actually. I might have to wait because Haddix is getting absolutely rushed in the mid lane. Gets into the ultimate fairly quickly. When he lands, he should be alright, but we were talking about the difference of the int versus strength build for Bari. Sot's been on an island, he's very far behind, but he's going strength, so when he rotates around, is that damage going to be even less impactful because he didn't build int, whereas if he had built int, could he have been more impactful from behind?
So I feel like if you're going to be playing from behind, your strength items are going to benefit you just because they're not as expensive. You don't have to commit to much of them. You can be a little bit more relevant in a fight. But as you scale up towards that late game, your damage is going to fall off compared to that int scaling Bari. As a Gold Fury is confirmed, and it looks like Herc's in trouble.
But can they confirm that Herc? He's pretty low, but he's still not dead, notably. Through space and time is available. The boulder gets thrown around. Sot takes a lot of damage and gets pulled forward. Sot will go down to Golden. The ADC violence continues. Off to the right-hand side, the Hoombots get stuck in a wall, but gets the Fear No Evil response to 3. That buys time for the rest of Bile to get there, but Golden is already almost dead. The Thor will land, but not on Golden. The double tap into the spin to win finally gets him down with some help from Haddix. You can see the beads out from the Merlin to get themselves out of the portal, which opens the door for damage back as Yummers continue the chase out. As Bile is just trying to retreat, but the Giannis has the backline cut off. Yark's almost dead. Baron Ares trying to survive the dive from Haddix now. The knock up, the pre-beats from Giannis is perfect, and Yummers is fighting back, and it's looking fantastic.
I mean, you have so much damage still coming out. A Hercules boulder just bit off the mark. You know what isn't, though? That portal. But again, so much sustain as a through space and time kind of splits it right down the middle. Unfortunate there for Yummers. You want to know why Yummers was able to win that fight? They really split up Bile there. They were all over the place. You had 2 people next to the tower, Golden up above. The
why is Golden frontlining? He's like their secret weapon at the moment.
he should be a little bit more protected. I feel like maybe Violet got a little bit too overzealous, a little too much air in the head there, because they kind of felt like, oh, we could just take any fight that we want to and win. Not the case, right? Yummers, as we scale a little bit more towards the late game, are going to
Your middle tower is under attack.
Baile and Ovidable should still be able to keep control of this game and kind of maintain pressure and presence. We just have to make sure that our team fights are not as sloppy as maybe that last one was.
That was crazy. One of those portals hit me. I'm good though now.
Okay.
Did it hit you too? Is that where you were?
It caught my car. I don't know if insurance covers
I just want to
that.
know why when you're inside a Giannis portal, you see Smite card. That's my biggest question.
I think it's like a bug leak thing or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like an
I
Easter
think so
egg.
too. Definitely a clumsy Easter egg if I've ever seen it. 20 minutes turning to 21. Baile could be caught in the mid lane again. The Ox out, the Dharmic Pillars, lots of damage on. Ronnie's getting pulled around, but remember, that's Ronnie. That's the Yemoja. Plenty tanky. Another ult hits the Yemo. That's so much committed to the Yemoja so far, and no pick gain. I mean, sure, Ronnie has to back Musi, but is that enough? I mean, was that worth it at all?
Not quite, because now you're going to have Haddix forced out, and you do still have Yarkor looping around the side ready to get active.
Into a portal, he sees Smite card, dashes away, might be okay. The boulder drop too. He's falling lower, and through space and time will hit its target. Down he will go. Baron Ares no more, but Jisoo still fighting back. Sot will fall, so no more ADC for the side of Yummers. Mind you, that's some of their lower damage, so perhaps they're not too bothered. They'll regroup in the mid lane. Baile just trying to hang on to this tier 1 tower, which, by the way, all this fighting for these last few minutes has been for a tier 1 in the mid lane. It continues. The rebuke catches everybody in it, and the bombs start dropping, and down the bodies will go. At least one for the moment. It was almost 2, but Haddix gets away.
That's the difference maker in these team fights. Wrong, you being able to hit a huge ultimate
What a
like
silence.
that and lock them in. That's how you win.
The pullback onto Jake, who's really low. Look at the Odibo go. Jake almost just died to an Odysseus bow. I can't imagine the rage that would have consumed had that actually gone down that way.
Taking a look at this Agni build too. Sunbeam, Tierfing, Audi, Xe. Be it objectives, be it a tank, Golden is just going to shred it away. Very dangerous situation for anybody who walks up.
Jisoo's in a lot of trouble and is just down, and there's no answer. The Pyro will go to Baile, but I guess it's just one of the ones you've got to accept. I mean, usually when we see that happening, I mean, when you and D'Lo talk about sacrifice, usually it's the support, not the jungle.
Well, once you don't have your ultimate, Jisoo is just kind of like, I'm going to back to base. I'm going to get some items. And if anything, he's able to make space for his team. But it does mean that Yummers could take a first crack at this Fire Giant, just because when you don't have to worry about that jungle damage, maybe Yummers can just shotgun Baile before they get a chance to respond.
You can see Jake playing aggressive, tends to be the MO. Yark around the side, can't get a pull on the Sot, but now the attention's on, the silence is there, Yark gets the dash away. The sustain is cooking through, and the backup has arrived. The rebuke catches a few, but Jake is able to dash through it. But once the elephant dashes through, he dashes into a rain fire, and down he'll go. Yark will get the credit. That leaves 4 standing for Yummers, 5 up for Baile.
Still, a little bit split up. Baile needs to try to get back together to get the rest of Yummers here, but it doesn't look Yummers is very interested in trying to fight them off. Again, when you have this Yemoja and you have Bayonary combo specifically, anybody who gets locked inside of River's Rebuke just kind of dies. We're instead going to look at that FG.
It's already at half. Yummers is nearby. The Sunder that's up belongs to Baile. It's going to be close. Haddix has already gone aggressive in. His Sunder is going to go down early. The fire about to fall. It goes to Baile. Ronnie gets the credit for the fire. Golden stuck between a couple members and a lot of decoys at that. While the rest of the team is pushing away Yummers. That works out fantastic as Jisoo gets Thor. Down will go the Wukong. Baronary can handle him. The Giannis is kind of transitioned behind. The rest of Bile will find Baron Airy alone in the jungle. A 1v1 between the mids? Not quite. Giannis gets away.
So much pressure being put onto Golden there, but this Agni is so big at this point that trying to kill him is going to take more than Wukong and a handful of clones. Yummers has to really
There
start
were
committing
so many
to
clones,
this
by the way.
dive. Yeah, he can have up to 2 at a time in Smite 2, be it from the ultimate and the passive, and with the build that Haddix has, he's able to put out a lot of damage, but just not enough that Death's Toll, soon to be a Death's Temper, was able to keep the a Golden alive just long enough to be able to get that damage out.
The towers get cleaned up by Bile. They're holding on to an over 10k gold lead, Musi. That means uh-oh territory, our favorite thing on Smite Prime. 21-11 is the kill tally. And the most important to me on the map in terms of levels has got to be the ADC role. Jungle, definitely a close second, but the Agni's almost level 20. Add in the Ancient Fury, it's even more to that. Whereas Sod is still farming for level 17 and trying to get to that point. The amount of damage output, the difference between these two right now is just so significant.
Well, and the thing is that Sod isn't even farming as much as he probably should be if he wants to try to catch up to Golden. He's been a part of a lot of these fights, a lot of these engagements, just trying to offer whatever he can to the team. And it's worked out yes and no for Yummers, and that they've had a few moments where they were able to fight back, get a few picks, even win a fight outright at one point. But overall, winning a fight and not finding anything off of it is just not going to be as valuable as just sitting in your lane and farming creeps for a couple of minutes. Now, by
And what about Sod grabbing his Helm of Darkness?
That helm is going to be an interesting pickup. It's just there to help him position, kind of like how Hurt needs to position out of that.
But once again, we see the tankiness pull through. Look how much health the Hercules got. He almost has more. The boulder almost hits Sot, who has to get out of dodge. He got too low. The Thor, the calls to retreat as Yummers fall back to their base as the Bile siege is on. Do they full commit right away? Do they wait for minions? They walk right in. They've got Yark, who steps up. Silence out. You can see the slow burn. Now you've got minions. The Phoenix is already down. What about the fight, Bile? Do you want to take it here? Yeah, they do. And they'll get the Thor instantly. Haddix dives deep to try to slow things down, but the other monkey responded in tow and is taking out the back line. Yummers have lost 2 in their own base. It continues as they lose Daniel, and Bile are looking to grab this game away from Yummers in a dominating fashion. Onto the Titan, it's below half. This game is Bile's.
It was a story of a jungler putting pressure on a duo that was already in a position to be ahead. I mean, Golden just outclassed the lobby is kind of what it felt like. Yeah. That Agni was going insane.
He was the entire game. We kind of touched on it a little bit in the beginning, and I'm glad we did. Golden, more experience than you at home might think, and it really showed out in our first game of the day. But that's the best part of the day. There's tons of games left to go today, and they're all waiting on the other side of these messages. We'll be right back in Smite Prime. Hello, we're already back. I hope you feel like that was fast, because I feel like it was fast, but that's a good thing. More Smite Prime. Our Saturday continues. Next up, we've got Smite 2 Bad Boys versus the Father, the Son, like the Shining Sun, and the Holy Ghost as we continue through our 3rd week now of the August circuit for Smite Prime. I'm still Malum, and he... just like that. Oh, Tess, look at us. Is still Musi. Oh, that was good. That felt real good. Hope you like that at home too.
That's a pat on the back moment right there. That's a transition if I ever saw one. But what a game one that we got to see. Well, best of one game one that we got to see in the last one, where really it felt like the Golden show, if I'm not gonna lie here. I mean, the Golden Wrong You combination and just the lack of shell, the lack of ability to get away from this River's Rebuke, this Quadra kill kind of spelled the beginning of the end for Bile, and it was so early.
I think it was a combo of the Quadra kill that gave this significant lead to Golden, which this was so well done. The pre-beads, I mean, when you look back, it kind of seems like a little bit but the pre-beads is what got the Quadra to me, because it gave them that time to step forward. But it kind of started this weird snowball that we talked about all the way back in P's and B's, which was Bari and the build of strength or intelligence. And you had mentioned that strength isn't bad, but intelligence is definitely better. And I think one thing we both kind of didn't even bring up is that intelligence would feel better even from behind, because you just have some more effects going through on your rotations. And Sot chose to play from behind, but not scared, where he still was fighting with the team, getting aggressive, where I think things like a Polynomicon and such could have done a lot more to help him out, as opposed to the Hydras, because we didn't even see him get that Hydra's Lament until, like, this fight. At 18 minutes, it felt like. Or I guess it would have been closer to 16, realistically. But by that point, the damage was done.
Yeah, he was just so far behind. It didn't really have a chance or opportunity to get their farm back up. I mean, because of that, your late game hyperscaling character just never gets to get to that late game. They were just kind of a sitting duck the whole way through. Even had a Helmet Darkness at one point to see if maybe they could find a bit more survivability in that, but ultimately it just kind of didn't come together for this Princess Bari.
How about Yark this whole game? We're seeing it here, and even though this was one of the best fights for Yummers, I think Yark had such an incredibly crucial role in making Bile feel so difficult to fight into. They simply... Yummers could never kill the Hercules. I mean, sure, it happened in theory, right? We saw him low, we saw him get TKO'd at times, but so much attention, so much focus would go on to Yark, and he would just simply never fall. He went the game deathless, but it just felt like not only was he deathless in terms of, on the page, literal sense, but it made such a difference in the game. He was always in the face of Sot. Daniel was having to play from kind of the back. Daniel was basically playing from order side the entire game, just trying to position in a way where he wouldn't have to deal with Yark.
And what was very interesting too is that you would see this Hercules take a bunch of damage and get really low, but the sustain from mitigate wounds and those rejuvenating waters from Wrong You, both of those things in tandem, too, but that life binder, it just barely keeps him alive, just barely keeps his health up to a point where he looks killable. He looks like somebody you could jump on, but in doing so, you put yourself in a position where the rest of Bile just kind of jump on top of you and kill you.
I think it's interesting you mentioned he looks killable, because we saw Daniel commit a lot of ultimates to trying to finish off the Hercules who had gotten so low, but every time Yark was still standing tall through it, and now through space and time is down. But I will say, kind of, focusing on the Giannis for a second as we continue through our day, again, our next game being Smite 2 Bad Boys versus the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, Giannis still looked good. I mean, that was the second most damage in the lobby, only 2 golden, and they were pretty freaking close.
It was doing quite a bit of damage. It was doing a little bit of secure as well. I just feel like some of the ults were a little bit off the mark in terms of actually getting those last hits. But I think the reason why Giannis didn't really get a chance to work out in this instance just was the fact that their positioning didn't really work with the rest of the team. Giannis always has to position like a jungler compared to other mages. So ultimately, it means that Yummers is going to end up knocked out here, and Bile will be the ones to progress going up against Wake Up. But I know our eyes are going to be focused on a different team this go around.
Very, very true. We've got ourselves match number 7, if you kind of look up towards the top of the bracket. Now, remember, all these teams, Clocked In, Smite 2 Bad Boys, or excuse me, not Smite 2 Bad Boys, Clocked In, Cherry Slush, Wake Up, they were all kind of chilling, waiting here for this entire time. They were waiting. They had the bye this week. They've been vibing, and they've got themselves a refreshed mindset going up against teams who are now a little bit more warmed up. For Smite 2 Bad Boys and the Father the Son, they have just played a match each. So they both are coming to this game a little more warm, a little more comfortable, very similar seating as well, which is always fun to see match up this early on. I think it's kind of the perfect quarterfinals matchup, Yuzi.
It's going to be exciting to see, especially because Dilo and I will talk a lot about how Smite 2 Bad Boys as a team has never really had their chance to be in the light, right? They've always been the bridesmaid and never the bride, is what Dilo likes to say. So this is already a pretty significant hurdle for Smite 2 Bad Boys as they go up against Sunprod's team, kind of trying to run it back. Ever since they lost Speak No Evil, it's been kind of like up and down for how well they do.
Well, let's see how they all do in the picks and bans. Let's head on in and get this started. Now, remember what we saw earlier. We saw focus on Susano. You were on top of that. But we saw the mid laners come through. We didn't see Kali or Ho Yi, which was pretty interesting. And it seemed like that was decisions made by the teams, not just like it slipped our brain. But one thing that I feel like you were all over and didn't happen that I was right with you on was the Neath. So it kind of felt like there were all these amazing picks out, but nobody wanted to grab them.
I almost wonder if there's like a gentleman's agreement of like, hey, I'm not gonna do the silly thing if you won't do the silly thing. We'll shake
Rule
on it.
Zero has
Hey,
made its
cool.
way to Smite Prime, I see.
Yeah, we're all the way up. I mean, Neith is just a character that's so strong. She can blow somebody up immediately. Global pressure with the ultimate. It's just kind of fits into any comp that you could ever hope, want,
Right.
and desire for. But ultimately, Giannis being in the game does look very attractive because it's going to be that new hotness.
Another Odin ban as well, and this one makes a lot of sense to me because Sunprod on Odin, I feel like a lot of people have seen the clip. I think you made it on Twitter, but just Sunprod was putting on a highlight reel with this Odin. So to get rid of that week by week, I'm fine with it. Odin also, of course, in a great spot. Same with Tasano. Now for Smite 2 Bad Boys, I'm really interested in what Twig goes because I feel like every time I cast Captain Twig in Smite 2, he plays Hoombots. I feel like I see it every single time. And I know that he can play anything in this game, so I'd love to see some experimentation from Smite 2 Bad Boys as we progress further. Because while it's just been my luck I've seen that, again, I know that he can play other picks that are in potentially better positions.
So as Smite 2 Bad Boys try to think about what they want to prioritize first, I kind of agree with you. I really think we could look for quite a few things in that jungle role, but seeing things like Susano and Loki being already taken off the board kind of makes you wonder what's going to be left. I really would like to see something like you said, the Hunbots, or even if you want to get freaky with it, taken away from Sunprod, you can even try swinging out a Thanatos or something like that.
Yeah. It's funny because Thanatos was on my brain too, just a character we don't see commonly, but I put it right up there as one of Sunprod's best picks. I would argue signature pick, kind of depending on where you first started seeing Sunprod play and sort of come to this now all-star player that we all have gotten accustomed to in Smite Prime. Baron and Artemis, though, is the lock-in to start things off for FSG. What are you feeling?
It's interesting to see, especially because there's a character that we haven't really talked about too much that I think would also be a solid jungler. That's going to be that Aladdin that players are able to pick up here. Does quite a bit there. Artemis
Yes,
so early
not
in your
competitively banned
draft,
this week. Very good catch.
you can have it. But Artemis so early in the draft tells me that I think Ghost is looking at that Agni and assuming that it's going to the dual lane. But Rama right afterwards means we get to see an Agni mid, and the Rama versus Artemis matchup, I feel like Rama doesn't ever do too well against the Artemis inherently, but I do feel he has a good answer to the Caledonian board. Just go up into the sky and avoid the damage for a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good feeling 1v1 for Rama. It feels like you have an instantaneous, not necessarily, like you said, it's not a direct answer, but it buys you the time of it. You're not dealing with stun, you're not dealing with getting kind of tough through, but it's still surprising. I feel like we haven't seen Rama in quite a bit, and Ho Yi's right there, you know? Ho Yi, not
right,
competitively banned, one of the best ADCs by many people's opinions, has an obstacle as well that while maybe not that big of a deal on paper, I feel like since he's been in the game, people have been talking about it nonstop, but he's not in the game. Let's focus on who is, right? Nemesis in, and here he is. We talked about it. You might see it because it's just one of his go-to picks. We get the Thanatos as an answer for FSG.
The fact that these are best of ones means that these teams are going to be looking to put their best foot forward to try to end things sooner rather than later. I feel like comfort is key when it comes to locking that down. So seeing the Thanatos and a Bellona as well, John Rowing's going to look extra clean with that. I'm kind of excited to kind of see how those team fights look. It's a lot of CC already for Holy Glows between a lot of ultimates that you're just going to be able to throw out, but Rapid Up's going to do quite a bit for this Baron in terms of locking down, the Agni, the Rama, the Nemesis, just try to catch them after their stuns.
I want to kind of go back to the last couple weeks. I haven't been on for the first 2 weeks of the August circuit here on Smite Prime Musi. Can you kind of give a refresher of how King Bop Bop's been doing? Because if I'm not mistaken, Happen has not been around at all for the August circuit. Is that correct?
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to see him so far, but Bop Bop has been doing really well. I mean, I said it earlier, right? Holy Ghost has had their ups and downs. Their downs came when they went up against Clocked In and kind of had to fight the evil acts of Speak No Evil. But before that, King Bop Bop was looking really, really solid. I mean, they have a lot of different sauce in the tank, a lot of flavors that they're able to bring. I like the way that they play. They're able to die for the cause, and it really enables Holy Glow, Sunprod especially, to just kind of walk up and do Sunprod things that is kill the whole enemy team. So I'm expecting big things from King Bop Bop.
Big things.
Big things.
I find it interesting that you always make such a big deal about support self-sacrificing. You know, they can do other things on the map too. Easy. I feel like it's important to remind you. But no, the reason I bring up King Bop Bop is he's a player who I think has been underrated and undervalued kind of throughout creator tournaments, draft tournaments as well, those sort of special one-off drafts we've seen. He always performs so well. He looked fantastic during the Content Creator Cup, if you want to go back to some Smite 1 and talk that kind of ball. I feel like this is a perfect kind of situation and team for King Bop Bop to show the same kind of skill that a player like Happen and Roar can bring. Now, Roar versus Happen has always been super interesting as a combination. We'll see how King Bop Bop does in game. But of course, Yuzi, the thing I am the most excited about, and I am very biased when I say this, I will tell you now at home. Sometimes it's fun to be a little biased. Sunprod's Thanatos is one of my favorite things to cast ever in Smite. I have cast it so many times. He plays that character so hyper aggressive. He might fall behind. It doesn't matter. I've seen him be behind and still pull off quadro kills. I've seen him have an amazing pentakill on an opening day in an amateur league on that character against an incredible team that at the time everybody was voting that they would lose. I've seen him win championships with that character. You name it. So a lot of fun there. Of course, you have the experience of Twig, Aurora, Oswald, and the like. This should be a banger. We're in game now. Malum, Yuzi, Mort pressing those Q3Es. We got Tess as well. It should be a fun one for sure, Musi, but when you look across early on, what's sticking out?
So I talk about this every time. I'm going to mention it again. We have Sobek versus Baron in that dual lane, support v support.
Aurora Sobek at that.
Yeah, and that is a pluck monster. Baron does not have a good answer to Sobek at all. Like, this Baron gets plucked and then he dies. That is the long and the short of it there. The one saving grace is that Rama won't have the damage that they need to really lay into this Baron until they get a couple of items online, just because they're really reliant on scaling a bit more so than the other hunters, I feel. So that's the one saving grace. But beyond that, this Sobek should just be able to kill Bop Bop.
You see it early, the trades are out, but Aurora gets the worst of it. Has to step to the side and kind of play this lane through slow. Now, Sunder check. There's two Sunders for the Smite 2 bad boys. FSG are hanging on to just one singular Sunder that belongs to King Bop Bop. So keep that in mind as objectives start to show their face and become the main priority. You see the lane clear of Smite 2 bad boys, as Musi was touching on, and an early beads has been forced out from Kaveka. I'm sure that's going to come back into play.
Definitely a good beats too, though. That whole minion wave was still up, so they were going to take a lot of damage there. Sunprod's already getting very aggressive, running at Twig.
Speaking of damage, maybe trying to get that passive to proc to be able to catch up, but instead we'll settle and be happy with some farm and some poke on Moswall at that. Now that's one thing too that Sunprod loves to do just on any character, and that's really tussle in the jungle. I think Twig needs to be pretty hyper aware of that, Musi.
Well, and something too, between Nemesis and Thanatos, Twig having their shield doesn't do that great against Thanatos, because Thana can just silence that away and kind of take it off the board here. Twig tries to go in and pull a Sun Prod, but is not as successful. You can't step up to the prod like that.
Well, on the same topic of, sure, the Nem has the trouble with silence, in terms of just plain damage, the Nem has a much more awkward time getting that damage across, because like you said, you can't rely on any of your shield for damage. You're going to get silenced out, and using your dash is incredibly risky because you're putting yourself in a position where you might be lining up directly for the scythe to slam you in the forehead. So it's a risky game to play on this Nem if you run into a scary 1v1 with the Thanatos, and that's without considering who the pilot may be.
So if I'm this Nem, if I'm Twig, I'm probably putting a lot of focus onto dual lane. Bop Bop gets plucked, and yeah, there he goes. That's exactly
First
what I
blood.
said.
Is there a second blood, though? No, not quite. Kaveka will close the distance. You were called it. You called it word for word and play for play there on how the pluck would play out in the dual lane. And yeah, only thing that's interesting to me is King Bop Bop is the one who goes down when we saw the beads burned on Kaveka. But I guess just the positioning there, just stepping so far up on that Baron, left him kind of just out to dry.
I mean, even though Kaveka's beads were down, Bop Bop just never had the beads to begin with, and Baron just doesn't have the mobility to get away after he gets plucked, and he can't heal because Aurora's going to be able to apply that disease from Sickening Strike, so no healing either. He really is just a sitting duck.
There's so much I want to talk about this game. I'm looking across the board, and there's so many little things. Because one thing we haven't really touched on yet is the kind of Thanatos that Sunprod is playing. He's playing the Aspect Thanatos, Musi.
So what this Aspect is going to do is going to help him scale towards late game pretty well, just by offering a lot more health, a little bit more survivability, and the Thanatos is going to be that late game pick. Purple buff sundered away, but it looks like it was confirmed actually by Bop. There's space and time.
I think I just saw it actually. Globe changed his name and lost his aim, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did just notice the Globe name change as well, but that is Globe in the mid lane. Ult out from John Rowing, but I mean, look at Remakami's health, and that's solo lane, so they're gonna be okay.
the Globe name change had me through a whole loop last week. It's always like, oh man, they don't even know Globe. Yes, they do. He's just wearing a mask. He's getting all kinds of, secret identity.
It's Globe, but he shaved his beard.
There. Yeah. Who are you? I don't recognize you anymore. You changed.
Yeah, it's like one of those TikToks where the dad shaves his beard and then shows up to like their little baby, and they're like, "Oh, where's my dad?" It's the same vibe.
That's what Remakami's saying right now.
True.
Getting
Dad, Twig! Twig, I need some help with my blue. Twig!
Where are you? And Twig's like, I got a farm, man. Did you
I got
not
a
hear
back
what they were
camp, dog.
saying
Leave me alone.
about Sunprod? Like, he completely counters me. I gotta get in there, man. I don't know what to do.
Both mid laners this time going Chronos Pendant. We saw the poly rush in the last game, kind of before Chronos Pendant. I never really got to ask you how you were feeling, and because it feels like every mid laner is building the same thing, but the order tends to vary.
So Poly Rush for Merlin, I feel, is a very Merlin-specific choice, just because he gets those enhanced autos already as part of his kit, so it really just augments that. But Chronos Pendant, for a character like Agni and Yanis, they are very reliant on their cooldowns. They're going to want that up sooner rather than later. Pretty much immediately after that, you get your Spear Deso, and that's kind of your big power spike moment. Once you have those items online, you're going to start to maybe look for a couple of picks, because between Chronos and Spear, you get one kill, all of a sudden all your abilities are back up, you're ready to do the dance all over again.
One thing that's fun, too, is we have two classic mid laners who do the blow you up thing, right? But we have two classic ADCs that do the, hey, it's late game, it's 25 minutes, I now do 1 million damage, but I feel like when we see that, in the metas we normally see Rama and Artemis grabbed in going all the way back to Smite 1, our metas where crit is towards the top. That doesn't seem to be the case. Wow, that was a portal and a half from Globe to keep himself safe there. But we don't see crit being a thing right now. We're seeing most people go for this blow you up tank build or anti-tank build. How are you feeling for these ADCs?
So both of these characters really benefit from just having an auto attack stim.
Oh, Mosswall so dead. Thanatos locked in. Execute range has to be close. Surely no, off the mark won't matter ultimately. Thankfully, Globe was there. The pull actually kind of worked to the negative side of how Sunprod was trying to ult. That the speed of that last second suckback was just too much.
That's because Baron is going to be going this aspect, so he's stacking Hysteria way quicker than normal Baron, so the effectiveness of that pull does go up significantly. I personally think, as this board is pulled out...
Bang! Bang! One more!
One more!
Oh. No way, we're diving this, Doug! Oh, he got him, but he's gonna die! No, he's got Aegis! Donut Doug! Bringing it to Kaveka, but... look who's on his way. It's the Enforcer, through space and time to help Sunprod close the distance onto Donut Doug. There's the dash. You got to avoid the scythe. You've got minions now. That'll help. But Sunprod's on you, buddy. Oh. Wait, Sunprod's taking the tower. He will get the kill, and he will not die. So a solo kill for Doug turns into a 1v1 trade overall.
What a crazy chain of events there. First of all, Donut Doug having this Aegis. I noticed it earlier. I was like, yeah, okay, sometimes hunters will be able to pick that up, but to use it to tower dive, that is very aggressive play. I love that. And I also really like the way that Donut Doug tried to hide inside those minions so that Sunprod wasn't able to get the scythe off. Unfortunately, Thanatos has a cleave auto attack, so it's really only a matter of time before he gets it, and because Thana has this aspect, he's starting to get just a little bit more health, just enough to be able to survive those tower shots.
The aspect and the Devos, the new Devos at that.
So being able to get strength, life steal. What's interesting about this Devos though is that we're kind of back to form of stacking it through killing minions. So Sunprod needs to focus quite a bit more on farming so that we can get it up and going. But what you are able to do to speed track the stacking of this item is get the last hit on objectives. It's worth so many Devos points that it uses to give you those stacks. So maybe an early Gold Fury might be a way to get even further ahead.
And FSG is a team that I think thrives on their communication level, so we'll see how much that comes into effect. Life of the party turns into life in the after party for Donut Doug. Bit of a revenge kill for Kaveka, thanks to the squad. Aurora does get away through space and time! Later, buddy! Double kill for Globe!
That last bit of damage came from the red buff. Shoutouts red buff. That was ridiculous. Just barely stayed alive. He saw the tick coming out and he's like, I'll miss you, gamers.
Yeah, percent of
I'm on the
max
other
health
side.
damage, by the way.
That's so nuts.
I'm so glad there's another caustic buff believer in the booth with me today. I've been
God.
screaming that from the heavens because nobody read the freaking tooltip for the longest time. And they just assumed it was like old red buff, but no caustic buff? That thing plays no games.
No, that buff is actually ridiculously strong. The recent numbers change that they did to show you just how much damage it was doing, I think has started to convince more people, because humans, as a thing, they don't understand little numbers equal big numbers, but now you get big numbers.
Trap out. Sunprod's in the air, but is notably not full health. We'll see how the landing affects and execute the execute battle, but neither one is in range. Sobek low, the pressure's still on, he'll go down. Globe kills Aurora again. The mid laner is going on a lot of vacations this time. It will cost Globe his tier 1 most likely to Moswall, but I think taking another kill into the pocket of the now 4-0 Giannis, I think you're okay with that.
It's not too bad a move at all. However, Moswell will find that T1 in the mid, just focusing on keeping their farm up and keeping pressure and global gold for their team. What Giannis can do better than pretty much every other mid laner in the game is, like you were talking about all the way at the start of today, the rotation value, the real global presence of just showing up and being there. So Globe already leveraging that to its fullest possible extent. The one drawback is that because you're so focused on killing, if you ever get a chain of rotations where you just find nothing off of them, suddenly you're very far behind.
Party in the duel lane yet again. Donut Doug, a lot of damage on early. Life of the party to bring back Donut Doug. He goes to the air. The damage response will be okay, but can you turn it when Sunprod's just waiting for you at the bottom? The answer's no. Through space and time to help rotate over. Sunprod still terrorizing underneath that tower. Twig gets caught. The scythe won't hit. One more auto will do it for Sunprod, but he should die. So double kill for Sunprod. One back for Twig. The chase is on for Kaveka, who's gotten away. They'll turn their attention. Now it's King Bop Bop. The stun is out. Rainfire 2. Another one will grab, and Ramakami will finish the job.
Somehow, with all of the aggression that Glos was able to show up there in that fight, they actually get completely turned on. But it's interesting to see that while that Gold Fury opens up, they're not going to go for it. That's because Bellona's here.
So much damage is on Moswall. The beads to get away just in case. He'll be safe at the end of the day. Ramakami trying to clean up where he can. He'll take the ultimate too on the landing. Do you go? No, you can't. The portal. They're gone. Now the focus on Giannis, and you've got Aurora there too. Shutdown kill for Ramakami. Lots of gold for taking out that Giannis.
Globe really did just say, "Get down, Mr. President, take this exit way out of here. I'll fend them off." No! He like blows up behind him, and John Rowing's like, "I'm gonna go do my blue buff." Like,
in the air. Needed, but not needed. The tower has all the fun. Banger reference. Yo, there's a song by The Bravery called that. Fire song. Pyromancer goes to the Smite 2 Bad Boys. So gold-wise, right, through all this chaos, it's not even a full 1,000 lead. It kills, read 6-9. FSG feel like they're ahead in vibes and kind of behind in everything else, but not too bad. This game has a flow that almost doesn't match what we've been seeing.
well, Smite 2 Bad Boys has had multiple opportunities to come back in these engagements, and that's because Holy Ghost has been kind of overextending themselves, dying to get the last bit of damage that they need in order to finish up these kills. So as long as they stop trading out their lives, they'll probably pull ahead in a meaningful manner.
Life of the party. Brings one back for the stun, but hey, Bop Bop. Where's your backup? Right there, the portal right back to Aurora, who's lying in wait. Can you get the other portal? Yes, you can, but Aurora still has sights on. He'll get hit by the root, and King Bop Bop will get away. Great use of the portals there from Globe.
So much mobility for the Siennas to get you yourselves and everybody you know in and out of danger, but Smite 2 bad boys don't really want to let it go here.
Ramakami continuing to play up and aggressive. Notably, Twig is not here, but maybe not needed. Look at that damage. John Rowling does lead the way. Ults forward. Sun Prod to the air, too. Execute range is gone on Aurora. It was up for a moment. Sun Prod reallocates those resources back towards Ramakami, who had already gone into the cloud. So no picks from the Thanatos. A rotation from Kaveka. A Tusky, too, but look at Tusky. That dude's so far away from the team. I was going to say it wasn't going to stun, but the distance just made it work.
It was an interesting rotation there, too, from the Artemis. I think Kaveka wanted to show up and really force something to happen for their team, but they weren't able to find anything. And when you don't find anything off a rotation, that is inevitably what's going to cause you to slip further behind. Because look at Donut Doug. They're in their lane, farming, thriving, hydrated, and killing a T1.
Gold Fury getting pulled by Smite 2 bad boys. FSG will be aware, especially because they're following the Sobek over. By the time they get there, it's already going to be below half health. This thing's getting burned so quickly. Down goes the gold, the first one of the game to the Smite 2 bad boys.
And at like 15 minutes in, usually you expect to see these Gold Furies happen so much sooner, but there's been so much brawling across the map just like this, they can't even get them.
Aurora and Ramakami have not stopped fighting this entire game. Execute range for both! The up-down from Sunprod is good. He turns it around somehow and stays alive with help from King Bop Bop. What a play there from FSG. I thought that was doomed for FSG. They turn it around to the bad boys.
I love the tech there from Sunprod. They are a knower, because of course they are. The moment you start channeling your Thanatos ultimate, if you spam click it, you can immediately come back down. You don't get a reticule until like just as it comes up, so aiming it is difficult, but the speed at which you can get it is so criminal.
And it paid off right there in big ways, too. Now, if Sunprod can continue that and kind of get that flow going, that's what it feels like FSG have been waiting for this game. The silence to stop the bad boys from stealing away the Queen Naga. Twig has interest in a chase, takes the Wind Sprite, too, but will get rooted instantly. It's the little mechanics that seem to be stepping up in a big way for FSG.
I'm a big fan of how they're able to utilize those smaller moments. And something that I want to point out too, for Sunprod's build, they do have a little bit of protections there. The regrowth striders for Thanatos, anytime you hit somebody with an ability suddenly, you're just getting a little bit faster. Pair that with Scent of Death, nobody can
Matter
really
of fact,
run away.
Muzi, can I be old for a second? Are you cool with that?
Yeah, it's cool.
Captain Twig, way back in the day, like we're talking season 2, season 3, when Shield of Regrowth had just kind of come to fruition on Thanatos, Captain Twig was one of the OG knowers of that technology, and that showed up in the season 3 World Finals. Fast forward all this time, almost 10 years, and Sunprod using it against Captain Twig. There's some storytelling in that.
Do I look like him? Like, kind of crazy. Well, you know what I like about the Striders too?
Thanks for hovering, so we'll go to a new topic.
Exactly.
I appreciate you.
Well, when you pop your Scent of Death too, Regrowth Strider's second ability of giving you health regen pops as well. So you get 5% of your health over 10 seconds. That's more abilities in the tank for Thanatos to be able to throw out there. Sunprod is a sustain gamer right now, just willing to fight forever. You were really going to need those sickening strikes to keep him in check.
Aurora playing up, does have some backup in the form of Moswall, but no pluck attempt quite yet. Dual lane, you can see the Thanatos marching towards the Rama. Is this a full attempt for a kill and dodge? No, they'll call it off there as well. So looks like everyone's trying to find something, and everyone's interest is fighting, Yuzi. I mean, Gold Fury's down, sure, but they're still not even won this game. It's just been a brawl.
I love the positioning of Aurora, just standing up in front of everybody and fighting them by himself. Maybe now that you got the team, you can make something happen.
Look at the damage go already. Moswall's dead. Sunprod's in the air, but nobody's in range, and Sunprod's got to go. The snipes are out. Donut Doug's spinning the camera, but dude found a couple shots still. Now you readjust. You focus new. You get the damage on. You bring down King Bop Bop.
and there's no real objective to really look at right after this fight. So 1-for-1 trade across the board. Both teams are just kind of walking away like, okay, well, that happened, I guess. Like, weren't really able to find too much there. I'm trying to think about like what an ideal team fight kind of looks like between the two teams here. Honestly, I'm really looking at Aurora to get something started for Smite 2 Bad Boys. Looking for that pluck. You have, you know, Moswell with the stuns to really follow up and damage and chain some CCs together. That does leave Aurora in kind of a tough position of being out by himself, but he looks pretty comfortable in that position right now.
I was gonna say, it seems like Aurora has been trying to do the same thing for the last 5 to 10 minutes, where he's just stepping up always trying to make something happen. But now with all this poke on the Sobek's head and execute range always looming for Thana, you have to assume and they got to start playing it safe soon. Oh, Sunprod catches Agni. He's okay.
It's all right. Both teams trying to juggle this Gold Fury back and forth. Prod's in the air.
Who we looking for? It's the Agni Sunprod hit earlier. But the landing will catch the dash. Now he's in the flames. The dash in back from Donut Doug. Prod's going down. Donut Doug with the last hit. Meanwhile, Gold Fury gets slain. It's Remakami with the credit for the gold, but Kaveka fights back and finds a roar. The snipes to stay alive and help out for Twig, who's almost dead too. Now Doug and Twig both gotta go, but John Rowing is here and he'll bring down Twig for even considering the escape. So the Gold Fury goes to the Smite 2 Bad Boys. Overall, it's a 2 for 2.
I feel like that Gold Fury was definitely a steal too, because Ghost was all clustered on top of that pit, and then the Sun Wukong just kind of walks up and is like, hey everybody, do you have a Sunder available to you right now in this moment? Because I'm just going to take this, I'm going to have this. So Smite 2 Bad Boys are able to come away with a little bit more in that fight. The reason why Ghost was trying to find so much more after was just to get their revenge, but I do appreciate the way that Smite 2 Bad Boys has been kind of on it around these objectives, be it stealing them away or prioritizing them when they can. It's going to help them keep their gold flow pretty up there.
We've been talking about the difference of King Bop Bop and Happen, and as much credit as I love giving King Bop Bop, as I think he's such an underrated player, that is a strength of Happen, who's been primarily the support for FSG, as speaking of which, he goes down. It's been a strength of Happen, is those objectives, getting the steals and contesting, especially when you're against Aurora. But Aurora, that's been one of Aurora's strengths going back. We've been talking about the old times, right? That's been Aurora's strength his entire career. So it's not easy to go up against. Pyromancer also goes to the Bad Boys. They're starting to really pile on the gold lead. It's been close all game. Now it's a couple thousand. Sunprod diving in, lashing away. Donut Doug low. The instant execute land down for extra damage, and it'll work out. Closer than it maybe should have been, but they still kill the Rama and the dual lane.
I mean, Rama forced to pick up that Aegis because of the Thanatos, but now he doesn't have CC immunity for the stuns. They get piled on top of him. It's kind of a tough position to be in, but you do have reinforcements from Smite 2 Bad Boys. Is it in time, though?
A lot of damage on, and Aurora is dead. Ox after, pre-beads away from the Artemis. That's going to force a Somersault Cloud out from the Wukong. Through space and time, this kind of sent over for fun. Doesn't seem like there's rotations following. Agni is here. The stun will catch on Kaveka. Now Sunprod tries to play some defense, but you've got the portals from before, so maybe that was the original point of the through space and time. Less about damage, more about Globe, helping his team go global.
I mean, this is not the first time we've seen Globe use those portals to get his teammates out of danger. It's a crazy exit strategy. Twig gets caught out here, pretty much dead.
Pretty much, maybe. The shields, though, finally. Twig dead, Sunprod away. Oh my goodness, barely. The tower almost brought him down. Now, while we've got a second, I'm gonna pull back the curtain. We'll talk some behind the scenes. We got told before in our production chat a point that Sunprod is closer to the age of Twig's kid than Twig. I want to go one step further. Let's go back to the Smite 2 or Smite 1 Content Creator Cup. Sunprod's team was made just short of LAN. Captain Twig's team made LAN. I was there, I saw Twig, and Twig brought his kid. Therefore, because of Captain Twig, Twig's kid has made a LAN, but not Sunprod. Drama.
Dang.
You're all welcome.
That's a crazy call out there. Well, hey, sometimes you get a little bit of that nepotism, or maybe it's just in the blood, you know? Twig's kid is just a known gamer. He shows up to LANs without even having to play on the team. He just knows what's going on.
Exactly. That's what I kept saying. Is that the coach? There's a lot of bodies on this right-hand side. Is Chaos going to erupt? Because Aurora's been playing this way the whole game. But now Aurora might be caught. You see it with the instant ult right to the waters for some safety.
I mean, without that lurking in the waters, that's one less tool that you're going to want around this FG pit, as Ghosts are going to start swarming around that. But it's worth noting that Donut Dog instead is just kind of sticking around to that left side. No ADC for this fight.
Already an ult out too, so that's 2 big-time ultimates both burned away from the bad boys, as FSG are hanging on to everything, and they've got the positional advantage so far at the Fire Giant. Do they start to pull it? You can see the autos on fire. The bad boys will know. They're standing right there, but how do you get in? Rama ult is sneaky steal if the Fire Giant's committed to, but look at the dive in from John Rowing, who's almost dead and has to evacuate. Life of the party to pull back the Wukong. They adjust, look for Moswell, nothing there either. Sunprod's committed to the sky. He lands down in the back line, but Sunprod's all alone and everybody's there, but the through space and time brings the backup and starts blowing up the bad boys. They've got 3 dead already. Make that 4. What a play from FSG. What a triple kill for Kavega.
Everybody from Spike 2 Bad Boys grouped up in just the most unfortunate way possible, and it all starts with Sunprod moving forward instead of trying to get that execute that was hanging around in the back there. Jumps on top of 2, is able to keep everybody off, and finally the through space and time, no longer cosmetic, just drop ships an Artemis right at your doorstep and says, hey, catch! And little do you know, it's a live bomb that you have to deal with. All of that is going to earn the Fire Giant for Holy Ghost, and they are looking very good right now.
I think my favorite part of that whole play, and the thing I'm excited to see, whether we see it in replays or just when I go back and look at the VOD, is Sunprod made what kind of looked to me at first, you know, a simple play of, I'm going to ult their backline. But it was so much more than that, because it looks like the call was always, you ult, Sunprod, we're all going to follow you with through space and time. And it worked. It went from one kind of distraction. You could even see the bad boys say, hey, Thanatos is dumb, he's ulting our backline. To wait, oh my god, they're all here! Everybody's all of a sudden seen in black and white. That was such a good play, not just in how it played out on paper, but we've been talking about experience a lot today. That was an experience play from FSG.
I mean, you also have Globe on their team who's being able to offer their experience as well, being able to make these call-outs. But I think also what facilitates that type of play from Sunprod is the fact that they're sitting here with the Striders and the Lash, Legionnaire's armor. They're going to be tanky enough to sit there, be annoying so that you can drop ship your team for those types of rotations.
26 minutes. 11-21. FSG hold on to a comfortable 4K lead, but most importantly, they've got Fire Giant on the belts of 4 members. They're currently at gold looking for their first one. There's a dead Donut Doug, so Gold Fury gets even scarier for the bad boys to try and contest. It's at 3K. You see FSG saying, hey, Aurora, if you really want to step up to this, we're just going to kill you, friendo. Aurora gets away. He's already out of execute range, but he's back in now, and Sunprod nails him just as quickly. Twig's got to get away too. Gold Fury to FSG. Maybe even more. Remakami will be forced to ult early too.
That health chalice was used to try to keep this Sobek out of that range, but Sunder just puts him right back in there. It's going to enable Holy Ghost to just keep on putting pressure everywhere. But it's going to be Globe. Takes the portal out right into the slice and dice from Twig. But doesn't matter. Ghost looks at this mid Phoenix.
Yeah, big loss as the mid Phoenix siege is on. Artemis is nowhere to be found. They're over in duo lane getting a tier 2. So FSG got to play this fight safe. Sunprod's already very low. John rolling with the ultimate to try to keep Sunprod safe. He's almost dead. He's gonna die thanks to the Sunder ticket. Looked like Remakami will get the credit for the kill. Now you've got Donut Dog back in the fight. Kaveka has arrived too, though, and gets a pick of their own. And that's how FSG will get the escape out. So a little bit messy from FSG, but still overall pretty clean.
I think messy is a good way to describe that too, because you'd even get the tier 2 over on that solo side. Globe had died, pressured out before they even had a chance to take a swipe at that. But you are setting up so that the next time this Ancient Gold Fury spawns, you're going to get maximum efficiency from that debuff. Looks like Holy Ghost might get a little bit pincered off here as Aurora cuts in this top side.
You can see why. You have Remakami following. It looks like Moswell's also trying to play the catch-up game, but not going to go high. Instead, kind of keeping up. Nope, changed his mind. Now he's backing. Interesting call
Oh,
to
hi, King
back,
Pop Pop.
considering the context of this fight and duo. Now the Agni's joining the fight, but does that indecision cost a lot? Donut Doug is already dead. Kaveka with the kill. Now Aurora is low too. This is a huge issue for the bad boys. Just a complete collapse there. I'm not sure if it was a communication issue or what, but everything falls apart. Ramakami will die too. Double kill for Globe. And FSG stand tall with 3 dead on the side of bad boys.
King Bop Bop baited themselves by moving over towards that teleporter because they kind of put themselves in a position of like, oh man, I've got nowhere I can go. I'm all stuck and all trapped and alone. And hi, Kaveka, what are you doing here today? Shows up, shows out, does a lot of damage, and now Gloster just going to run it down this left side.
You can see Twig rushing back, but maybe trying to find the right angle to take this fight from. There isn't entirely full health bars, but through space and time, catches Twig. Now the slow 2 at a portal. Twig is just deleted. There used to be a Captain Twig standing there.
Blink and you'll miss it. 1 second he's here, 1 second he's not. Love Yanis and Smite too. God, I miss that god so much.
Oh, man. Tusky out. Oh, but Tusky's just hanging with the boys for now, unfortunately, for the side of FSG. That's unlucky, but now look at the bad boys' answer. The ultimate out from Rama. Can you find a catch with it? Not quite. It's Bop Bop. Too tanky, but the chase is on from the rest of bad boys. And Aurora able to get a pick onto Bop Bop, but execute range is a no-go, and Aurora is caught. Oh, no. Sunprod with the kill. Is there more? To the left, you've got Ramakami already into the cloud, but when you land down, there's nobody really to chase. Ramakami realizes the same thing.
You got minions pouring into that Titan room as well, so you have to back off of this. Can't chase after Holy Glows, lest your Titan starts to take a bit too much. It was kind of wild just being able to take that one moment by that teleporter and force it all the way down and scoop around, but with FG back on the board, Holy Glows is going to start looking at that. I feel like this game definitely started out with like Smite 2 bad boys looking better in terms of gold. It felt like they had pressure where they wanted it, but Holy Glow's willingness to fight, willingness to brawl, and scaling towards that late game, I think has really started to carry them.
Over 10k in the gold lead now, starting up Fire Giant, and Giannis, I mean, somebody let Twitter know, but Giannis kills everybody, Ramakami included, already down to half, and look at Sunprod blowing him up. Lalash's add-on, Ramakami might just go down. The Fire Giant will fall, and FSG consider the chase. You can hear the Thanatos ultimate land on top of Wukong, and Ramakami will die.
I mean, you look at the build there from Giannis too. You got that Staff of Mirrodin, so you can fire an unstable vortex and then another unstable vortex, or just a couple of double portals. Bad boys will take that Gold Fury, but it's not going to help your defense. I'll miss you. He's dead. Wow.
Oh my
okay.
goodness. Freya's Tears also on Aurora. It did nothing in that instance, it feels like. The amount of damage that FSG is doing. I mean, 42,000 for the Artemis. That's the answer to the build question I asked earlier. 34, they're coming up on 35 for the Giannis. That's the answer for Twitter. This is an insane combination for FSG. And on to the Titan. It's time to end the game for FSG. Bad boys trying to hang on, but look how fast that Titan dies. Prod's got one. You can ult all you want, though, Doug. The game's over, and it goes to FSG. What a game for them. Wow.
I really felt like at the end there were more than a handful of a blink and you'll miss it moments, and that Titan was one of them too. Just, wow, all right, we're going to get ready to defend the game's over. It's over. Oh, man. That's too bad. Oh, jeez.
That's one of those I'm excited to go back through and break down, because that was just... that seemed off for the side of Smite 2 bad boys, but FSG... they look like they're in strong form, and we got a lot of day left. That puts FSG in the semifinals, and we'll talk more about it when we get back after this short break. Hey everybody, and welcome back to Smite Prime. The day continues, the games are still going. I'm going to say that every time because there's so many good ones today, and that as well continues. It's sure to be a banger of a semifinals. We've already seen our first round. We just saw quarterfinals. We're going to keep following different teams throughout the day, keep mixing it up for you. I'm still Mel, and I've still got Muzi. And it's, I don't know, Muzi so far, I don't even know which thing I want to talk about the most. I feel like, especially from this last game, there's so many different points. We touched on Giannis a few times. I think it's really cool how Giannis has kind of proven to be better than people think already. Sunprod making Thanatos work is wild to me. And ADC has been very polarizing today. I don't know where to start. I'd love to hear your response, Busey. Maybe we'll hear him one day. I know he's there.
Yeah, I was just
Found him.
out there in the Giannis library looking up some cool stuff. But there's one thing that I do want to say about Giannis is that when I knew that Giannis was getting released into Smite 2, I knew it would be very polarizing for the comp scene specifically, because high-level players are able to take this character and just push it to its absolute limits, being able to just abuse positioning, abuse damage, abuse everything you got going on for you there. I think Giannis could be a mainstay high-tier character for a while.
Now, let's talk too a little bit about the jungle matchup specifically. I feel like we never got to see Twig have impact moments, but I'm curious. Obviously, it's not the player. We all know Twig is incredibly talented. Is it a Nemesis thing, or was it a this game thing?
I feel it might have been a this game instance, and especially that matchup up against Thanatos. Again, she's not able to get a lot of use from her shield, because once you pop that shield, it goes away with a hard CC. So a silence, a Yanis portal, you get stunned out. Suddenly, you don't have that survivability. Nemesis had a tough time trying to stick onto anybody. You even had John rowing with a disarm and a shield bash. It felt like Twig had to fight a crazy uphill battle to be even a little bit relevant.
I think Remakami was trying to offset the pressure that we saw from John rowing too. It just seemed like, especially once the Giannis in particular was really blowing up Remakami, those options were no more. Right here, Aurora stepped up just thinking, oh, I'm tanky, I'm Sobek, I'm support, I can step up, I can harass them, and then he was gone in a flash. It's how do you fight around that kind of becomes your problem, especially when you're already on the back foot. You can't even send your tankiest characters up to just harass and buy you time to function and to act.
I really do feel that as the meta progresses, more and more we're going to be looking at dive comps, I think, being a little bit more prevalent, just because front to back, having a couple of tanky characters up front that just immediately get shredded away, especially in that late game, feels less and less good as time goes on. You just want somebody that can show up in your backline, blow them up, and go from there. Kind of like what we saw with that play from Sunprod and Globe with that Thanatos ultimate, and then you had that through space and time that drop shifts Kaveka there. That style of play, I think, is going to be a lot more popular going forward.
Well, that brings us to the mid lane too, talking about Giannis. And as we progress through this bracket, the mid laners only get better as we've seen so far with Maswal and Globe. But Globe's performance on the Giannis, I know I've been talking a lot about it today. It probably seems like I'm putting so much emphasis on it, but I think it just adds this new level of variance to competitive, and I mean, these are the pros for Smite 2, into the play that they bring forward. And I think Globe, who is the definition of a pro for Smite 2, having competed on a LAN stage and such, what he can do with this character so far has just opened a lot of doors. Now, I know for kind of the other matches we see around, it's going to depend player by player, and obviously there's some strong counters, but we've seen one of the counters banned all day in the form of Ares Musi. So we'll see if that continues through. We got picks and bans for our next matchup just around the corner. And we get this started up, we'll see how things go, but I think Ares might end up becoming a big key. I feel like Susano, too, might be sneaky if he could get through, because I've always thought of Susano as a pretty sneaky Giannis counter.
I mean, anybody who can get on top of the Giannis and isolate them in such a way that they can't get to a wall, yeah. Susano's a really good call out there too, just because if Giannis goes through a portal, he's able to teleport after them and finish off that kill. So Susano's going to look really good. Ares, like you said, the crippling, the chains is going to be solid. I feel like Ganesh has some space to operate here as well, just because of that silence, really good against any mage. But Giannis specifically, he's just kind of sitting there. He doesn't have a lot of mobility outside of those portals. So anybody who can kind of make some walls, catch him in a dash, anything like that is going to be able to really impact the Giannis.
And we still have not seen Ho Yi. I feel like I've been waiting all day to see this character. I think I've only gotten to cast him maybe one time myself, because again, this is my first Smite Prime cast for August. Then my first Smite Prime cast in July, he was competitively banned. And then the next one, we saw him banned literally almost every single game. I'm still waiting to see some freaking Oh ye, dude, I'm feeling impatient for it. So I'm looking for more of that. Aladdin ban though, coming out from Wake Up. You did call out that we haven't seen Aladdin today, and we should because he's good. So another good call out from you, Musi. You're on your game today.
I mean, especially in a matchup like this where Cherry Slush is one of the teams in play, who in their right mind is giving Scream Aladdin? We saw it happen. I think it was either last week or the week before. Somebody gave Scream Aladdin. We were all very
That's
swiftly
crazy business.
reminded.
To me,
why
he
we're
is
never doing
Aladdin.
that. Yes. Like, we all saw Founders, right? You were there. I was there watching.
I was there.
Like,
We were
Dolson
both
said
watching.
the funny
That's
words.
crazy.
We know what happened. We're not letting that happen again.
He did say the funny words too. Those are all things that happen. Another Neath, or not another, but a Neath ban. So some attention
Yes.
to Neath that you've been asking for today. So I guess we just haven't been following the teams that play the same kind of ball that you play, because these guys are right up there with you. You're on their wavelength, Musi. So that tells me that for the first couple picks, you probably have some strong predictions.
So for Cherry Slush, they've been opting for either the Ho Yi that Cyclone Spin likes to have so much. There it is for you. I knew that was coming. If it wasn't going to be Ho Yi, it might have been Kali or Uller. You could expect something along the lines of, I know it's weird, Benny Q, if they're not opting for Hecate, they've been looking at things like Anubis, and Scream has really been liking this Mercury.
I'm just excited I get to see Ho-Yi, and not just that, but Cyclone Spin, one of my favorite Ho-Yis throughout time. Today's such a nostalgia trip. This is even more fun. But, you know, obviously it's a map that people are, even though Ho-Yi's been out for a few weeks now, I feel like you're still kind of finding the spots and figuring out the most efficient farm with the Ricochet. Plus, there is all the talk about the aspect for Ho-Yi, which is something we definitely have not seen in competitive, and maybe it's not the best in the world, but, you know, it's always an option. I feel like Smite Prime is the place where we see those uncommon aspects played. But that's enough about the Ho-Yi. We got Agni and Baron locked in for the side of Wake Up.
So again, Baron could be headed towards support there for Tempo, the Agni Baron combination. Pretty good at keeping people locked down. But that does mean that if we see the Sobek back in dual lane, it puts a lot of pressure on this Baron. But he also could go over towards that solo lane. Wouldn't be surprised to see Leo pick him up, especially because I feel like in a matchup against a Chalk, if Cherry was to pick that up, I feel like it's not the worst thing in the world. But it's going to be a couple of interesting hovers. Anthony, have you seen the Scylla support yet?
I can't say I have, and I can't say I'm excited to, because I might be lying, but that's more because I'm an inbound hater. That's a joke for anyone who takes me too seriously. If there's anybody who'd play Scylla support, though, I could see it being inbound, but I would love for you to enlighten me and take me through what we can expect, if it is.
So with aspect of the Devourer, her kit changes a little bit in that she becomes a character that's very interested in building a lot of health and a lot of mana and being very annoying as a support. You know, she's got the root, she's got the crush, the slow field, and her ult hits not once, not twice, but 3 times. A sneaky amount of damage that she can put out there. But what I think really cements a Scylla support is kind of that aspect of you see a Scylla and you're like, squishy mage character. I'm going to put focus on this one because I know traditionally I should be able to blow them up, but it kind of catches people by surprise because you're like, she's not dead.
You're trying to take on a little pipsqueak, and all of a sudden the pipsqueak pulls out brass knuckles and takes you down.
Just like, I didn't even know you could uppercut like that. I'm like 5 feet
That's
taller
me.
than you.
I'm jumping.
Jingwei
Nemesis.
Like that.
When was the last time we saw a Jingwei? I feel like we haven't seen that in a decent bit.
I feel like I might have seen one last week, and while Jingwei is able to show up, you were asking.
I missed all the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, she's got a little bit of sauce in that dish. She uses crit super well, rage, Deathbringer, that type of mentality, and then. The only drawback there is that you're not really able to go like the Sunbeam bows, the Tier Things of the world, unless you want to give up a little bit more crit chance. But Jingwei still is going to be very, very safe and very effective at keeping people away.
So, let's talk about Cherry Slush, because you were talking about support Scylla, the potential there. We do see a Cuckoo, and Cherry's played Cuckoo in the past. We see a Cerberus, which also can kind of flex around. Are you still feeling good about the Scylla support? Has that transitioned as we've gone through the picks so far? Where are we at with that as we wait for this Uller to get locked in? There it is.
I almost wonder, now that I see the Kerberos locked in, if it's going to be Scylla solo for Cherry, just because it would be very much like Cherry to go for something like that in the solo lane. If it's not Scylla support, it could be a Cuckoo solo. We did see Cherry run a Cuckoo solo, I believe it was either last week or a couple of weeks ago, which means Scylla would be headed to Benny Q. Welcome to Smite 2, by the way, where you see a roster of gods locked in and you have to ask yourself these questions. Is Scylla support, solo, or mid? Because we don't know until we get in there, right? You can make a guess, an educated guess even. I've stared at these players for a long time trying to figure out where they like to go, and I know that Benny likes to play Kukulkan, Cherry likes to play Kukulkan, yep. Bobby is known for playing weird things, Cherry is known for playing mages in the solo lane to just try to kill people, and Benny Q realistically could play anything. That could be a Kukulkan ADC, and you know, Benny Q's playing Hou Yi in the mid. Who knows
man did play
going on
Kukulkan ADC.
Exactly.
But even on the other side, though, Musi, you've got Jingwei, Ullr, and Agni, and we don't know who the ADC is between those three.
So for this one, I feel like it's a little bit clearer about who's going where. Just because Jingwei ADC, Kyoka has been known to look really solid on that. You could have Kaidan with Agni in the mid, and then Ullr, I really feel like could be our jungler while Nemesis is in the solo lane.
Well, I get to stop you from guessing. We get to head into game onto the battleground of the gods and see who's going where. Another game, this time it's semifinals action between Cherry, Slush, and Wake Up, with Malum and Musi on the microphones, and Tess and Mort handling most of the in-game action you see. Of course, the team behind the scenes being Billy and Jithens. Looking across, though, where do gods go? Ooh. Well, that is indeed a Scylla support, but perhaps more interestingly, that is a Benny Q jungle and Scream mid on the serve. So, this is where I get excited that I'm a Chair 1 play-by-play, and you get to figure out what the hell we're looking at.
Well, I'm gonna pat myself on the back on calling out all of the Wake Up gods being where I expected them to be.
No! Don't take the easy path. Don't take the easy road. You get onto the bumpy dirt road.
I got the tires on. I'm ready for it. So let's talk a little bit about what Curb can do in the solo lane, right? A lot of pressure, a lot of brawl capability, especially if you got that blue stone. I feel like maybe they were supposed to swap some gods. I feel like that's what this pause is for.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same thing, but I like my favorite part is that Benny Q and Scream were still building. They're like, well, if we're stuck, we're stuck.
Benny Q's
so,
like,
we'll give you an update in a second on if that pause is for a technical reason, if that pause is because the characters weren't swapped. As soon as I hear it in my ears, I will share it with you unless we see it first. So until then, Musi, you get to just pick your own adventure and yap and try to figure out if that is the case where they're going.
I'm gonna fourth wall break over here on our little production chat. Spin DC'd. Seems like the picks are right.
Okay,
what?
So
all right. All right. So what does that mean? Kerberos with the aspect, right? I am not a personal fan, just because you lose a lot of the CC from being able to pick everybody up and group up everybody. I feel like that would have been really handy to have for Hou Yi's Sons, Spirit of the Nine Winds, a Fear No Evil. Like, there's a lot that you can play with there. Sacrificing that in favor of maybe looking to have breath that lasts a bit longer, especially breath that can be interrupted by this Agni or by an Ullr axe. There's a lot from Wake Up that should be able to take that off the board. Makes me a little bit nervous about what can be done.
Well, game is unpaused, and I can confirm those picks are indeed correct. The issue, as Musi mentioned, was that Cyclone Spin DC'd. So this is what we're working with this game. So we are on the same page as you at home. How about that? That's my biggest note for this game.
I guess one of the things that we're really going to be focusing on this game is Benny Q jungle Scream mid.
Oh, come on, guys! Let's lock in over here. Oh man,
wake up!
I hate the
Cherry
music.
Slush.
Yeah, wake up, Cherry Slush. Grab yourselves a Cherry Slushie and wake up.
I got some popsicles back in the freezer. I could get us both a couple. I've got cherry, grape, orange, green flavored. I think there's a different color in there too.
I usually go for cherry, but as you know, orange, like orange creamsicles, orange dreamsicles, perhaps, you know. It's not quite tea for teen, so I can't dive too into the dreamsicles, but you know.
Yeah.
It's pretty yummy.
Well, and it's like, it's super interesting about the flavors of various like different drinks and stuff like that. Me personally, like when I talk about Gatorade, my favorite type of Gatorade is Rainberry Gatorade, which they just don't make anymore. The only way you can get it is through the rapid rehydration one. That's the only place it is now. So my fallback Gatorade has been the orange Gatorade, which everybody kind of gives me a little bit of a look for. I feel like it's not the most popular thing, but I just can't do red or blue or yellow. I gotta do orange.
Spin DC'd. That's what we're waiting on. And we also now know Musi drinks orange Gatorade.
I actually got one right over here. It's empty now because I finished it.
We're gonna wait for that to get figured out. Again, not sponsored.
He's
learning.
I'm just passionate.
I'm just passionate about orange Gatorade.
About orange Gatorade, yeah. You know, I've got a lot in the tank. Musi, you want to talk about Smite? No, I really want.
That's
to
what I'm sure.
Gatorade.
Surely somebody in the chat's impatient. They're either annoyed at how you pronounce Serb, or they're impatient you're not talking about the gods. I'll let you take your pick and you figure it out. I'm putting the hard work on you today.
All right, that's fair enough. Well, we could talk a little bit more about like the gods and the dynamics here too, because
I thought you were
really
gonna say we could talk about the pronunciations, and I was gonna stop you. Oh, I am gonna stop you. Well, while we get this all figured out, and while we figure out what's going on with Cyclone Spin, we're gonna send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Refill your drink in the meantime, and we'll be right back as soon as we're able to. We're back! We're in-game. I see a Cyclone Spin, so that's good. We'll get the rest kind of sorted as we go along. Musi, we talked enough about the boring stuff. Let's get into the action. Almost a kill onto Wake. Is A-okay. Scream took a lot of damage, too. He'll back away. And we'll get the roles sorted out as well here in a moment. We're with you in being a little bit confused, so it's going to take a second to make sure we have everything correct. Benny Q on the chase gets caught by the stun. Beads is good. It's no kill onto Wake.
So, boy, this is a funky get-together that we have right now. So I'm going to try to take it step by step as we go over what the implications are for each of these characters. But basically, Curb doing a lot of damage is going to be handy. I think one of the big things for this Cherry Slush composition is going to be when Cherio starts rotating out of their lane so that we can really get some mage damage going, especially handy around things like objectives and team fights as a whole. But I worry about the CC from Cherry Slush with this interesting composition.
Inbound playing support like he's the ADC so far. And hey, first blood in the mid lane. Wake able to find it onto Scream, so the dog gets put down early.
Not a whole lot you can do about Curb getting caught by an axe, and it looks like more blood's hitting the floor here. Inbound goes in.
Aggressive again, gets the slow, but tempo's alright. Cyclone Spin was the target for a moment, but unable to get further was Wake up, so he's okay for the time being. Rotation out, though. You can see the Uller, again piloted by Wake, is nearby, takes a jump in. Cyclone Spin in a lot of trouble. The beads won't save him this time. The bladed arrow a bit too sharp, and down goes Cyclone Spin.
But just a rough start here for Cherry Slush so far, and I wonder how much of it has to do with the fact that we have people swapping on their roles.
Oh, inbound dead.
Inbound's pretty much caught out and dead, I believe.
Wait, maybe not. He got the sentry off and he gets away, so Inbound will be okay. He gets away to the tower. Really good use of the 3 there from Inbound.
If there's anything that the Scylla can do, it's be slippery, especially when you have that sentry Zoe throw it out. You get a little bit of vision as well as the ability to skirt away, but early in the game, this Scylla is still very much that squishy mage character until she finishes up something either like I think a life binder, or maybe even Yogi's necklace is a pretty big pickup, just because it works so well with how she wants so much mana and the health regen to just kind of keeps her in the fight for a while.
So let's talk mid for a bit, right? Let's look at Scream on the Serb. Now he plays into Kaidan on the Agni. This has, I mean, difficult isn't the right word, but this has to feel just awkward to play as the Serb. Agni's so mobile and fluid playing, where sometimes Serb can feel, especially for somebody like Scream, more of a jungler usually, it's got to feel a little clunky in comparison, right?
Clunky was exactly the word that I had in my head as well. Level 5s here for Scream and Benny. Kind of worried about this rotation from Cherry, though.
And Cherry took the high path. In goes Benny Q. A lot of damage on the ult 2. Spirit of the Nine Winds connects, and Kaidan will fall. Heck of an ultimate there from Cherry. You see the bit of an answer. Dishonored tries to get aggressive, but Scream gets the CC. There's the ult that has the beads as an answer. Dishonored still looking to take the fight. Wake with him. Benny Q pre-bead just in case the axe came out, but the arrows were up. Wake won't jump for it.
I like the use of the monkey there too, to be able to teleport out of harm's way. So Cherry Slush are able to find a little bit of get back into their nonsense. Shoutouts Bobby with the Sunder. Good stuff. Of course, again, there's that sentry again. We were talking about how like, oh, she can get in, get out. That's how she does it. You know, very slippery character, but clunky for Curb. I agree. And think about it too. A lot of Curb's damage can be interrupted by an Agni stun. And it's very difficult to lock down this Agni and chase after them, because if Scream wants to jump on top of Agni, he just dashes away. He's got the stun right behind him. If Scream tries to throw out the breath, he gets stunned. If Scream tries to do anything without a teammate, kind of a sitting duck. I'm curious to see how this Curb mid develops, because I'll be honest, I don't see it working out too well.
Well, I was gonna say we have a lot of time to see how it fleshes out, but it feels like this early game is kind of sprinting by, already getting closer to 6 minutes, which is pretty interesting. I do wonder too, objectives, right? Usually you kind of rely on your mid, and we've already seen Cherry rotate one time and be effective with the ultimate. But in terms of Gold Furies, I mean, you have inbound, but is that damage from I'm a Monster going to be enough to consider for objective clear, or do you have to rely on having Cherry with the Spirit of the Nine Winds?
I feel like you are kind of relying on your Sunders and your ultimates.
Hang
just
on,
like
Scream?
Scream's
No, he's
popping.
okay, he's okay, right? Benny Q, though, could turn this around positively for Scream. He's too low to step up. Benny Q doesn't need the help, my goodness! Kaidan gets deleted. Now Scream steps over. Oh, hope he's got his notepad out, too, my goodness. Wait, inbounds, diving in under the tower! Gets the damage, Scream jumps in, goodbye, Wake!
What am I looking at? This is so bizarre. Hey, if Tempo walks up, what are you gonna do, man?
Yeah, I think Tempo realized the same thing. Wait, life of the party onto inbound. He gets pulled back. Is he under the tower? No, inbound's okay. So, as you were, Musey, after all that chaos.
Just barely on the tower line there. Wasn't able to get that damage off, but hey, talking about these Gold Furies, Cherry Slush as a team has always been very Gold Fury focused, trying to go for the earlier ones. Their team comps usually reflect that as well, and I don't really see this team comp being able to burn away an objective unless we bring over that Kukulkan. So it's kind of an interesting spot to see them in. It feels like they're going to be playing a lot more for when something like a Pyromancer rolls around. Then it'll be easier for Cherry to make that rotation over.
So keep your notepads out for that as well, and watch for Cherry around the map. Matter of fact, Cherry, a little bit low, but Dishonored, having gone that aspect, it kind of hurts once you actually get the opponent fairly low. It almost feels like you play this weird seesaw when you pick the Nemesis aspect in solo.
It might encourage Dishonored to maybe walk into a Cuckoo Tornado to see if maybe you can take a bit more from Cheerio with your ultimate, but ultimately, Cheerio doesn't fight Dishonored too much. Like, because you're playing Cuckoo, you just throw the tornado down and then walk away. So Cherry gets to play super
Bye,
safe.
Cyclone.
Bye-bye.
So Cyclone spin DCs again. Another pause comes out. We do apologize for that. Fortunately, we can't physically go hold the modem together for Cyclone spin. So we'll hopefully get that figured out soon, get Cyclone back in the game. But so far, it's been a fairly tame and at least in terms of objectives, which is kind of our big talking point, as that is usually the focus of Cherry Slush. But lots of action, and we'll dive deeper in, and we'll hopefully be back in game soon. We're going to send it to another break while we get it figured out, so that you don't have to hear us yap too much. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. Thanks for hanging out with us and being patient, as Cyclone Spin is indeed back in the game. It's 8 minutes, 15 seconds, 3-2, a couple thousand gold for Cherry Slush. Maybe adding more with this gank out. Early beads, I'm a monster, going to miss, but you got more chances. That one misses too. Another one? Got him! But the ultimate back in response from Dishonored makes it all for naught.
You got the hit you and heal you type of meta there from Bobby. You're like, I got it! Oh, man.
That had to be frustrating. That just had to be.
It's definitely one of the things you think about going into a matchup against this Nemesis, but already I'm kind of looking and seeing Cheerio might be in a bit of trouble here. Wake makes rotation.
Oh, but a big ultimate in response, stuck in the whirlwind. Wake did get hit by it, but not quite enough damage this early in the game. So Cherry will go down without a response. Now the Gold Fury gets pulled at half health. Cyclone spins here, but neither Cyclone nor Inbound have ult. But Wake Up, they're not doing too great on ultimates either. And with two Sunders in play, the calls to back off.
It's kind of an interesting pull of the Gold Fury there, knowing that you committed two people over to the solo side. I wonder if that was like a preemptive move to maybe see if they could catch Cherry Slush doing it, but just didn't quite have the burn necessary there. Like you said, too many Sunders, too many moving parts in play for either team to want to commit on top of that. But I like the gusto from Wake Up.
Pretty calm in the dual lane so far, too, compared to what we've seen throughout the day. I thought it was interesting just how many ADCs we saw kind of throwing hands. I mean, there's a gank right now, but seems like Cyclone Spin was aware pretty early of the situation with Wake rotating over. But the rest of the games we've seen, it feels like everyone in ADC is just boxing like crazy. And this game has been fairly calm. Cyclone, whack in, gets a stun. Oh my goodness, Inbound follows up with the root, has some damage back. You have Scream here too. The wall hurt, the chase from Scream, the spit is on, and Wake is down.
Got the Fear No Evil coming out from Benny Q, trying to keep tempo off of their own tempo. He's looking pretty dead.
The jump in the auto, and tempo is indeed dead. And the call is to go to Gold Fury. Inbound still had 2 hits of I'm a Monster, but look who's privy. It's Kaidon around the side. Rain Fire, maybe a little early. The Gold Fury above half, that gave Scream the awareness. Now Gold even lower, and nobody from Wake Up is close to get the steal. Agni sights back on. Rain Fire not in time. Inbound gets the Gold Fury. Kiyaka gets a kill onto Scream in the meantime, so a bit of a trade for Cherry Slush, but I'm sure that they're okay with that trade.
I mean, just trying to get the Gold Fury is going to be exactly what you want. Inbound takes a little bit of poke there. Again, still a very squishy character until she gets her prots going, but the Yoki's is doing quite a bit of just keeping that health bar up and running. I really like the way that Cherry Slush is just constantly looking for the next big thing. You find a couple of picks over in the dual lane, which started off with Cyclone Spin jumping back in at 1 health. Like, when he does that, you kind of know you're a little bit cooked, but looking for the Gold Fury after the fact just kind of shows that the experience on this team is just A1.
A lot of the groupings have been in mid, so you have to imagine that Pyro isn't too far away, especially now that Cherry Slush is getting a bit of a comfortable lead. Notably in jungle, I think, is the one standing out to me the most. A couple levels, and it feels like Benny Q's had a bit more presence on the map when you compare it to Wake. Speaking of, a gank out from Benny Q on Dishonored. The Fear No Evil does a lot, but not quite enough. Look at the heal back from Dishonored, using that ultimate on Scream and trading out the health. Nicely done, and he gets away.
Man, Benny Q in the jungle. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of success from this Hoodbat so far. Kind of in the right place at the right time, and able to not only keep up, but actually pull ahead of Wake from Wake Up. So even though we don't traditionally see him in this spot, he seems like he's been looking fairly comfortable with the positioning. But Bobby already
tough
used dash.
sentry there. Yeah, Scylla kind of goes through in front, but the ultimate was enough to dissuade further chase thanks to the CC immunity. But tough to have it down, especially considering how much we've seen it utilized, and with Pyro being active. Close call there for Inbound for sure, but the grouping in mid still dangerous. Scream below half. You can see Life at the Party use the beats from Scream, but can he get away? He's so low, but no one can finish the job. Matter of fact, Inbound looking to finish Wake off, and Benny Q will get the last hit to do it. A killing spree for Benny Q in the jungle.
Early beads there from Benny Q2 in order to confirm that kill. Kind of wondered if he was going to contemplate dashing in on there to get the last bit of damage, but Cherio scooping up from the top there. Cherry
Look at
Slush wants
Dishonored.
more.
An inbound just went aggressive. A dash forward from Kaidon. 1 ult off, 2 ult off, 3 ult. Still off, an inbound. Couldn't find it. Now you've got Dishonored here too. Tempo will kill one, Dishonored the other. So the misses hurt Cherry Slush a lot. And Wake Up find 2. Cherio ults to make sure that they know where he is.
I wonder if Cherio was wondering if Wake
There'd
Up
be
was
some
going
kind
to
of
try
dash
to,
there, yeah.
yeah, back out, panic a bit. But when you know that there's no danger in front of you, you don't really have to take a couple of steps back there. The rotation from Dishonored really helping Wake Up in that last section of the fight. Just having the Nemesis there to scoop up some kills, which Dishonored definitely needed because they weren't able to keep ahead of Cherio when Cherry was able to get that early kill at the start of the game, that Spirit of the Nine wins. So now it's kind of leveled the playing field a bit here for Wake Up. They can start to maybe be the aggressors for a change.
Usually with the chaos of this game and the DCs, I feel like we haven't gotten to talk items too much. Hang on, left side, Kiyuka is in trouble. Cyclone and inbound diving in on the Jingwei. Can they find the kill? Maybe so, but in the mid lane, Scream also in trouble, jumps away. Kiyuka actually turns it around in the 2v1 and brings down one. Inbound will finish off the kill. That was impressive from Kiyuka. I mean, it's still technically a 1-for-1, but the turn to 2v1 around, pretty decent. Solo lane, another gank out. Benny Q now looking for Dishonored, who's low. Cuckoo with Benny Q in solo. Can they bring down them? Not quite.
Oh, hold on. Nemesis Ultimate, Spirit of the Nine wins. We're just trading
Oh, look how many
right
people
now,
are here.
Yeah, we invited everyone.
So that's a lot of red jerseys on the right-hand side. Cherry with the whirlwind, the dash through onto Wake, but he gets caught by the axe! Oh my goodness! Wake's DPI is set just right, and Cherrio's sitting in the dirt.
Yeah, Kukulka was able to do a pretty healthy chunk of damage. Thought for a second might be able to turn it on top of Wake, but that axe was just placed beautifully and able to catch the noodle there. Again, fighting all across the map. I'm looking over now at Bobby inbound. Cyclospin rotates. This is a mess.
Messy game, to say the least.
Yeah,
I had a whole next thing, and it's just been chaos from there. Now Scream, it's ganked, stunned again, arrowed again, dead again. Big pickup for Wake. Inbound, the prio, but his century is over. Now Gold Fury is up. That is the call for Wake Up. They head right over to it. Inbound, no ultimate, but he's got Sunder. He's got some tankiness and a dream, it would appear. But can he get close? Century should be up in a couple seconds. There it is. Are we going? Sunder, inbound, got it! Later, boys! The grand heist from inbound. Benny Q, the answer. The fear no evil. The damage too. And I'm a monster will hit this time. Inbound gets a kill too. Cherry Slush still trying to turn it around. Cherry-O with the ult, but it's no good for damage. But it's the inbound show! He gets a double, and the dude gets away! Oh my goodness! What a play from inbound!
Inbound just kind of popped off there. Was like the eye of the storm for Chaos Team. Just able to isolate that Gold Fury, gets the Sunder Seal, still going in, by the way.
Scream tries to follow up with it, and it might just work out, especially with backup on the way. The ult is there. Scream, though, dies! Kiyuka does it again! Cyclone Spin will finish the deal. So as good as inbound steal and play after the fact was, that's now the second time that Kiyuka has been ganked and taken somebody down with them.
And those types of exchanges will keep this Jingwei pretty ahead in farm compared to the rest of the team. Cyclone Spin will still have a little bit of a leg up, but if you're able to find kills off of these, you just get to stay relevant.
Cyclone Spin ult out, has inbound to the root and the boot. No more tempo.
I feel like there's been a kill like every minute or so. Somebody has just been dying.
More than that. I mean, there's 24 in 17 minutes.
Yeah, that is kind of tough. Like, the big fights are going to happen around these objectives when we're not fighting for objectives. We're just fighting for fun, for honor, for the sake of just trying to feel something again, right? Like, ever since she left, I've just been going out there fighting in bar fights just to make something pump in my blood. That's kind of what these two teams are reminding me of.
Oh, is it happening again? Benny Q is going to run into 2 with Scream.
Nope,
Benny
there he
Q is
goes.
almost dead. Scream answers, and the rotations come out. You can see Cyclone Spin is here too. Scream jumps. Nothing yet. So a root on from Bobby. No stun from Scream, so it slows down. But there's a lot of people just chilling in mid lane. So things could break out any moment.
Kind of a hotbed of chaos here for either side. That Pyromancer is right across the way, and both teams want to take a crack at that as soon as they can. But in order to make that happen, you got to find something like that root from Bobby. But can't find anything after the fact. I feel like
Benny Q's
Slush's
low.
decomposition-
Kiyuka almost finds him. Okay, he's okay. He's okay. He's okay.
He's good. I mean,
I
as
got
long as nobody
jump
tries to gank Kiyuka, this should be fine, right?
Yeah, as long as Benny is in the 1v1, it's okay. If it's a 2v1, Benny's cooked. That's kind of the key over there.
Again, a lot of power stancing here in the mid. It's so stressful because you know that they're just going to hard commit an int at a moment's notice the second they think that they have
for
a
sure.
fight here.
Benny's still looking at Kiyuka this whole time, by the way, for some reason. Dangerous game that we've seen played so far, just knowing how Kiyuka's been, but... Alright, everybody's calming down. I've been wanting to ask you, I'm going to spit it out.
Yeah.
Difference in build between Cyclone Spin and Kiyuka, which do we like more, go?
Lyrium Bow works specifically for Kiyuka because it can crit, and because Jing Wei, when they pop that 2, should have the crit chance just added on. So really good for Kiyuka. Maybe not great for Cyclone Spin unless they have something like a Rage or a Deathbringer in their pocket. But with the way that things like Tearfang and Sunbeam have been so popular, it's just not something we really see too often.
Are you scared of no sustain and no Devos for Cyclone?
He has a little bit of sustain with that Death's Temper. It's a little worrisome, but think about Cyclone Spin. That's a player that knows how to position fairly well, so I'm not afraid for him, but he does just have to make sure that he doesn't get caught out.
Thank you for handling my curiosities. I've been wondering that for a bit, and the game's been too chaotic to ask. Speaking of which, it's almost 20 minutes in the game, and there's 24 kills so far. This is our first breather that we've had. Cherry Slush hold on to a strong gold lead. A lot of that thanks to the person you're looking at right now, Inbound, who had a fantastic gold steal combined with a couple kills. The first gold went to Cherry Slush in less chaotic of a manner. But from here, this game can kind of take any different direction. And yes, that's correct. Scream is mid and Benny Q is jungle. And somehow, Cherry Slush are still winning the game.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an interesting shuffle for us at the booth, and I imagine for Wake Up on the field, trying to figure out how Benny Q operates as a jungler, because it's different from Scream. Their farm game is good, but it's not the same type of intensity, right? It's just kind of show up and find a kill.
That's the most Cyclone Spin's autos have ever looked like mine.
I didn't know he could miss. That's crazy.
First
Bobby?
time for everything.
Yeah, just gonna sit there and back. Already the grouping here from Wake Up, it feels like both teams, now that we're done super brawling, are kind of tentative to start that back up again. Wake Up's 5v5 compared to Cherry Slush's, I feel like is a bit more organized, a bit more clear cut in how it operates. You've got tempo, backline support, Dishonored's gonna try to walk up and get stuff, we're fishing for stuns from Kaidan and Wake, and we're gonna blow them up afterwards, right? We understand that. You look at Cherry Slush composition, you're like, hit them with abilities and they die. I don't know the order here, but we're just trying to make it happen.
Gold Fury pulled on the left-hand side by Cherry Slush. A tower does go down to Kiyuka as well. Inbound got caught by Wake and actually did take a lot of damage despite how tanky Inbound is. The third Gold Fury of the game falls. It goes to Cherry Slush. They have all 3 passive bonuses that come with getting the Gold Fury, and the Ancient Fury will now begin spawning on the next one up. Fear no evil out. Benny Q in. Dishonored, the first one in trouble, but the shield does a lot. Now life of the party to bring back Benny Q, and that dude's going down to Dishonored. Inbound repositions, tries to bait into that ultimate from Cherry. It doesn't work out. Dishonored with a perfect ultimate. Dashes in on Cherry aggressive, but he can't find it. Scream spit a bit too much to get through. Dishonored still not dead though. Wake able to get a shot from over the wall to help things out and bring down Cherry-O. 2 for 1 so far.
I mean, you also have a root coming out from Bobby. It does put down tempo, so it'll be 2 for 2. Means Wake Up has to get out of there.
Inbound's playing so aggressive on this Scylla support, despite even feeling a little bit less tanky than the build might describe, has not stopped Inbound from playing frontline as can be, dashing on every instance, and using that sentry as a ward. Wake does have an answer. I'm a monster. Gets popped, perhaps for safety, but Inbound looks A-okay. The mid tower will fall. And Cherry Slush stepping up, double jump in, Cyclone Spin pops Wake with the help of Scream.
You have Kiyuka over here off on the side, gonna pop the beads early, but gets caught in the wall. Unfortunate.
Now on to the next member. I thought we might see a stun, but instead it's just the tower. Oh boy, Cherry Slush is just putting in the work. They clear the towers in mid lane. A very kind of strung out fight, but why not when the fight works so well?
I mean, Cherry Slush is just able to find some form of CC and then capitalize off of it. They've got a lot of it on their team. You got Roots from Scylla, Scream's got a slow and a stun. A Cyclone Spin can even facilitate that a little bit. As we start to group up on this FG, Wake Up is going to try to stop him.
Fire at half. Benny Q putting on a Scream impression in the mid lane, kind of diverting attention from Wake Up. Now the grouping is on, and Dishonored has to ult, but Dishonored still might be dead. The shield helps too. I cannot believe how much damage Dishonored just mitigated. Doesn't help Tempo on the side, didn't help Dishonored in the end either. 2 dead for Wake Up. Kiyuka about to respawn, who can get there soon thanks to the passive. Cherry Slush go right back to the Fire Giant.
This is a scrappy, brawly team if I've ever seen it, with a lot of big circles that just end up catching people out. Like, this Cherry Slush composition has been working wonders, I guess. Like,
I was going to ask,
with the results.
I know you know, Musia. I'm not a Twitch chat reader while we cast, but I want to know so bad what the public opinion is on this inbound Scylla pick, because I love inbound. He's a lovely human. But my goodness, does his support scare me sometimes. And seeing the Scylla get locked in made it even scarier, but this has been one of the best performances we've seen in Smite Prime from inbound.
I mean, hey, if you can't hit Thor ultimates, maybe you just go for the Scylla Roots and Crushes instead. The circles are going to be bigger. Whatever works for Bobby, I suppose. Like, he's making it look really good. It's funny because last week we saw a Scylla support that just was not worth it when we saw it locked in.
Right.
I think the real difference maker at this point is the fact that Bobby has just been able to go up there with, ironically enough, Scream has been great with the follow-up. Benny's been there with the follow-up as well. These weird picks, these weird swaps, everything kind of comes together.
Yeah, like a sum of its parts kind of thing.
Mind. Yeah, like if you isolate any of these things, you're kind of like, I don't know about that. But when you put it all together, you're like, okay, I mean, you're winning, so what do I know?
True, and we didn't see a Thor, so that's also a plus. Inbound caught in the mid lane. I'm a monster. Instantly pop to try to get away. Add the Pig-O mode to help escape. Everything's missing. One more auto, one more axe, one more anything. Wake finds it, but it took too long. Almost. Benny Q can't quite clean it up, and Wake is able to get away. Inbound falls, so a singular pick and fire off the support. But meanwhile, Cyclone Spin on the split push gets a tier 2 in duo, and Cherry Slush make their way through the jungle.
Spirit of the Nine Winds comes out, pops on top of Dishonored, and as tanky as you are, it's just not enough.
Especially when Benny Q's hidden that hard. Look at Cyclone Spin in the back, just jumping in solo to take on everybody. An ultimate dropped, life of the party's there, but now you're standing in that ultimate. Scream goes in, Kiyuka to the side. Kiyuka finds Cyclone Spin. Can this turn into something for Wake Up? Can this be their first real clean fight in the last few minutes? Maybe on to Scream, who's now even lower. The stun and the air raid after double kill. What a bombing run from Kiyuka. The picks continue to roll. Fires off of 3, and Wake Up are grouping up and marching down after Cherry Slush. The stun catches Benny and almost sends him to the grave.
He had that beads at that last second there in order to get away. Wake Up, if they are able to stagger death timers on Cherry Slush here, they could look at more than just a tier 2 tower, but with Bobby and Cherry-O here to kind of defend those front lines, it will mean that Wake Up is going to have to take a couple of steps back. Kind of crazy that Cherry Slush, again, very split up, and then they all crumble. But when they work together, when they're moving in tandem, that's when they really get the kills.
This has been a wild 27 minutes, and it feels like it's not stopping anytime soon. Look how messy this map looks right now. You see inbound to the side. You can see how low Kiyuka is, and Cherry's on the hunt. So Kiyuka's got to kind of walk pretty far back. Should be all right now, but Cherry's got the patience to chase that far.
Doesn't pop the dagger either. I like the restraint there from Kiyuka to hold on to that resource when you know that you are safe.
I noticed that.
Like, messy is the best word for this. Like, it is I don't want to call it confusing to follow along, but it is a constant brawl, a constant battle where it doesn't matter where everybody is on the map. Everybody's looking for something. Like Cherry Slush
As coordinated as it feels sloppy, right?
Yeah, and it feels like in some moments, Wake Up are able to exploit the fact that Cherry Slush will get ahead of themselves. Inbound will start to walk up and try to find some kills, find some roots, but what's this tank Scylla by themselves gonna do?
Cyclone could be in trouble here. Dishonor doesn't dive all the way, but there's backup looming, which is where that fear comes from. Cherio rotates with the teleporter. Cyclone takes the fight with Dishonored, who has the ult in pocket if needed. Cherry's here now. The whirlwind catches the land down from Cyclone, gets the kill, but he trades back out with Kyuka. Now, inbound, and the rest of Cherry Slush begin to rotate over. Cherry with the defensive ultimate. He's almost caught, almost dead, but he's out of range of life of the party. Cherry Slush look to collapse, but can they find a pick? Scream, Benny Q, both find a target. Benny's is good. Screams is almost dead with some help from Inbound, who turns the I'm a Monster and hits on Wake. Look at the chase. The axe. Inbound with the body block while I'm a Monster almost works out, but the airstrike is too much. So Wake will fall, but Kyuka got another. Kyuka gets 2, and Benny Q falls. 4-4-3, and a hell of a fighting duo.
Start up those sirens, because when this Jingwei gets into the air, you know for a fact the bombs are dropping. Kyuka has been looking really solid in this game so far, and it feels like they swoop in just in the nick of time. And also worth noting, Cyclone Spin, again, jumping back into danger, except this time it pans out in the worst possible way, where they just get picked off. Like, they died immediately afterwards, where I'm positive they could have just taken the step back and maybe tried to play a little bit more safely. Cherry Slush just can't stop the aggression, and eventually that's going to end up biting them.
A bit of a ward battle on the side. Cherry's here. Fire not fully started, but it is at half already. Actually, with the sustained damage, Cherry can't even get through. Cherry will ult. It's going to be early and not help the fire and not save Cherry. Cyclone's got to get away, and as I said, the fire had got brought down to half health. So this fire giant just got significantly easier. Cyclone Spin trading with Dishonored, who's not too worried despite not having ult. Fire almost dead. Inbound, getting closer.
No
Can he get it again? No, he can't. Kyuka gets it. The dagger does get grabbed by Tempo as well. So Inbound, not successful in either steal. When he turns a corner, he runs into Wake, who pops him. The dagger falls, but Wake just got a double kill through it all. And when he go back through, Kaidon's gonna find Benny Q.
I mean, 4 people down for Cherry Slush, and a fire giant just picked up by Wake Up. People are dead for pretty long at this stage. You're looking at least a Phoenix there. It's interesting to see Cherry Slush go for the fight right after Wake Up got that FG, because it almost went completely uncontested. Everybody still had full health bars, except for maybe Dishonored, but when they've got that Devos and the Nemesis ultimate, they're going to get back to full health right away.
So Cyclone will play the defense. Cherio just respawned. Wake Up on the way. Titan is the focus. You've got 4 members on it. You have 1 ultimate in the form of Dishonored. Cherry already forced back into the fountain to heal up. Cyclone getting some autos off and actually doing pretty good damage. Wake Up could not end the game thanks to some simple autos, and Cyclone just jump forward but won't chase fully. That was impressive. I was worried when Cherio got poked out, but I guess Cyclone didn't need the help.
And Cyclone Spin's going to be doing a lot of damage here. If you look at that last item that they have, a Barbed Carver works really well for Hou Yi, because you get the
Also
mark
such
off,
a cool name.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I'm going to hit him with my Barbed Carver. All right, that's pretty sick.
That's
But
what
the
it came in high school.
combos for Hou Yi became... the combos for Hou Yi really enables the boxing potential. Hit your mark, hit your stun, jump in. Now all of a sudden your basic attacks deal bonus damage. Stack that with your Tear Fate, stack that with your Bragi, stack that with Inbound going in. It goes nuts.
Look how much damage is already on Cherio, though. Dishonor just kind of walking at him and can't be stopped. Finally, they back him away. Kyuka also has to back. Remember how much faster Kyuka can be here should things turn chaotic. This was all for an Ancient Fury that nobody ended up pulling.
I mean, maybe now you could go for it, but it looks like everybody kind of dispersed afterwards, want to be able to spend that gold that they were able to acquire. And Cherry Slush, I appreciate that they still look for aggressive options, still want to see if they can pull that FG buff off of Wake Up. But again, this aggression, always looking to go in is going to bite you, because at this stage of the game, another wipe like you had before, you're not losing a mid Phoenix, you're losing your Titan.
Well, as Musi said, it is very late. It's at that danger territory. It's almost 33 minutes into this game. 23 kills for Cherry Slush, 25 for Wake Up. The gold's actually shockingly close, just a couple thousand differentiating them as they all get closer to hitting 100,000 team gold, which is really impressive, all things considered, kind of through the chaos of it all. Cyclone with a jump forward, doesn't find the stun, does get in some trouble, and the Whirlwind is fighting and Dishonored will die. Maybe thinking they're a little too tanky. Fear no evil, but Benny Q is in no man's land. Excuse me, that's Scream who's dead. Somehow that traded out. So a 1-for-1, the solo laner for Wake Up and the mid laner for Cherry Slush.
Cyclone Spin almost dies yet again from jumping in. Now Cherryo's going to be in a rough spot. Actually, he's just straight up dead, trying to get away. 2 people down for Cherry Slush. Wake Up looks pretty strong.
Wake Up look like they have the end game on mind. It's not going to be easy to do. We've already seen Cyclone Spin successfully defend this on their own, but I'm a Monster just got used by Inbound. I'm not sure if that's to buy time or if it was to get away, but now you have one less tool for this defense. And here come Wake Up. The roots are out, the damage too. Cyclone Spin just got caught. If Cyclone dies, this could be over, but he's all right. Benny Q now goes back in after. Titan is the focus. It's down to half health already. Look at the answer back from Inbound, who's almost dead too. Cyclone can't find a target, and Inbound just fell. The Titan down to a quarter. Cyclone low, but he jumps in anyway. Can he find a kill before he dies? No, he cannot. Yes, he can! Somehow! And Benny and Cyclone defend! Oh my god, I can't believe Cherry Slush is defending 1,000 health on the Titan, and it gets reset as he goes to walk away, and Kaidan will fall to Scream, and Cherry Slush hang on by a miracle.
Benny Q, doesn't matter if you put him in mid lane, doesn't matter if you put him in the jungle, he is going to be able to hold that Titan. He gets 1 per game, and with that mid Phoenix respawning as well, the Titan will be able to regen a lot of health. Cherry Slush, hold the line, and again, Cyclone Spin constantly dashing in. Doesn't matter if he's low health or not. That's got to get terrifying for Wake Up, knowing that it doesn't matter how much pressure you put on this Hou Yi. If he thinks he can kill you, he's going all the way in.
Part of me knew. There was a part of me that just knew that the game wasn't going to end there just because of how Cyclone had defended before. But the fact it wasn't Cyclone is so insane. But I think the craziest part, remember, in Smite 2, they've changed how Phoenixes respawn. So the Phoenix respawns more than half health. The Titan will regen. Fire Giant is the key. Dishonored is just absolutely barrel stuffing Cherry Slush, but again, the fire is above half. Dishonored with the heal, but it might be too late. The Nemesis is already dead. Kiyuka's here for backup. The Fire Giant is low. It's at 1k. Wake is here. Cherryo with the secure thanks to ult. An instant dagger pop is perfection, but Wake is still fighting through it, so Scream reviving doesn't help save Benny Q. Wake just does too much. The fight will continue, and Scream just got popped by Kaidan. Cherry Slush, they got the game back, and they're throwing it right back away. They cannot retreat away from Wake. They cannot do it. The chase is on and bound with Cherry, and they gotta keep going, Musi.
I mean, it is just a crazy amount of pressure, and you still have ultimates here for Kiyuka, and none in the pocket for Cherry Slush. Give up this tower, man. If you lose this, it's all over.
You can feel the pressure. You can feel it from Inbound. The Yama Monster popped, does find damage. It helps to scare away again, adds that CC immunity, and Musi, somehow even through that kind of misstep, there's still a Phoenix in solo. Wake Up doesn't quite earn this game fully back to where they had it. Oh, Inbound. Are you caught?
Uh-oh. No, he's going to be able to walk away here. The space from Sentry was enough to buy some time. Cherry Slush members are respawning. It was such a hectic fight around that FG. Just to confirm it, I feel like in that moment, Dishonored walking up not only pulled the Kerberos ultimate, also pulled the Fear No Evil. We had to use Spirit of the Nine Winds to confirm the Fire Giant. Without the tools for the fight afterwards, Wake Up were able to just kind of walk through and find some kills. So now the get back is going to be that Ancient Gold Fury, but Wake Up's here.
Here we go again. Everybody, tighten the seatbelts, check your seat, make sure you got your blanket near, because Wake Up is taking the wind sprites. They want the fight, but a lot of them stepped through the whirlwind, and they got a lot of poke on their heads. Inbound sees that, Goes aggressive, takes a wind sprite of his own, tries to get closer. The sentry for the hunt. Can he find the root? No, not quite, but Cherry Slush is still forcing out Musi. They're on the hunt.
So moving forward, we're looking for inbound to find a route, to find any type of CC. Looks like he might have found Kiaka, dodges it.
Ooh, just barely, though. Kiaka able to stay alive. Now Cherry Slush grouped as 5. We get a true Phoenix Siege. Ancient Fury is affecting all 3 Phoenixes. A stun. Catches Cherry. Damage 2. Wake's got to survive, and he does. He gets a jump over the wall, but Cherry Slush is still banging on the front door of Wake Up's base.
No Magi's Blessing for this Uller, so Lightning could strike twice if they can catch him out, just like Cherry, very low.
Tempo looks to grab the root, could not do it, but it does kind of TKO Cherio, at least for a moment, which slows the pace of that siege. Another Armor Monster gets popped by inbound. It's another time where it kind of feels like an interesting time to pop it. But look at Wake Up answering. They're stepping back up aggressive. It seems they want the fight here. Dishonored leads the way, focusing on Benny Q, but Dishonored needs some healing. He gets it when he needs it, but Wake dies in the back line. Cyclone Spin. Cherio with the ult does not find a home. Here's the aggression back in. Inbound taking the 1v1, this time with Dishonored. Can that help out? Look at the damage Scream is putting out too. Benny Q jumps away, but the Whirlwind did catch some damage, but still no one's dying. Finally, Tempo goes down. Kite on 2. Cherio looking to end this game with some help from inbound and the boys. Benny Q's low, so you gotta watch Kiaka, who's still hitting plenty hard. Cyclone Spin from the mid lane. Kiaka gets a kill, but Kiaka goes down. It's a double kill for Cherio. The last one standing is Dishonored. He goes in with the dash, but he will die, and this game will be over. The deicide and Cherry Slush pull through.
What a ridiculous way to end this game. They all but lost it in the end, but somehow catching out who they needed to. I mean, Cyclone Spin able to solo Wake by that mid Phoenix that forces Kiaka over to answer this Ho Yi. And then from the numbers advantage, Cherry Slush pushing on the left side. Cherio able to catch people just at the tip of the tornadoes too. Deals a ridiculous amount of damage. That was a mess, but somehow Cherry Slush, they thrive in that mess. Bless this mess. Bless that win.
I'm tired, boss.
Yeah, right. That's
so
crazy.
Well, yeah, so with that, I'm gonna go drink some not sponsored generic peach tea and recover. We'll be right back after these short messages with more of Smite Prime. The grand finals are on the horizon. Don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back to Smite Prime. I missed you. Hope you missed us as well. It's grand finals time. After one heck of a semifinals that we still get to break down, we get to slowly make our way into the ultimate finish of today. I still am catching my brain back from that previous ending to the game. It was truly a match of different worlds, Musi. It was pros and names we're familiar with up against people who, if you're just tuning back into Smite 2 and all you remember is Smite 1, you might not know too many of the names, but boy, did they show out.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. Oh my god, it was the game of all time, I think is the best way that I could describe it, because there are more than a few curveballs.
Oh, this is the inbound play. This was crazy.
Yeah. So he walks up, he's got the Sunder, sentries all the way back to safety. You've got Benny Q causing havoc up there, and then Bobby just kind of cleans house here. Look for the ultimate on top of Baron, finds it, looks for the ultimate on top of Kaidon, finds it. Like, the damage was just ridiculous.
Imagine, I mean, granted, you know, it would have been a different circumstance even getting into this position, but had Inbound had more damage, plays like that would have been even crazier, because that was with no damage whatsoever. And then that takes us all the way to the most chaotic end. That was, I find me someone who would have an easy time following all this chaos, but you can try.
It's so much happening in this game right now. I can't believe Cherry Slush turned it all the way back around. I mean, we got to talk about that, the hold from Benny Q that even earned this moment for Cherry Slush, being able to fight off so many people at the Titan. But again, Bobby, it really did just kind of feel like the Bobby show at times, where the Silly would just go in and set up so much for their team.
Cyclone almost got soloed by Kiaka before this all even happened in the mid lane. And Cyclone got back just in time to get his lick back and help out Cherry with the jump in after. Cyclone even went back to the jungle to get some healing during that time. And Dishonored, who was such a thorn in the side of Cyclone Spin most of the game, I feel like he had moments that almost gave him some extra confidence to sort of dress himself up to walk forward and take too much damage. But then the last couple of times we saw it happen, it felt like he wasn't as tanky as he once was, and the sustain and the healing wasn't measuring out the same way.
Well, as the game got further and further into it, players were able to finish off their last few items. I mean, Cyclone Spin being able to pick up that Barb Carver, I think definitely made a difference in these instances where 1v1s were so critical. And at some point, your Kukulkan is going to hit their late game stride and just start really deleting people. I really feel like Nemesis shows up towards the beginning of the late game is where she's super strong, but as the carries start to really get the ball rolling with like 3k pots and stuff, it just gets to be too much to bear.
Well, let's take a look at our day. It's been an exciting day of Smite Prime, but hey, all good things must come to an end, but thankfully we're still back next week. But at least for today, we have our bracket ready to go and kind of checking out what's happened up to this point. You can see our third place match there at the bottom will be FSG, and there's Wake Up there as well, as they did go down to Cherry Slush as we saw. But up at the top of the bracket, Clocked In, go to the grand finals. And one, I'm surprised because Sunprod's been on a heater. But two, this is a matchup that we've seen quite a bit in Smite Prime, Clocked In versus Cherry Slush, just in one way or another.
I mean, it is kind of like an all-timer here for Smite Prime. I'm curious to see, do Cherry Slush stick with this lane swapping that they did, or the role swapping, I should say, because how is Scream gonna do against Paul? Listen, no disrespect to Scream. The one person on that team that is gonna be able to do anything against Paul is Benny Q. You gotta put your best aces in their places, people. You gotta put your best feet forward. Like, I wouldn't feel comfortable putting anybody else against Paul except Benny Q.
Important note, too, you might have read it on the bracket, but just so you hear me say it out loud, so the spreadsheet on your other monitor isn't too distracting. Best of 3 for the grand finals today. So we get to see them really play this one out, not a best of 1 as some prior Smite Prime, building through those circuits to the big final weekend have been. So we get to see everything they've got. And I'm torn, because as much as I agree and that you should definitely put your best in your best spot, if you've been playing this all day, right? If you've had Benny Q in jungle all day and Scream in mid all day, as experienced as they are, I guess there is an argument of, do you really want to mix up what's been working today? Because we have seen them come up short a time or two throughout Smite Prime in these last few months. So I think it's a tough balancing act. Paul, though, the other end of this discussion, aside from being Paul, we've all heard Aggro say it a million times. Aside from being Paul and him being better, he's also been on a heater of his own. We can talk about the grind and the time these players are putting in for sure, but Paul's on his way up to the top of the ranked boards. He's been streaming nonstop, so it's going to be a tough challenge. Picks and bans will be where we start to see how it all settles out and who grabs what. We've seen our priority picks for today. We've seen Giannis be fantastic. We now obviously have seen Ho Yi be good. But now you've got some wild cards thrown in the mix. What on earth is Scream going to play in the mid lane if he's there? What is Benny Q comfortable taking in the jungle against Tegvir? Tegvir, someone who's proven in every role. Musi, I'm glad I get to be the dumber of the two of us in this instance, because you have a tough job for this game.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of speculation at this point. I think we can fall back on picks that we know are strong going forward, right? So thinking about what we need to take off the board, obviously things like, the Ares and the Odin that come out, but also Aladdin probably won't get a chance to show up here. We know for a fact that Paul will enjoy characters that like to dive in and get aggressive. I think anybody that can blow people up, Vulcan, Pele in the mid lane as well looks pretty strong. When it comes to what Benny Q and what Scream are going to roll out, world's your oyster, man. Who knows what they are going to pull out of the box. So here. Also,
we just got some news in our ear. Forgive us, I'm sure you at home have been talking about it, but we're finding out through our ears. Nika is subbing in for Paul in the mid lane, which makes this whole thing even more fascinating because Nika is somebody who I understand, obviously, all things considered. We all saw the performance at Year 10 Worlds. Is someone who's known for solo. Nika is just as proficient in playing in different lanes as somebody like a Tegvir. Now, I do wonder, because I don't know this answer for sure, maybe production can find out for us. I don't know if Nika's playing on ping for this, which would obviously come into effect. But Benny Q, if he goes to jungle, Scream versus Nika in the mid lane, talk about talk about a once in a lifetime thing, and we're not sure if Nika's playing on ping, so that's something to keep in mind, and maybe it'll affect what picks Nika grabs up.
Already a Susanoo going to be picked up for Clocked In. That's going straight to Tegvir's hands. That's a great foot forward, but you know what that leaves open? Aladdin for Cherry Slush. And again, I'm still unsure if this means that Scream is in the jungle, because this Aladdin could just as easily be slotted into the mid lane. Now imagine how good Scream could be with Aladdin mid. All the farm in the world, all the time and space to be able to get your character going, and then just rotate to team fights. Love being a mid laner.
So Yi's still open, Kali as well, Giannis is still open. I feel like that could be something, because I'm trying to think of like what kind of selection would somebody like Nika want to grab in this instance. And again, it really depends on if he's on ping, if he's comfortable playing certain things on ping versus others. I know some people I play with on ping have their preferences, and oh my god, is that an Apollo? Been a minute.
It sure is. That's going to be going to that could be going to Karmic or Hydrogen, but I do like the Emoja so early on. It's just because it's a support that we got to see played earlier with a lot of success, just because she does so much damage and really does a good job of splitting up the fight. But Aladdin and Sun Wukong and this Hades that could be hovered do have ways around that River's Rebuke, so it's a little bit of a give and take here for Clocked In.
So Cherry, Hades. That's one of my favorite combinations in Smite 2. I feel like this is a point I yap about a lot. But forget what I was going to say. I'll say it quick. Cherry, really good on Hades. He likes to buy Helmet Darkness and make cool plays. That's a Medusa. And that's a Danza. All right. You know what? I'm a sit. You figure it out. Can we put him full cam so I can take a second? Because I'm useless here.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Music Full Cam Show, where I'm going to try to break down what the heck is even happening here. So... And we're still, is there a role swap still going on? Who even knows? Nemesis is the last pick? Why not? I don't want frontline, and neither do you. So, Hades for Cherry, that pans out pretty well. You do have a little bit of frontline, I guess, technically, but the initiation is going to be there between that mage and also Aladdin. Crazy jump in potential. Thank you if you Glock in the Cabrakan. It'll offer you a sorely needed amount of CC and just a health bar to soak up damage. This Medusa for Cyclone Spin, I do like it. I feel like Medusa's a little bit slept on right now. Anytime Sunbeam Bow is good, Medusa is going to be good just because she can pop the Sunbeam, lacerate on top of somebody. You have Viper shots going off, boom, 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 dead, right? You are completely destroyed. But the one part about Medusa that gets kind of tricky is that lacerate can be blocked by other people. And also, Susanoo should be able to catch on to this Medusa pretty quickly and effectively. Apollo and Yemoja should be able to find her. And then a Danza Burrow and a Kukulkan. Anthony, you want to come back? Because I'm not going to lie to you. It's another mess, man. It's out. I'm wiping my hands. I don't want it anymore. You can have it. You can touch it. This is, what's going on? I need my friend back. Oh.
I was listening.
Yeah.
I've learned. No, this is a wild. All right. Well, hey, game's ready. That's easier. Thanks.
Hey,
thanks, production.
Right.
Hey, we can start our grand finals off. Heading in, Tegvir on the Apollo in the jungle. That is something that I've seen before. I believe the first time I saw Tegvir play Apollo was SDL like 3 years ago, and he played it in jungle against Ratmilk. So it is something I've seen him play before, but still scary. Hydrogen on the Danza and ADC. When I think of Hydrogen, I think of someone who likes exciting builds, kind of going off the wall. So Danza kind of fits. It might be Tegvir solo, considering Karmic is buying Bumbas. All right, this is Aladdin jungle, Benny Q, Scream, Medusa mid, and Cyclone Spin is on Sun Wukong ADC. So that's our gods. Music can dive in a second. I'm gonna get all my stuff out of the way because he's gonna need his time, and they might even fight in the jungle. 2 Sunders on Chaos, 1 Sunder on Order, 1 Aegis that belongs to Nico, which is kind of interesting considering he's up against a Medusa. Yuzi, I think I hit all the stuff that I get to handle, so go ahead. I'm opening my bottle of tea.
Yeah, okay, so one of the easier things that we can talk about is going to be this Apollo solo. It's worth noting, though, this Apollo doesn't have the aspect, which is what we're used to seeing from Apollo solo. So I think Techfear is going to be opting for a little bit more of a damaging type of play style. And against a matchup against Cherio, basically should be a little bit more of an advantage for Apollo for the first couple levels. But if Cherio can cross the distance and get on top of that Apollo, spells a little bit of danger, especially because we're not going to see a lot of damage or a lot of tankiness there. Let's address the elephant in the room, right? Sun Wukong ADC. I think it's just going to be expecting it to function like a mid lane. We're going to be stacking intelligence. We're going to get a bunch of damage items, not necessarily looking to fight or brawl in the sense of like autos, but more like abilities.
There's a lot going on. Mid lane, there's a fight too. Inbound's almost dead in front of our eyes. There's a double-double in the mid lane. A go in for Karmic. The dive in looking for a kill. He gets stopped by Scream. Cannot find it. In the left lane, we saw Inbound survive. And just from that, that's our first skirmish at 1 minute and 20. I just want to really put this out there. This is going to be one of those games where everything's chaotic, and we just got to try to follow as best we can. You know, it's going to be one of those games. Music, I hope you've got some play-by-play shoes on top of your analyst shoes, maybe analyst socks, play-by-play shoes, because you're going to need both too.
I'm slipping into them right now. Like, I got the C1 slides pulled up in their box. I'm going to open it up and put it on. But
I'm putting my C1 Crocs in sport mode for this one. Actually, one time I saw J-Max switch his Crocs to sport mode for a cast, so it does happen.
That's kind of crazy. That's lore. That's also so very much like J-Mac.
Karmic in trouble. Benny Q, how far will you chase it? There's the wall looking for the jump. Got a 2-level advantage. Add in a wish, baby, and you got yourself a first blood. Wish granted. Benny Q with the kill.
That's honestly, that's the best way you could have used those wishes together. Wish for power to confirm your wish for wealth to get first blood. It is the best way to use wealth because you get so much bonus gold. Pop it up to a 740 gold per minute. Benny Q just rocketed themselves forward in terms of farm.
Brain power, baby. I guess that's what it takes to be a jungler. And apparently Benny Q has got it, not just an MVP trophy that he shines once in a while, or the jacket, I guess, that he, fluffs once in a while. But he's got himself a strong jungler brain. Battle at the blue buff. On the Chaos side, the Sunder gets dropped, but the blue buff appears to be secured by the Cabrakan. Benny Q going to be a bit slower to help things out, but Karmic is still level 2, so a bit of trouble in the jungle for this Asano. Benny Q is level 5. Here's the jump in. Karmic's already at half health. Oh my goodness, look at that damage to the lamp! Wide to the left.
Just barely miss. I mean, if it lands on top of Karmic, the Susanoo is effectively out of the game. They're already in a tough spot to be, even at the start. Benny Q, this Aladdin is a late game scaling character for sure, but the early game floor that they start off on is pretty high. This could very well become Benny Q, the video game that we see, if they're able to keep up this pressure across the map.
Purple buff invade, Asunder. For a second, I thought Hydrogen was going to continue to go back in, but inbound on the chase now. No ultimates for anybody. The decoy's causing some havoc. A Riptide to get away, and it looks like the chase has been given up on. Probably for the best for Clocked In, considering Benny Q is here now. And now cost the purple buff back, so when all said and done, kind of even Stevens.
So many clones over there in the dual lane. Between Danzaburo and Sun Wukong, Nika just ulted a red buff like a Chad. I miss Nika. I haven't had a chance to see Nika play too much. I'm so glad to see him again.
I'm on board with that, and that is the kind of playstyle that makes sense, right? But I want to actually go back to something you just brought up. The decoys in the dual lane. We talk so often about how Danza, hang on, ultimate out from Inbound, a lot of damage on the Emoja, and speak no more as Inbound gets a second kill for Cherry Slush. And a big one at that. Hydrogen, we'll have to just step away. Usually we talk about Danza clones and how they make it a life harder for the opponent ADC. I think about Ullr, where it's directly a hard counter to Ullr. Wukong couldn't care less. I mean, he's still just swinging away anyway, right?
I wonder if Hydrogen initially thought that it was going to be Medusa over there in the dual lane. And again, Medusa is another character that kind of gets turned off by those clones because Lacerate gets body blocked as Inbound takes a lot of poke here.
That is a lot of damage. There's the waves. Inbound doesn't have a way out, and a rocket. Wow. And now Inbound can't speak. The Typhoon to catch Cyclone Spin, and he doesn't get to the cloud. Karmic with the kill. The scoreboard gets tied up 2-2.
Important kill there too for Karmic to kind of help them catch back up to BennyQ, but they're already so far ahead. It's going to be quite the trek to start approaching with that Aladdin stands.
Yeah, 609 gold per minute. I know it's still going down, but just wow.
It's going to be up for a very large portion of the game, I feel. That Wish for Wealth put in so much work. Cherry Slush just have to try to keep this aggression up through their jungle if they want to continue that streak, though.
A little bit of poking. Karmic, nothing too serious. So, looking across, Gold Fury is up. You can see one there. A dive in. BennyQ onto Karmic. Damage on so far. Karmic has the answer back and has Anika for some help. And BennyQ bites the dust.
One of the things that this Kukulkan is going to be able to offer for Clocked In is going to be those tornadoes, because think about who wants to do their damage and how they're doing it. BennyQ needs to do their damage on top of you. Scream has to do their damage on top of you. Inbound is doing their damage. Cheerio is doing their damage. There's a trend here, if you may not have noticed it yet, but Tornado turns all of that off and says, if you want to fight me, you're going to lose half your health in order to do it.
Inbound gets the ultimate off and chasing down the dance. Hydrogen breaking ankles and heading back through. Cyclone won't be able to stop it, and the rocket will hit, forcing the somersault cloud. Inbound still on the hunt. The land down, it works perfect! Wow! It was like that was planned. Cherry Slush get another kill.
Team coordination at an all-time high over here for Cherry Slush as they're able to find the Danza. With no rocket, no mobility, they're going to get caught. Kind of like Speak No Evil. Gets dashed on, but it's actually the purple buff where the focus is for Cherry Slush.
Great catch by our spectator as Karmic goes for the gank. Gets that damage across. The pullback on Kabrakan. Typhoon should secure a kill. Karmic with the last hit.
For as much as Kabrakan can tank, they are not very mobile. I feel like Susanoo does a good job of being able to, all right, Nika, he just does it. He's not afraid to whip it out. Like, just boom, one Spirit of the Nine wins for you, please. And now Scream's getting pincered.
He is indeed. Karmic on the chase, gets the pull back. It works perfect. Whirlwind damage too, but is that a kill? It's close. Nika really wants it, but unfortunately that Zephyr missed by a lot, and BennyQ makes Nika pay. Karmic back in, and we're going in the lamp, and oh, okay, Karmic's already dead. Double kill for BennyQ.
We're going in the lamp. We're out of the lamp. All right, wow. I mean, that just speaks to how big BennyQ is at this moment. Like, it's all off that Wish for Wealth, man. Level 10. You ever been in a game where Aladdin just gets ahead and all of a sudden you can't do anything? I feel like Clocked In is about to get a first-hand experience.
Yeah, good catch, Moore. Left lane's left laning again. Speak No Evil's low. All the ults out, all the circles, but who dies? Speak No Evil goes first. Hydrogen is still alive, if not barely, but he gets away. This dual lane, it's just, they're tussling. Everyone is on the map. That's 10 kills in 8 minutes so far. Feels a lot like the previous game that we had on stream. Sun out, Cherry, Hydrogen. I mean, you walked out of Kabrakan. I'm not sure what else to say for you in that one.
It feels like no matter what we do, I'll get a chance to talk for like 15 seconds, and then somebody's going to go in again. Oh,
not even 15. Inbound has a jet stream on. Karmic looking for the chase, but he's not going so far. Karmic's low. Cheerio, you got another one in you, buddy? No, the Typhoon knocks him away. Nika is here for backup should they have chased further.
But it's another messy game, Anthony. I don't. This is another
I don't got
all
enough
over the
tea
place.
for this.
People are dying. I'm opening a second orange Gatorade. Like, it's going kind of insane, but I feel like ultimately this is benefiting Cherry Slush just because they're kind of, with the way that they've shuffled their players, they are used to being in a state of constant flux, of constant combat, where they just kind of ignore bigger objectives and just constantly go for picks. And it really benefits BennyQ, so that this Aladdin can just get all the way up to level 20 and just continuously one-shot everybody.
Where do we go from here, Musi? Oh, perfect. More fighting. I knew it was going to happen quick. BennyQ dives in. Spirit of the Nine wins. No good. Into the lamp. He takes the dragon. But can he survive? It's going to be a tough one. You've got Karmic in now, too. But BennyQ doesn't seem afraid to take this fight. But he lands in between the two. And Karmic says, lair! Enjoy it, Nika! Have fun, buddy! Tegmir goes in, though, to help out. But BennyQ's still alive. Now out of the lamp, BennyQ will go down. Shut down kill for Karmic. You've got Cheerio here, too. Tegmir goes up to the sky. But left alone, it's Karmic. Now Cherio's on the hunt. Tegmir dies on screen, cannot find the kill. BennyQ has revived, he's back, and pop goes Karmic at a kill.
Karma's gonna get you one of these days. You abandon your friend, you in turn get abandoned. It is just a dog-eat-dog world.
Was
out
that
here.
Musey? Was that the wish, or did he respawn fast? I didn't hear the wish call in my ear, but he was moving so fast.
I'm pretty sure he used the wish there, which I do enjoy.
Thank you. I gotta
the use
write
of
it down.
Aladdin wish so early because there's always a little bit of contention of when are you supposed to pop that wish. Hold that thought. Hades is going in. Is that a dead Danza?
I don't know anymore, dude. His left lane's been something. A left binder out. The rocket from Hydrogen. Is it too little, too late? Hydrogen gets the distance away. Hey, he's fine. But Inbound's on the hunt, and he's got more dashes. No, he has no ultimate up. So he's already used that, so no luck. Hydrogen gets away.
Hydrogen dodged Inbound the exact same way that they dodged them the first time at the same place. Tagveer makes the rotation over, and Karmic's there too.
Oh boy, here we go. Left lane, full chaos. We love to see it. Karmic will try to rush through to find Inbound. Can't do it. So now Tagveer is kind of just chilling. Gold Fury's up, so maybe you transition here, try to pull some gold since you have the addition of the Apollo. That is indeed the call. But look who's around the corner. It's Benny Q. Inbound is watching. Sunders are up for everybody on Cherry Slush, so clocked in, say, all right, never mind. My bad, Tagveer. Thanks, bro. Benny Q gets caught in the jungle, the pull back, the dash away. He's all right.
I mean, Cherry Slush, all they have to do is just show up and then scare Clocked In off of trying to commit on top of a Gold Fury. Even though I do feel like Clocked In's Gold Fury fight is fairly strong, especially when you have this Kukulkan, the Tornadoes, Spirit of the Nine Winds. You also have Danzaburo clones that are able to deal quite a bit of damage to be able to burn it down. But when Benny Q is as big as they are, and when Bobby and Cyclone Spin are just willing to run at you, it's not a fight you're very eager to take. It gets very stressful very quickly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Do you hear that, Easy? Nothing.
Nothing.
For
Wow.
a few moments, at least.
Oh,
See?
you jinxed it.
Yep. Oh, I knew it. I knew I would. Tagveer dashing in. He's got the damage back on the Cheerio. Karmic is here, trying to bring down Kabrakan, and trying is successful. So Cheerio goes down. That makes it 6-9, with Cherry Slush leading in kills and gold here at just under 13 minutes. Benny Q in a lot of trouble when the mid lane gets a dash through. Does he go back in with the knockup? Yes, he does, but he lands into the Spirit of the Nine Winds, and he's dead as can be. But Scream also answers back and makes it a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
You got to admire Benny Q's guts to just constantly go for it. But when you jump on top of that Cuckoo, you got to be aware and afraid of the fact that Spirit of the Nine Winds, that damage starts right on top of Cuckoo. Great self-peel tool, but with that Aegis burn, that does open up an opportunity for Benny Q to double dip on that Kukulkan if they mosey on back to the mid lane.
Tagveer's in the air. Where we going, Tagveer? What we feeling? We're going down Inbound, taking the fight to the Hades, but waiting in the bush is Karmic, who's got Inbound on the lock. Typhoon out. Inbound. I salute you.
You got to give him an A for effort for running this Hades support to begin with. Have we talked about the Hades support yet? I feel like
I don't know if we've
there's
had
been
time.
So much going on. Like, look at this. You're gonna start brawling again. You guys.
Just talk over the pyro.
Stress
Go, go,
me
go.
out. All right, quickly. So Hades support, a lot of tankiness, a lot of front line, a little bit of utility with the silence, but ultimately, don't steal this from me. No.
500 health on the Pyromancer. Speak no evils on it. The Pyro goes to Scream, who gets it for Cherry Slush. Benny Q cleans up the Emoja. Now it's ring around the Pyro pit. When Benny Q lands, he almost pops you, but he gets through the wall. Spirit of the Nine Winds will delete Scream. It's a trade out. Oh my goodness. Nika don't miss. Put him on 500 ping. He's still gonna hit Scream in the head with that dragon.
Dude. Where are these players going? They disappear the moment you get a look at them, and they don't even get to live long enough to do anything about it. Oh, Tagveer's getting jumped on again.
Yep, Inbound diving through. Look at the trouble though for Benny Q. He has to get out of dodge, so that actually keeps Tagveer safe.
Man, you also have Bobby here with this life binder, a little bit of healing, a little bit of sustain for the team. I like that, and Lord knows Benny Q needs it with the fact that they are just constantly jumping in on top of people. Being able to offer any kind of support in that manner is going to be very useful to have. Oh.
Okay. Sure. Bodies dropping
Well,
everywhere.
There they go. Maybe,
As you were, I guess. I don't know anymore, dude. I mean, we're 15 and a half minutes and the fighting doesn't stop. The fighting is bringing a halt to our servers here. We couldn't even see for a second, yet there was still fighting. More fighting in mid. That's going to be a dead Speak No Evil. It literally doesn't stop. This is wild.
This kind of reminds me of a pickup game almost.
You're not going to be able to even share it. Whirlwind, did that catch? Is that going to be enough to kill Scream? No, Scream's still alive. Chase on inbound. He's okay too.
So even as that happens though, Cycle and Spin is rotated out of the dual lane and Scream is dead. All right, shoutouts. Hi, man. So what oh man, how do we even parse this apart? With the constant brawling, it feels like people haven't been able to farm as much. That's why levels across the board look actually just about even. The only person who's truly down is going to be Cherio. And then gold looks to be about the same too. Is Cyclone Spin dead? Can I have anything?
Wow, a lot of damage from Tegveer, but he can't find the kill. Benny Q's here and the knockup disrupts him too much. Tegveer will fall. Karmic's here after the fact. Typhoon won't hit anybody, but Benny Q still dies through it. Karmic breaks the ankles of Inbound and Cyclone Spin, and it might be able to get away, but Inbound's got the double dash thanks to the ultimate. Should bring him down, and they cut him.
Well, meanwhile, over in the solo lane, Cherio just barely dodges the ultimate from Kukulkan, but ultimately a army of raccoons barrel over Cabrakan. Cherry Slush look at Gold Fury and finally find an objective after 17 minutes. We're finally looking at gold.
And it'll be one of the stronger gold leads of the game, whoever it goes to. Rebuke is out. Speak No Evil's in the pit. He's got Sunder online. That Gold Fury down below 1k. Going to be a close call to stun to stop the Sunder. Not going to work out. Sunder out. Inbound gets the Gold Fury. Cyclone Spin gets Speak No Evil.
Even tried using that bomb there too to get the last hit, but it was still just a heck to confirm on top of that objective. But with that Gold Fury going the way of Cherry Slush, I think we finally get a chance to see a real swing in terms of levels and in terms of gold, where somebody can finally pull ahead and make something happen instead of just constantly inting at each other.
I guess that is the biggest thing, right? Because it's been all fun. Tegveer gets the stun, but right back, Scream has the ultimate. He'll be okay. In the lamp, Benny Q's got Nika, has damage, has the kill so quickly, my goodness. When he comes out to the wall, the jump down, doesn't need it. Tegveer still dead. Karmic watches from the side. Can't quite go in.
You know for a fact he's going to be looking for his way to try to find anything here, but with the numbers advantage, it's still kind of tough. Cherry Slush are still holding on to a few resources. There goes the Sue's ult.
The Riptide to help Karmic get out of trouble, but now he's still wait, he got sent back in! Oh no, an old goal from Speak No Evil. Karmic, this time it's good, but Benny Q catches a knock-up. One more auto, and Karmic will fall.
Finally, we are seeing, even off of, I believe, that Gold Fury, Cherry Slush are starting to pull ahead and look for even more. In fact, we're gunning all the way over towards that FG as Hydrogen solos out Cyclone Spin.
The rocket chases the bird and catches the cloud. Meanwhile, though, as you said, Fire Giant has been started. The Yemoja not quite close enough to make a steal attempt. Cyclone Spin and Hydrogen still doing the dance on the left-hand side. But right side of the map, Fire Giant, Cuckoo's making an attempt for the steal on the fire. Scream gets the Fire Giant in the fire fight. Tegveer will fall. Scream gets the kill. Spear of the Nine wins, will work out, brings down Inbound. In the lamp, Speak No Evil in a lot of trouble. And now Scream's in for backup, and Benny Q brings him down. The Fire Giant belt is on 4 members of Cherry Slush. Cyclone and Hydrogen are still boxing, and this game is still a hellscape.
I mean, yeah, that's probably the best we could have said it. Underneath the tower, Hydrogen still tries to find Cyclone. I don't know why I'm doing play-by-play. Neither of these people kill each other ever. Let's be so real about it for a second. I want to talk about that FG pit instead. So you have Nico walk up, try to throw out with that ultimate. I like the gusto, but unfortunately, they just didn't have it all in the pocket there. Oh, now Cherry's here. Now the raccoon can
Oh,
die.
here we go. Hydrogen. Hydrogen breaking ankles. Karmic taking the fight. The Rockets come up. The Rocket hit a wall. What the hell? Hydrogen, you had a chance to be so cool, bro. Ah!
You got Karmic dashing in, throws out the ultimate, he catches Cherry, who gets sucked into the damage from Nika. But with the tornado off the mark, I feel like that's the end of that.
Well, maybe not, because here everybody comes to the duo lane. BenEQ is beelining. Scream wishes he had some kind of jet booster on the Medusa. Nika uses the dash and the tornado to get away, but Cherry Slush is still following. Inbound with the dash, gets the silence out. The fear is going to hit Tegvir, who dashes away, then takes the wind spray. But the hunt's still on! The chase almost went to the tier 2 before Cherry Slush. Remember, this is competitive, and they go to tier 1.
Yep, you gotta be able to check off a couple of boxes before you start completely playing like a Delphi team, right? We still gotta lock in a little bit here. And it's kind of interesting to see these two teams go after each other the way they have, as, again, you're dead. Anyways, so... Oh no, we're in the
End of
lamp.
the lamp we go. Karmic and BenEQ. We've seen this fight a few times. Karmic now in a 2v1. Less lucky. BenEQ double kill. 12th one of the game for the Aladdin.
You see Tegvir is actually going to get pincered off here. Tries to dash out, but ultimately caught up. Cherry Slush continue their reign of terror. A triple kill.
Most delayed triple kill in history, it feels like. Tier 2 in the mid lane will fall. Cherry Slush still grouped up in mid. Clocked in have 2 members standing at the mid Phoenix. I'm sure they're diving. Oh, they are. The Lifebinder out. Cherio with the lead. Looks for the stun and Speak No Evil. Cannot find it. So Cherry Slush regroup. They should get themselves a Phoenix, but how far do they go? With this game, I bet they're going all the way to the Titan, and oh boy, they are. Rebuke is out from Speak No Evil. The chase is on. Inbound gets the ult, catches Speak No Evil. The Riptide to get away. He goes back into the ultimate from Inbound. Now the Rocket's out. The Titan gets started by Cherry Slush. This game might be over. Screw it. Let's check out the lamp too. Half health on the Titan. This thing might just end. BenEQ unstoppable. Typhoon's out. 2K on Titan. 1K dead. Cherry Slush, get us out of game number 1, and they take it away from Clocked In.
Man, right after one of the games of all time, we get to have yet another game of all time. What a mess. I don't know. It's kind of crazy how all the brawling eventually pans out, but honestly, when BenEQ got the wish for wealth, wish for power kill, that really did set the precedent for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it did. All right, we're game 1 of Grand Finals is done. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna scratch our heads. You scratch yours. We all meet back here in a few minutes for game number 2 of the Grand Finals here on Smite Prime. Hey, welcome back. Game number 2, Grand Finals. Game 1 happened. The coolest update I have post game 1 is that Nika is indeed playing on ping. So if you saw all the Spirit of the 9 Winds hitting and you wondered, well, no way he's doing that on ping, he is indeed. So impressive play from Nika. But let me bring in my pal Musi so we can discuss and try to, I don't want to use the word breakdown, I won't lie to you, and try to figure out what we saw in game number 1.
Boy, I'll tell you what, we were seeing quite a few fights, like everywhere, all at once, all the time.
Yeah. That I can agree
Wow.
with.
We sure did, Musi. That's crazy. Well, I'll tell you what. The really big turning point happened at the very start of the game. BenEQ launches himself ahead for Karmic with that wealth for wish, wealth for power to be able to get that first blood and really just kick to start the farm. Off of that, we just watched BenEQ try to walk in on people and one-shot them constantly. I feel like that was a big driving force for Cherry Slush.
I think that was a key factor, and it's easy to kind of lose sight and get sort of in the weeds, right? When you see games like we just saw where it is full chaos like that, and it kind of feels like there's no purpose, but that's where when you have players like BenEQ who are at the helm, you kind of wrangle in that chaos and you turn it into opportunity.
When it comes to opportunity, too, I feel like Nika was able to strike when the iron was hot more than a couple of times. Those Spirit of the 9 Winds came out and just decimated players that it connected on top of, and doing it through ping, all the more impressive. But the moment a team got an objective off of a fight, that's kind of it. Cherry Slush take a Gold Fury, and then they take an FG, and then they end the game. It's kind of the sequence of events that panned out there.
It did. It sort of felt like it was, and also I kind of want to draw attention to the team that lost in the sense of Tegvir, right? Tegvir had a very underrated game that is very easy, I think, to kind of overlook and forget because it feels like, oh well, that was a wash. But Tegvir, the stat line doesn't even show it. He was straight up harassing half of the half of the map. He always had presence, and he was difficult to deal with. I think one of the bigger things I could point to is I feel like if they had a stronger ADC presence, I think that game could have gone better for Clocked In. It just felt like Hydrogen could not match the damage. Not necessarily Cyclone, well, Cyclone gets 28k, but the damage of Cherry Slush towards the end.
Well, I wonder if part of that has to do with the build that Hydrogen ended up going Transcendence, Book of Thoth, Striders, Tahuti. It's a lot of power, but not a lot of boxing potential. It's kind of like a mage build over in your hunter lane, which gets kind of dicey for you. Which, as I say that, I glance down and I look at Cyclone Spin, and then I just kind of shut up because, like, what was even going on over there, right?
Ancient Signet tech. We talk about it like every week, I feel like.
It's got a lot of damage attached to it, and if for a character like Wukong that's always trying to hit you with abilities, it matches in there pretty well. I like it at the build. It's just the way that everybody, it was such a weird scramble. But you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet, it would seem.
Yeah, Benny Q as well, right? Was it Benny Q, or was it a little bit of Aladdin, or was it both? What's your call? What's your take?
It's a little bit of both, right? Benny Q is a good player. We know this for certain. Benny Q is more than a good player. Benny Q is a great player, but maybe a little bit untested in the big screen when it comes to seeing them in the jungle. I think giving them a character like Aladdin, where it's kind of hard to fail with that god, definitely helps them out. And especially because Benny already has some experience with the Aladdin because of the fact that they would play it in mid sometimes. So it's a bit of both, but being able to just jump on top of somebody and kill them regardless of what they do to you does definitely help make you look really good.
When you have a game, I mean, it's grand finals, the stakes are high. We've seen the prize pool for the August circuit. When you have games like this where the teams are clearly going about it with a very, we'll call it unique, I'll be polite, strategy, what do you think that does to picks and bans? Does that open the door for one team to kind of take advantage of the craziness of game one and almost bait out a team disregarding the top meta picks, and then all of a sudden you're playing a sweat comp and it's like, what happened to our fun scrim?
You know what? I kind of like where your mind's headed with that, where you try to put shine a light on some picks and try to force value onto them, or some sense of perceived value onto them. Like, oh, how important was the Medusa, the Wukong, the Hades? Obviously Aladdin should be banned out regardless against Cherry Slush just because Scream's there. But maybe we can try to force them to acknowledge some other things and then come out from underneath them and be like, actually, we're going to play Ho Yi, Ares, and Neath this game, and we're just going to take this and run, right? Try to force some sense of a false sense of security and that you understand what their game plan is, and then just kind of turn it on its head there.
I'd love to see what Scream can play also in mid too, because so far today we've seen Cerberus and we've seen Medusa in the mid lane, and both, I mean, neither looked bad, but neither felt to me like Scream. I wonder in the mid lane, what pick does he have that makes him feel like Scream? And my brain goes to something like the Aladdin. I know you wanted that to be a flex pick. It obviously worked out great for Benny Q, but it makes me feel like if you're going to play this way anyway, and if you do stick with the, again, we'll call like chaotic path of picking gods, then why not just pick something Scream is nasty at? Like, pick a jungler or something. Like, we've seen it before. We've seen Pele mids. We've seen this and that, and it's Scream. So if you're going to take this route regardless, I kind of feel like that could be the play.
Well, there is a mage that positions very much like a jungler. We had a chance to talk about him earlier in the sets. Yandis could be a really strong slot in for the way that Scream likes to play the game. Like, hyper rotation. That means they're always able to go off and farm and be there in time for fights when they pop up. You have a global ultimate you can shoot out. You might even be able to do a little bit of split push action with them if you bring a Polynomicon with you as well. I feel like that would fit his playstyle all in all. Or if you remember, all the way back in Bobby Tourney, there was a game where we had it was Benny Q playing Anubis, and it was Scream. Oh no, Scream played Anubis and Benny Q played Poseidon, right? So we know he can play
Yes.
Anubis, right? We could see an
That's
Anubis
true.
mid there too. Did it work
You're
out for them
actually
in that
asking
game?
for Anubis.
I'm doing it. I'm
Which
sitting
way
up.
are you? I feel like
I'm
D'Lo.
over. Yeah.
I will get so mad at you, sir.
Don't do it, man.
If we were realistic heights, though, I'd be like, I will beat you.
Listen here. Don't talk back to me, young man.
we're waiting on the players to remake the lobby, if you could not tell.
Yes.
So we'll have that started soon and get into picks and bans. Should be momentarily, fingers crossed. I'm on board with you. But I feel like we've touched on a lot of different kind of keystones of it. But ADC is still kind of the one sticking out of my brain at the moment. Just because when we think about, like, Danza versus Wukong in the ADC role in the year 2025...
Yeah, that was funky.
Knowing that both of those players have such good picks that they could bring out in that lane, and we've seen them so far today, I don't know. There's a part of me that feels like the players might not even want to ban at this point. They just want to get in and play whatever, It kind of feels like that's the vibe at this point.
Kind of a little random God wheel action going on, you know what I mean? We're just like,
yes, exactly.
Just spin that wheel. Like, what do we got going on here?
Let's spin a random God wheel. Let's add the fun modifiers you guys do on Thursdays. Like, it feels like an all-star game almost. The old all-star games where we'd have you have the pros versus staff at the beginning, or casters or what have you, and then later in the day you'd have the all-star game where they would all play just the dumbest thing you could think of. And again, this game does have stakes, but it's just that lead in that seems to have changed the mentality. But let's stop yapping about it. Let's check it out and head into picks and bans and see what starts getting grabbed. Musi, I don't want to ask you to guess.
Yeah.
Because you're an analyst. You're a very smart human. I like you a lot. But we all saw the same game, number one. So with that being said, and that context being important, YouTube commenters, guess.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a run back very similar to what we saw before. Scream in the mid lane is here to stay, at least for this set. It'll be interesting to see what new god they pull out of the hat this go around. It's going to be very tough to actually figure out where they want to be. But if Aladdin gets through again, we can almost assuredly assume that Clockton will scoop it up first pick right away. And then if something like Hou Yi ends up filtering through the cracks, maybe we see Cyclone kind of return to form a little bit. But it's going to be Clocked In who are on this first pick, who have the Aladdin open and available. I wonder if they take that bite.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like that would be a more obvious choice. Hou Yi will be it. So now you kind of run into this is what we were talking about a little bit, where now are we transitioning to a real, air quotes, game two with the picks we've seen throughout today, kind of the meta picks? Or is the Hou Yi potentially something weird? A reminder, that's Nika in the mid lane, not Paul. So could we see something weird? Could we see a Hou Yi mid? Could we see a Hou Yi solo if Tegveer's going back to the solo lane and Karmic's going to jungle? We don't... the game one has affected how we even have to look at picks and bans to such an extent that even a first lock Hou Yi and a response Thor, I still don't quite feel safe.
I almost wonder if we see something like a Kali coming out from Cyclone Spin if we are having a more traditional return to form. Oh, I dropped my rock earlier today too. Like a little green guy rock. But Thor and Ganesh have huge. Thor and Ganesh are going to be that lock-in for Cherry Slush, so it does leave open quite a few things for Clocked In. I am loving the way that comp is shaping up so far.
And hey, I was talking about a Pele, maybe not a mid lane Pele, considering the Giannis lock-in right before, but if it happens, I do like the kind of combination that you could have there. The Ganesh, though, combined with the Thor, I feel like that's one we haven't gotten to see too much of as a combo. And we saw it, if I'm not mistaken, we saw it earlier, and it did feel like there was some disjointed moments where we saw the Thor not taking advantage of how the Dharmic Pillars was causing sort of this forced positioning from the other team. So that's one easy thing to look for as we progress through, not just the picks and bans, but once we get into game. But the Pele Giannis Hou Yi team is shaping up to be a wild one.
That's a lot of movement. It's a lot of aggression, this Pele. And, Giannis, by extension, is going to be able to cross that distance and jump on top of whoever gets picked here for Cherry Slush. But On the other side of the aisle there, Cherry Slush has a fair amount of lockdown and control already with just those first 2 picks. Yanis especially, I think, suffers when Ganesh is able to get on top of them and get that silence. They're not able to portal away, so they just end up being a bit of a sitting duck. But these next 2 picks are going to show us what's actually happening for Cherry Slush.
Still no Aladdin, too.
Yeah. Are we here for the return to form? Or are we doing something weird again? I don't think they know what they're doing yet either.
Amaterasu.
Amaterasu.
Okay. I was going to say there's also no Kali so far.
So...
Okay, so I do have one note that Amaterasu, it might not necessarily be the pick locked in, so we'll let you know in the Amaterasu as soon as we know. We might even find out together, so that's kind of fun. So for now, let's not pay attention to the Amaterasu. Let's look at the Cerberus just in case.
Yeah, this could be a Scream runback, honestly, is what I'm thinking about here, which there's a lot of CC, so if that's a Kerberos mid, that means that Ganesh is probably going to be over in solo for Cherry and Thor with Benny Q, or it could be Thor support for Bobby is what I would guess, and then we have a new...
Well, again, a reminder at home that Amaterasu may not be the pick locked in. We're not entirely sure because of a UI thing, so we'll know if that is the pick. So it's kind of tough to determine. It does kind of feel like that would be potentially an ADC slot if it's not the Amaterasu. So I wish I could tell you. But on the other side, let's look at the Achilles Vulcan combination, right? And kind of see how they function together. And it is indeed Amaterasu, Muzi. So you can commit. So forget the Achilles Vulcan for now. Give us the thoughts on the Amaterasu, because I don't see an ADC.
Nuwa ADC.
Unless you do Nuwa.
For
yeah.
Cyclone Spin. Yeah, because Scream's going to be headed mid with the Kerberos. Yeah, Nuwa in the ADC. Thor support, Ganesh solo, Amaterasu jungle for Benny Q. Those are my chips on the table there. That's how I think that's going to shake out. You got a lot of jungle burn, got a lot of damage on hand, but against the team that Clocked In has, that team over there, that is classic traditional smite.
Yeah.
Yanis Min, you got Achilles.
Assuming they don't change it up and do something weird.
Right. Well, actually, right as I say classic smite, I kind of look at the Yanis and I look at the Vulcan and I'm like, oh, wait, no. Oh, God. What happened? What are we doing? Because where's our frontliner? It's going to be all on Achilles and Pele, it looks like. But one of them is going to be jungle.
And nobody...
Yanis jungle.
None of the picks made it through either. Where is... I guess that's gonna wait. I have a whole tangent to go on, but it can all wait. Let's head into game number 2 and see if Cherry Slush can bring home the victory today in our grand finals. Or God! All right.
Oh.
Nobody till inbound. We don't want him to know yet.
We're gonna break this guy so freaking hard.
He's never gonna see this coming. His stream's about to be so funny. First blood for Speak No Evil and Clocked In.
Get jumped on, loser! You just got pranked. I got Ashton Kutcher
Elbozo.
Woo! Well, that'll be a rough start.
Oh my God!
For the Amaterasu. He's back though, ready to argue over that purple ball.
Oh, screw that guy, right?
So, Amaterasu support with the aspect. So we're not even offering both modes to our teammates, right? For the aura, which is what I would initially think for an Amaterasu support. So what are you doing? You're just trying to go in and fight people and kill people all the time? Anthony, I think you should gear yourself up, put the Crocs into sport mode. This is going to be another messy one.
Yep, and we've got ourselves Hydrogen with Tegvir support on the Achilles, and Hydrogen is rocking Aspect Ho Yi, Muzi, which I think that's one of the first times I've seen Aspect Ho Yi make it to competitive. So next time we have a chance for you to speak, you can break it down for us. Aegis, Nika, dodges, double tap, Scream jumps in low, looking to bring down Karmic and have to play it safe, but he is safe for now.
Aspect Ho Yi, very, very strong early. The ricocheting autos. Imagine, if you will, Anthony, a constant... dead? Bye.
First blood, second blood, it's all
Second blood.
Clocked in.
Third blood?
Third blood?
He got
Got him! This game's breaking my brain. Just
Boy,
keep talking.
howdy. It's going to be another banger.
I'm so
imagine with your-
fried.
Yeah, it's going to be like that. This aspect
I'm hungry.
it's a lot like a branching bolus constantly. Okay.
Oh my god!
Aspect Hoyi, baby!
Just like that! Dude, you literally just giving him a free advertisement! Jeez! Alright.
Try it in your
Can we put that? Can that be the clip for like showing off the aspect? Oh my god! This is rigged!
So- Yeah, it's something. It's a game of all time. Here's the most important thing about Aspect Hoyi, Anthony. When you get your mark off and you hit that ricochet, no stuns. So jumping on top of Hydrogen is going to be easy. He can't peel for himself.
Jump forward, Cyclone Spin is in trouble, ricochets again!
No way.
Oh my goodness!
Don't do this.
Don't do it to him again! Don't do it! Oh, Tegvir. We were having fun, Tegvir.
Gosh, Tegvir, you do this every time, man. Okay,
I feel scared to let you talk. Yeah, Portal, knock up, Scream, in trouble,
Dead.
should be dead. One more auto. Got him, Nico with the kill on to Scream.
So Clocked In have fully embraced the chaos, fully embraced the let's just fight them all the time mentality, and are doing exactly that. Just constantly looking for aggression and constantly looking for their way in. Tegvir is going to look for a hit on top of Bobby. And here's the thing too, this Amaterasu support, I really don't see what it offers, especially when you don't have auras. Oh,
No aura. You heard it here.
no aura. Hell.
Through space and time, cutting off Cheerio. Body blocks too, my goodness. No more elephant. Left side of the map, Cyclone Spin brings down Tegvir. Hydrogen will walk away and inbound will live to see another day.
Finally, Cherry Slush are able to get just a little bit something on the board for them for all the troubles and suffering that they have to get through. Oh,
Is there-
Lordy.
Can I I've been talking to
Yeah.
production through today. Is there a reason for these picks? Is there like a gentleman's agreement of some kind? Can I get a report back on that? Because it feels like something's afoot, you know?
I mean, this could sound mean when I say it, but both of these teams are already ready for next week. They're already gonna be in there, so maybe this is just them letting loose a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they both qualified, so a lot of it does make sense. Tegvir does find a pick on the Cyclone Spin. Hydrogen now looking, bouncing away. Tegvir chasing down to level 3 of Inbound. Inbound's in some trouble here. There's an knock up and execute. We'll see you later, Amaterasu.
What is she gonna do to get away from that? Didn't have the dash, so it's kind of out of
You could
sorts.
ask nicely.
That's- Yeah.
Oh, whoa! Double tap,
whoa!
double spin! Pop! Pop! Betty Q gets them both!
Vulcan ult as well
Boom!
over the wall, catches Cheerio. He got screamed and about to eat an unstable vortex in 3, 2, 1. Bam!
I love a shotgun to the face, dude! Jeez! Alright! We get it, Karmic! Scream is dead now, too. 10-4 for Clocked In.
Oh, caught him! He's dead!
10-5, excuse me. That was, okay. Benny Q's just highlight reel. I don't know what to say, Musey. I got nothing.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on right now.
Do you see
These
the
are
builds,
players.
too? Like, oh my god. I'm walking away!
3 Kronos pendants for everybody. Boom, boom, boom. Curb, Ama, Nua. Cool.
Your middle tower is
I love a good synergy. Look, even Cheerio's got it.
Benny Q ruining the fun.
Yeah,
They
why,
all
why
could've
don't you
gone the
build
same
against
build.
Scaling Thor? You could have been so cool. You could have been so neat.
That's
Now
what
you're
I'm
some party pooper. Every party needs a pooper. That's why they invited you.
Karmic might just die, but he gets the portal through.
Very nice. Wow.
Thank you!
That was good. I'm kind of
why
with
they
you on
give
that.
me the big
Amaterasu?
gems.
Oh, I heard the. Oh, she was on the other side of the wall. That's why I was like, is Bobby about to scoop up from underneath? No, he's on the back cam.
Benny Q's not letting Nika even attempt this Scorpion. It's just staying close.
your middle tower.
And now that Giannis is here too, so you think maybe they try to fight, but instead there's a dive between the tier 1 and tier 2 in mid. A bit of a fight breaks out. Wall out. Ult through space and time. They split the difference. Good news is it hit the minions. Unstable Vortex does grab some damage onto inbound, but Cherry Slush go to escape. But look who's cutting them off. It's Tegvir on the Achilles. Thor in the sky, landing at the tier 2. There's the wall. Beniq's gotta go. The chase is on. Nika hits him. Got him.
Could have been body
Tegvir
Q there for a second.
got one. Almost got two.
You also had the Vulcan all come over the wall there. So Speak No Evil was around. Speak No Evil in solo. Oh, my brain hurts. This is. Are you dead?
The portal through to the tier 1, answered by the dazzling offensive. Tegvir trying to be dazzling himself, but can't get the kill. Has to step away with Karmic back to safety.
It's going to be another one of those games where the first Gold Fury is going to dictate how the rest of the game goes, but neither
Once it
team
gets
has
done at
really been
17
able
minutes.
to. Yeah, no kidding. Neither team has really been in a position to commit on top of it after they fight. As long as you kind of fight everybody away from the objective, maybe that's how you prevent that fate, but jeez. Oh, hold on.
So,
Oh,
Dark Pillars pops Karmic. Beniq gets it. Cherio dashes away, still in trouble. You can see Nika on the hunt. Just needs some more. Gets one. Tegvir does go down, however. Cyclone Spin will grab that one from afar. Now, while Nika dances and considers potentially fighting, hang on. Wall, no good. Look at the builds, because not only do I see 4 Chronos Pendants, on the other side, there's also matching builds going on slightly. I know it's a little bit different, but still interesting, I guess. Volcanic Lightning screams dead.
yep.
Is
Who's
Beniq,
next?
though.
Beniq?
Middle tower is under attack.
It's
Through space and time towards the left. Nika could take that if Benny gets away. Doesn't need to. My goodness. Hang on. The ticks. No.
Are you going
No
back
way.
in? Are you going back in? Do it! Do it!
Do it.
Benny!
Do it. Do it. Do it. Give in. Come on. Oh.
Oh! Whatever. Oh. Well, Bobby's 9 minutes. I guess that's your job.
9 minutes. 15-7. 3K gold lead. About to be even more as the Gold Fury is pulled by Clocked In. It appears there is no answer from Cherry Slush, so this Gold Fury will be free.
So this should be a pivotal moment in the game. One Gold Fury dead. If the last game informs us of anything, it means that Clocked In should just be able to kind of run over with the rest of it. But with the way that everybody has been constantly fighting, there is opportunities here for Cherry Slush to kind of come back. But if you think about how they do in a scaling sense, I really feel like Clocked In should still be able to pull ahead.
Nice, cute little dash from Tegvir, avoiding some of inbounds damage. Tegvir clearly wanting to really force this fight, but now there's 4 here, so not much to force. Through space and time, does connect. Does not get the purple, though. Nika does take the fight after the fact, gets the big-time damage through and gets 1. And the Volcanic Lightning damage is pulling through. He might find 1 as well onto Scream. No, Scream gets the jump away. The shutdown. Gold goes to Beniq. Speak No Evil, I think, was watching.
He's got the cameraman. He's got the Cherry sitting down, making sure that his teammates are going to be okay. You know what's interesting? Is that Beniq is like the flagship kill leader for Cherry Slush, just constantly looking for it. Go back in. Yes, for real!
Gets the land. Can he find more? Speak No Evil's gotten 1 in the meantime, but the knock-up, is that enough to stop it? Yes, it is! Hydrogen kills Beniq and stays alive despite being so low.
Boy. It's just going to be like this all game, isn't it?
It is tough to actually find the time to, you know, kind of break things down, because you start to go on your next point and then instantly there's another fight. I mean, even now in the mid lane, as we're talking, you can kind of see the Achilles considering a movement. I can give one kind of tangent. Tegvir on the Achilles. That's actually my brain always been one of Tegvir's signature picks that he couldn't really play in Founders when he was an ADC. Tegvir used to play jungle and solo. I saw a lot from Tegvir in different amateur leagues, and Achilles was always one of my favorite picks to see Tegvir on. So to see it come out, even in interesting circumstances, is still pretty exciting.
Tegvir is also going to be the one tank here for Clocked In, and they're not even quite true to form tank because they started that Oathsworn Spear and then picked up the Brawlers. So there's still some prots attached to Brawlers. And anytime anybody from Cherry Slush heals in front of Tagveer, they'll get a bit more prots and some power. But clocked in, if the game goes a little bit too far, we might be looking at a scenario where that's how Cherry Slush comes back, where they just kind of blow people up. Nuwa doesn't have aspect though, so you can't get a massive crit on top of everybody to start a fight, but this still is Benny Q's playground of, oh, hey, you're not a tank, so I'm gonna kill you. That's true for everybody except for Tagveer.
I have liked so far the Ho Yi aspect too. I know we haven't gotten to put much attention there, but it seems like it's performing pretty well. It is interesting to see it go with crit. Is that an aspect related thing, or is the crit just kind of a Hydrogen feeling out the build in this particular game thing?
I do feel that Hydrogen should perform pretty well with this crit. I feel like it fits Hui pretty well. Just because your autos... Uh-oh. Jumped on by Thor. Well.
That's tough.
Triple ulting a Hui. Shoutouts. But what it does help you do is it helps you scale pretty well. And it helps you just blow people up. When your autos are your main focus, you're able to ricochet them. You might as well get the crit just so that you can focus on getting crazy damage off.
A lot of damage on to Tagveer. He'll go down before we can even get the ult away. Solo lane chase on. Cherry O has barely any health left, but speak no evil over the wall. Meatball later, Cherry-O.
The Pyromancer was confirmed by Clocked In not too long ago, but in turn, Cherry Slusher just running it down in this dual lane, pulling that tier 2 tower off the map. Could open up a Gold Fury if they're feeling bold and ambitious, but it's kind of weird the state that this game is in. Constant fighting, the objectives that we're looking at are not the first ones you would necessarily think of. And oh, okay. So you want to know why Hydrogen is going crit? The ricochets can crit.
Volcanic lightning, a potential no, it's down, excuse me. The blue lightning got me a little bit there on the knockup. Tagveer on the chase. Scream trying to get away, but there's already so much damage done. There is no escape for Scream. So a rampage for Nika on the Pele, having a heck of a game so far. And that puts Clocked In up to 21 kills to the 11 of Cherry Slush.
Now they're going to move all the way over towards this Gold Fury, and Cherry Slush, even if they know, can't really do a whole lot about it. It's going to be the second objective, or the third, I guess, technically. They also got the Pyromancer that they'll be able to pull away. So that's going to really pull the gold away from Cherry Slush as well. This play style of this constant brawling and less formalized, I think would be the best way to describe it.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
a good way of putting
ultimately it's gonna hurt Cherry Slush quite a bit.
Oh man, speak no evil. Might just get a solo there on inbound. If he can get the distance close, he'll be okay. In front of our eyes, Tagveer low with Nika. They've got to find some way through it. Tagveer can't. Nika got the ult away. Now Karmic's here for backup. Speak no evil rotates over. Gets damage on Cyclone Spin. One more auto. Someone's got to hit it. That somebody is Karmic. Next up is Cherry-O. Speak no evil gets the elephant in a corner, but Cherry-O turns. He'll find Karmic. Dashes through. Karmic might be able to find it. In the meantime, no, he goes down. Cherry-O with the kill. Staying alive. The jump over from Hydrogen. Got him, even committed the Suns just in case.
Oh, but Benny Q comes crashing down on top of Speak No Evil, turned immediately by Nika and Hydrogen. So he finds that one kill, and now we start looking at instead inbound.
Jeez. Hydrogen still on the chase, inbound. Won't get caught by the ricochets. Even if he did, just enough health to get away. Look behind Hydrogen. Perhaps more scary is Scream on this Serb. Cutting off the Ho Yi, gets the stun, has the spit. Look at the damage on the Hydrogen. He jumps the ult. The frame one jump saves the day for Hydrogen, Musi, as you and Dilo like to point out here in Smite Prime.
It's just instantaneously in the air. You can dodge so many abilities with the Ho Yi jump, so that's why you can get so aggressive and position yourself in ways that would be kind of dangerous for every other hunter in the game, because you just have your get out of jail free card.
This is a tough game to get a read on, even from my perspective, because I almost want to start kind of talking up, well, this is a best of 3, Clocked In are really pulling away, Cherry Slush are having a hard time keeping up, Musi. Does that almost guarantee us a game 3? Obviously, guarantee is a scary word to use in this context, but it does feel like it's spiraling. But then every time I start to think that, Cherry Slush finds something or some play. Tough now for Cyclone Spin and Execute range. Tegvir gets it.
If there was ever a team that could turn this around, it could be Cherry Slush. They're gonna need to, though. Bobby is dead. I don't... Well...
Up, down, got him. Karmic gets one as well.
Also, meanwhile, Cheerio got beaten out there in the solo lane as well. But like I was saying, if this game continues on in the way that it does,
Your middle tower
Cherry Slush could just as easily come back. I don't think they scale as well towards the late game. I don't think their composition is nearly as clean as Clocked In's. Also didn't... Doesn't
Hydrogen taking a 1v1, gets that up down, can't find the knockup, but does get a lot of damage after. Double tap going to be better from Benny Q, and the spin to wins the 1v1. But Tegvir arrives, gets so much damage across, and Benny Q is no more. That is the 7th kill now for Tegvir.
You also have the new ult, being able to take Karmic off of the board. Nika goes in on top of screen, book popped, and he is dead. We'll miss you. Doesn't really have a chance to do much of anything when you have the Pele jumping on top of you.
This game continues to kind of not let down. Now we're at 18, and mid lane, Speak No Evil. Every time I try to give us some kind of state, Speak No Evil's bullying inbound on the right-hand side. That feels like that's been a constant throughout this game, too.
I mean, this Speak No Evil is going to be building full damage as well, so you can rely on the Vulcan to just blow somebody up. Kind of like how Cheerio is just kind of dying right now, completely blown up by Nika, who is having a banger of a game so far.
Yeah, Nika's having a great game.
Unchecked through the jungle.
And Speak No Evil's level lead compared to Cheerio is also frightening. I mean, we've seen a lot of rotations from Ganesh Shore, but at a certain point it becomes just so detrimental. I mean, that's going to be over an 8k gold lead, if not even more, once this Gold Fury falls. That is the 3rd Gold Fury for Clocked In. That adds more to passives. Pyromancer, Trouble, Speak No Evil soloing it with his army of turrets, and maybe Benny Q too! Oh my goodness, he does do it! Scream shows up, and one simple spit brings him down. Pyromancer could go to Scream, but Tegvir's here to interrupt it through space and time. Scream gets the Pyro, but is he getting away? Oh no! The portal with an own goal that time! It should still work out! Scream will die, but unlucky use of the portal there.
Unbound gonna be the next one to walk up, but just as easily decides that it's gonna be time to leave. So Cherry Slush are able to find that Pyromancer. That'll be important, getting them some gold on the in their pockets, as it were. But Clocked In just still look pretty strong throughout every single fight so far.
So who's the player to watch in your brain that can be the difference maker for Cherry Slush? Because it kind of feels like at least for me, it feels like Benny Q is their source of actually getting back into this game, but everything else feels messy. I mean, Inbound's so far behind, he's building some damage, but he has the War Flag that started it slow, so where do we look, Musi?
We're looking at Benny Q. We're not looking at anybody else. And Newall late game will have some ultimates that'll be able to do a fair chunk of damage, but look at the builds here. What is Bobby building? What is this?
That's what I mean.
Like, they're never going to be able to get back into the game. We just spent like 3k plus gold on a Dreamer's Idol on a character that has War Flag attached. I don't want to... Anthony, I don't want to say that we're throwing. I don't want to say that we're trolling, but it kind of looks like that when you start to put all these pieces together. I personally do not understand the plan from Bobby right now.
Cherry can be close for a steal attempt. Hydrogen gets the Fire Giant for Clocked In. The pillars were close. Tegvir and Hydrogen combined to bring down Cheerio after. Through space and time, not going to quite hit, but Speak No Evil didn't need it anyway to bring down Benny Q. That's 2 dead on the side of Cherry Slush. Fire Giant on 5 members of Clocked In.
And Clocked In this whole time has been moving together as a unit, playing as a team. Feels like Cherry Slush are more opportunistic in looking for fights and stuff like that. They're not playing with a game plan in mind. They're just kind of playing Smite, which is a harsh criticism to give a team like Cherry Slush, but you gotta call it like you see it, man. This cannot happen in Game 3.
Mid Phoenix falling down, Clocked In getting closer to forcing game number 3 of our grand finals. Onto the Titan they consider. They don't quite go, so the throne room is safe for now. Speak No Evil will be a little bit of a terror still as the retreat begins for Clocked In. Cherry Slush will have some time to lick their wounds.
Moving forward here, Cherry Slush trying to think about how they even could start a fight. How could this ever go their way? But when you get picked off like that, it's just not going to happen. We're kind of waiting for Clocked In to end the game, which is the best I got, I think.
Jump in. Tegveer, Benny Q, gone. Tegveer trying to do just what Musi said, end the game. Hydrogen will follow Tegveer like a good little soldier. And there goes Cyclone Spin. Double kill for Tegveer. Throne Room Siege has begun. Cherio's almost dead. Screen, the last full member ready to defend. Some light healing, the Titan at half health. Scream steps up with Cherio. Not all the members are on. Dagger going to be popped. And that should spell the end. Clocked In will force a game number 3 today in our grand finals.
Yeah, I you know, they forced a game 3. I don't know if force might be the right word here, because it just kind of happened. They were gifted a game 3 might be the best way to say it. And that's not to say that Clocked In wasn't playing well, but Cherry Slush, I don't know what they put in the drink, but you know, it might be time to lay off.
Well, we've got our game 3. It could go literally any direction, especially with the terms of picks. So when we come back from this break, we'll have our final game of today in our grand finals. Do not go anywhere. Game number 3, grand finals. Our set has gone the distance one way or another. It's been a day. It's been a day of back and forth games, exciting, long, drawn-out ones, and our grand finals has been nothing but chaos. We do have some background reason as to why the picks have been crazy, but more of that in a second. First, let's bring in the old pal Musi with his Chair 2 Crocs on, ready to go. Musi, we were wondering what was going on with the picks, and it turns out the players, and I'm sure some people knew this if you were watching different streams and perspectives, the players had a gentleman's agreement to do a fearless draft, which does begin potentially in the future, but does not start anytime soon for Smite Prime. But today, this grand finals, they decided to do that. So it makes way more sense. Essentially, that means once you pick a character, you can no longer pick it. So that's why we did not see any return picks, and that's why they got a little bit off the walls. And that also means, Musi, that there's 20 gods that can't be grabbed now in this grand finals game 3.
Yeah, it's going to slim the options that you have pretty quickly between these two teams. I kind of wish I went through and double checked what all they've already picked, because now I'm going to be scratching my head going, man, what's even available? If we're already picking for things like Nuwa and so Amaterasu, we're at the bottom of the barrel already, surely.
It feels like that's almost some strategy too, you know, because Fearless is not a concept that's been utilized in Smite too often. I do know that some of the community tournaments were brought in some Fearless aspects. For example, the Inbound tournament had Fearless bans over picks. I believe the Hazer tournament also had some variation of it. But it's just not something the players are accustomed to. However, there is an interesting strategy that could have been utilized here of kind of getting some picks almost out of the way and leaving yourself with some of your preferred picks. I think about a player like Cyclone Spin. He has so many options still available we know Cyclone is good at left for this game number 3.
So maybe the real strategy from Cherry Slush was just kind of save the best for last so that they can have their best foot forward going through on this game. As long as we don't get a repeat of some of the builds and some of the picks we had from this one, I think Cherry Slush can still come out on top and look pretty good.
Well, you and I have been standing all day, so we're standing for game 3 and the conclusion. We're still going through clips from game number 2 as a lot went down, and there's been so much team fighting. But what's interesting to me is that also kind of was a bleed over from earlier in the day, right, Musi? Like, we've seen so much fighting. It's been kind of the theme. I feel like we haven't seen too many slow burn style of games. I know back in the olden days, it might have been called like an EU style game, but I feel like today it's just been all chaos, all classic NA, just run it down.
A lot of W keying, a lot of aggression coming out from both teams, where there's just not as much focus put onto objectives. It's all put on just trying to up your slash line, going for that triple double. You dropped your baseball, I just dropped my rock. So we got that going.
Oh, I got the baseball back. I picked it up earlier. Sorry you dropped your rock, though. I had a rock. It had a smiley face on it. I don't know what happened to it. So we're kind of on a similar wavelength. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. Anyway, taking a look at the stats from before, there was one interesting thing. Because Fearless, again, that means you can't pick characters you've already picked. Fearless has nothing to do with the builds. And Cherry Slush, one of the weirdest things they did was they were all building the same thing.
Chronos Pendant. I remember that Dreamer's Idol really stuck out to me on Inbound. And then
Yeah.
it's a couple other things cooked up in there. Kind of unrelated. You know, would be a potentially interesting way to do a fearless something or other. Fearless roles. Imagine like once your player plays in a role, they can't.
We
play
kind of
that role
have
again.
been, first of all, but I'm
Yeah,
with you
right.
completely.
Like that could be fun. That could be cool. Somebody
I do
write that down.
That does actually kind of that kind of brings up an idea of we've seen role swapping throughout a lot of this game, especially for the side of Clocked In, where Tegvir was solo, then support. Tegvir played ADC in Founder Series. Tegvir played jungle in most of Smite Prime. So does that mean Tegvir is playing mid next? Are we just going to complete everything, or what's the play there? There's so many different spots that can go in, but I think one big thing that we've seen a lot of is the mid lane being not questionable, but interesting on who goes what. I'm very confused on where Scream will go, is kind of my biggest pondering point. If Scream stays mid, we've seen Cerberus, we've seen Medusa, but what's he going to grab mid? Picks and bans, of course, have the answer, and those are right on the horizon, Musy, for us to figure it out.
So remember, gentleman's agreement for Fearless. Luckily for me, I've got the old picks kind of brought up on the side here for me. So just going to really quick list off what Cherry Slush had previously. Susanoo, Apollo, Emoja, Danzaburo, and Kukulkan. Game 2 was Hou-Yi, Yanis, Pele, Achilles, and Vulcan. So they won't be able to reach for any of those picks. Likewise, Cherry Slush, okay. It was Aladdin, Wukong, Hades, Medusa, Cabrakan. And then game 2, we just saw Thor, Ganesh, Amaterasu, Kerberos, and Nuwa. So take those out of the box. Start thinking about what's left for these teams. Notably,
does make the bans make more sense too.
Because like you just ban away the super broken stuff and then start playing with whatever's left in the toy box afterwards. Hou-Yi's still available for Clocked In, and I feel like this would be the game that we fall back on it.
Ooh, Merlin makes it through. See, our roles on screen, you would think that would go to Benny Q, but Benny Q has not been playing mid so far today. Poseidon, though, that gets, you can see it in Musy's face already, and a Thanatos. Oh, we are gaming, baby. I'm so excited for this one.
We're one Mulan pick away from the game of all time, I hope you know.
All right, so where do we go from here? You got the Merlin.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I feel like the Poseidon is actually going to... Oh, no, I got it switched up in my head. So I still feel like the Poseidon could be for Hydrogen in that ADC role, just because that feels on brand for what we've been seeing so far today for some real spice. And then Tegvir obviously gets to have their Thanatos in the last game.
On Her gets grabbed for Cyclone Spin, one of Cyclone Spin's best picks, so it kind of does hit what we were talking about. Ymir is here! He makes it through to a clincher of a game for the grand finals. That's pretty exciting, and if that goes to Inbound, assuming no crazy swaps, I've always been a big fan of Inbound's Ymir. I feel like it's one of his more, I wouldn't call it a signature pick for him, but I think it's one of his better picks I've seen when we have gotten to see it, even going back to Smite 1.
And I like what Ymir does for Cherry Slush here, just because the wall cuts off Poseidon and Thanatos. So a little bit of geometry you can add to the map there, and works very well, obviously, with On Her Impale. But for the rest of Clocked In, it's going to be Fenrir and Athena. That is a lot of CC for Clocked In.
That is a lot of CC and a lot of setup for the Thanatos, whoever pilots that. Now, I will say, as much background as we have on these players, I'm thinking in particular of you and I having more unique background on Hydrogen Karmic Tegvir, whereas Speak No Evil for that matter, whereas Nika, who's subbing in for Paul, has much more kind of obvious picks and signature picks. I don't know who the Thanatos really applies to necessarily.
I really feel like Thanatos is going to be headed towards Tegvir, like I said. Like, I really feel like he's going to be able to run that in the jungle. If it's not, Thanatos for Tegvir. It's probably Athena for Tegvir, just so you can get some crazy CC and damage out there.
Moonbots gets locked in alongside Raw. So, I mean, the middle, I mean, even the four of the 5 picks for Cherry Slush is as classic Smite as it gets. Now, on the side I clocked in, this looks like a peak Smite 1 SPL season 6 or 7 kind of draft so far. Just depending on who they pick for ADC, which that's where it might differ here for Smite 2, because as you've said, Poseidon is a pretty great ADC selection, and Kali does get grabbed, so maybe that's the ADC instead.
Thinking too about how Cherry Slush has been handling their role swaps between Scream and Benny Q, I'm wondering how well Scream's going to be able to pilot this Merlin, because I don't know if it's, well, you know what? Is it still, do people still do that? There was a Merlin build that was hopping around for a bit, a Merlin solo build of like Shield of the Phoenix, you had Bluestone, there was a couple other things going on in there, but that was the big cook where it was just a Merlin that lived forever. If Cherry's going to be opting for something like that, or if it's going to be that more traditional raw solo, which we haven't actually had a chance to see too much of recently, but with some of the healing items that came through, I feel like Raw definitely has his place. You could go for something silly like a Vital Amplifier and then, you know, go for more of an auto attack based raw build, especially when you pop your 2. But all in all, I think you're on the money. Very classic team from Cherry Slush, thank the Lord. And clocked in, also, it's a Smite 2 classic in that you have Kali EDC, you've got Athena there, a lot of solo potential there between Thanatos and Fenrir, or you could have Fenrir support, Athena solo. It's screaming flexibility to me from Clocked In.
All right, it's game time, and if we remember last game, there was a lot of early fun, we'll say. Not for inbound, it was no fun. So we'll see how things shape up. Looks like, oh no, do I have to cast an inbound ADC game?
Remember when I was talking about
I don't get enough
roles?
diamonds for this. Oh no.
Yeah,
I'm very excited for this one. Already going for a bit of an early fight at the purple. Inbound backs out, gets some healing from Cyclone Spin, who takes that first. Of course, the Impale first for inbound. And this purple buff is going to be a wild one, to say the least. Fenrir starting at speed, much closer, obviously, than Benny Q. Solo lane already full bloodbath. Tegvir is very low for this first wave. Purple buff invade in effect, and it goes to Cherry Slush.
One of the things that's going to be troublesome for Cherry Slush in this dual lane is the fact that Raw does not have a lot of CC. It doesn't have enough CC, any CC, honestly, in my opinion, to be a good support. Just because Bobby's going to be left by himself to set up for a lot of his own kills and have to peel for himself as well. That does open up opportunities for Clocked In to go for like dash, taunt, whirlpool, Kraken. What is anybody going to do about that, right? It just gets to be a little bit too dicey. And then you're also not going to have all the damage to confirm objectives and stuff like that. I prefer Ra in the solo lane just because you're able to get a little bit more bruisery as opposed to that support mindset.
Tegvir's already lost out on a blue buff as the gank early, or invade early, from Benny Q is successful. So might be a tougher laning phase for Tegvir in terms of farm, but of course Thanatos doesn't exactly need the blue. Benny Q runs into Nika, and the fight breaks out in the jungle early on. Benny Q so far getting the better. Nika will call it quits, but Benny Q's got to be careful because there's a rotation coming out from the Kali. Stun from Nika. Kali's still not close. Benny Q trying to bait this fight longer. I feel like the Kali needs to commit a bit further because now Nika's got a lot of damage on. There's the jump, the up down from Benny Q, denied by Nika. Benny tries to get the overhand smash. It's good. Now Benny Q's on the chase for Nika, and the Kali can't get close enough to save him so far. The damage on Benny is enough. First blood goes to Nika. Wow, that was a wild one. What a rotation over from Karmic, but very close call as Benny Q almost made that work.
Karmic almost didn't rotate either. They're trying to figure out their way to get.
You saw that like stutter step? Yeah.
Yeah, where there, I think the calm was Nika was like, no, we don't kill him, I'm fine, it's whatever. And then it was like, maybe. And Karmic's like, all right, I'm on the way, don't you worry. Now we're gonna start to put some of that aggression top of Scream, who's still hanging out inside of this mid lane. This time a more traditional character to be playing. It'll be interesting to see how well he can leverage that as he dies. No, he's good. He just barely gets out.
Barely alive. Inbound, stuck in the wave. You can see Cyclone coming back to help Inbound out of the whirlpool. This is going to be an interesting duo lane, and a very interesting late game. I've not seen Inbound perform an ADC in the late game before. Early game's one thing, but that's going to be my what to watch for. Good Impale to stay alive, stuck in the whirlpool, but okay. Hydrogen took so much damage, you can't exactly dive at the moment. Solo lane, Tegvir almost soloed, he gets away. Wow, there's a lot to keep track of this game. You got a gank from the Fenrir now as well.
He's already so low, though. This is kind of gutsy.
Oh, Inbound with the Impale, pre-beat, Speak No Evil low. He jumps, avoids the Fenrir. One auto and Speak No Evil, he's dead. Cyclone Spin will get it. Maybe he can get 2 as well. Pops the 2. Look at Inbound. No way. Inbound. He doesn't know. Oh my god, he didn't know. The Impale is good, and Inbound gets the kill. Now the chase from Nika, and you're not getting away from that one. But Cyclone Spin's got the ult at the double kill for the Raw.
Bobby coming up from the back there, that he's, you know for a fact, he's like, this is payback for game 1. Yacha! It just throws out that Impale. And I'll tell you what, even though you put Cyclone Spin on this Raw support, it's still Cyclone Spin. They're still going to maintain all of their mechanics. Those Raw snipes are so much easier to hit with that aspect as well. You have a little bit of leeway, a little bit of leverage room to line up that shot. So you can imagine these hyper beams are going to be coming out in full force.
That was a pretty surprising start. I'm trying to not sound like too negative about Inbound. I don't mean it negative for the ADC. Obviously, he's just always played support. But for that to be the start already with the kill, some good awareness as well of the role, and even a sneaky Impale, that's a pretty good start. So we'll see if it continues forward. And Cyclone Spin as well on this Raw, pretty fun support to have. Two-man taunt for Speak No Evil, slows down the damage on Hydrogen, but the ultimate's committed from Inbound. Now he's on the chase, the Impale too! But he can't chase all the way.
Just a little bit off of the damage department. Now Cherio getting jumped on. There's the Ragnarok. Beads burn, but who's in the sky? Thanatos crashes down and takes him out. Tegvir eliminates Cherio, but BennyQ's here too.
Has the monkey. Will he teleport? No, doesn't want to go over aggressive into the 1v2. So it'll be a 1 for naught.
It's got to put a lot of pressure on top of Cherio. This Ymir is not mobile at all. And when you take this immobile solo laners, they are just food for anybody with a leap or anybody with any form of movement. Tegvir and Nika have that in spades. So you can imagine Cherio is going to be dying quite a bit at the beginning of the game. But that is just kind of how Cherio plays. They're willing to take that knee if it means that they can find something later in the game.
Be very, very quiet. BennyQ will back. I thought it was just a bait because it was there for so long. No, maybe it is. Back in. Fear No Evil gets the fear on. The jump after for the chase. Cherio, the wall will hit. It's perfect. The freeze too. That should be a dead Tegvir.
Even when you have the shell, which came out a little bit late there, imagine if you shell through that wall instead of trying to use it to save your life.
Kind of disrupt the whole plan, right?
Yeah, like how do you respond to that? Nika's here, jumps in.
Kraken out. Damage. Good. Cyclone Spin will fall.
Yep, that's the classic CC combo from Clocked In, caveman combo, D-Lo likes to call it, where you get a little bit of CC, you follow it up with a lot of damage. So, Inbound next is going to be taunted up, and I think pretty much dead here. Yeah, I'll miss you. Wait.
Yeah, should be. Yep, there it is.
Your left tower is under attack.
Bit of a tough position to be in.
Well, coming up in 7 minutes, 4 to 5 so far. Gold's interesting so far in this game. Cherry Slush holding on to a slight lead, but I would say the map it feels somewhere kind of in between. I feel like the left lane feels very dangerous to be clocked in as Cherry Slush pushes up so far, but the mid lane has been incredibly quiet, whereas last game, mid lane was all the rage.
Well, and think about who's going to be inside that mid lane as Tegvir gets scooped up by BennyQ moving over in that solo lane. You have Merlin, who's going to be very safe to clear, maybe not very aggressive, unless Cyclone Spin rotates over and catches out a Karmic.
Athena will be committed to help out Karmic. Karmic even has interest in taking the fight, but watch around the side. Benny Q's got the flank, and Karmic's already low. The snipes come out. Fear no evil. Fear Benny Q. Scream with the last hit on Karmic. Nika's trying to get away, but the overhead smash catches. It's a double for Scream as the Void stance. There's no escaping that. That's a big couple pickups for Cherry Slush in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, you were asking for a little bit of aggression in that mid lane, and we found it there, dictated by Cherry Slush. Benny Q shows up in the nick of time with a wonderful Fear No Evil, and then the jump over the wall there actually body blocked away and was able to confirm that last kill that Cherry Slush was looking for. So already we're looking significantly better than we were last game. It feels like we're taking proactive stances, we're taking the initiative on these fights, and we're going to be able to leverage this lead a bit.
I was going to say, there's no way Scream's going to back, right? Karmic does stop that. And even still harassing Scream, hits with that too. Scream continues to back and just kind of be irritated by it, but now the wave is here. And sometimes stuff like that equals chaos. You can see the Athena in the bush, but now Scream will be A-okay. But still, an interesting just note of how these lanes are playing out with these players being off-roll. Oh, Cyclone Spin walked up too far, gets caught by the taunt, and should just be dead. He is indeed. Nika gets the credit.
No peel for himself there. Benny Q rounds the corner and says, hey, all right, I'll catch you guys later. But this is another problem that I have with raw support, and that you can't peel for yourself, you can't peel for your team, you end up dying.
You can see him another scuffle in mid. As soon as I talked about the lack of scuffles in mid, that's all we're doing is scuffling. Another kill for Benny Q. Speak No Evil falls. Now Fear No Evil onto Nika. Scream's got the damage. The flames burn him down to a crisp. Over the wall. Here's Inbound.
Why?
Impale. And the ult. Oh
Wow.
my goodness. It's like he's an ADC main. Inbound with the kill. A rotation from Hydrogen, a Kraken onto Benny Q. The Sharks aren't killing. The Athena's there, but is she too late? It's a double for Inbound. This dude's crazy. The triple is stolen by Benny Q, but the damage is done. It is a deicide. Clockton get wiped before 10 minutes.
Dude, who is this guy? This is Dark Inbound. This is Brick that we're seeing on our screen right now. I cannot believe this. It's kind of wild. Like, how crazy it is that we're seeing this.
Ragnarok pre-beats turnaround. Oh my goodness. Scream just almost was able to spit on Nika, but they both trade out under the tower.
I am flabbergasted. There's your $3 word of the day. Boy, howdy.
Ooh,
what
a
a game. Yeah,
rotation out in duo. Teleporter taken by Tegvir, looking potentially for Inbound. The Thanatos could be looking for trouble, but no, now Inbound's backing. So it kind of burns the teleport used by the Thanatos.
Benny Q's going to be around in that area, though. Maybe they try to look for a re-engage here. You know what's crazy? Is that off of that D side, we didn't get a gold fear, we didn't get anything. We just went back to brawling. Kraken out on top of Benny Q, and he is
alive on the jump. He gets away. Now Inbound takes the fight.
Whoa.
Hydrogen sure
Whoa. Dead.
Killing spree for Inbound, and he's feeling himself. He's jumping in on Tegvir. Takes a scythe to the forehead, but Bobby don't care. The autos are good. The ult's even better, but Tegvir is able to get away. Does he land back down? If Inbound's back in execute range, and he is, it's a shutdown for Tegvir. The patience pays off. But meanwhile, Gold Fury considered dash away from Speak No Evil, being hunted by the Merlin. Cherio there as well, just in range of the wall, and the carpet takes out Speak No Evil.
This wall does so much work for Cherry Slush, being able to catch out a whole bunch of these gods that just can't deal with it. Looks like the purple buff was stolen away there by Nika. He should be able to get out, but again, calling attention to it. Who here gets away from Ymir wall? The only people who can get out is Karmic, is Kali. Everybody else gets trapped in there. Athena ult in.
And a jump from Nika to lead the way. The Ragnarok bites the Raw, holds the chicken still, and the Kraken pops him. This is the most dangerous farm you've ever seen. Now on to Cherio they go. Is there a taunt up soon? Couple seconds maybe. A Ymir ult. They're all low. They couldn't kill the Ymir. And Benny Q's on the way. The Fear No Evil catches Tegvir. And Benny's got one revenge for the solo laner.
it's again, we're devolving back into a lot of brawling, a lot of fighting, not a lot of focus being put on top of these objectives. So it's going to come to who gets to get the final leg up. Benny Q wants to scoop up a double kill if they
He's
can
level
have it.
14. He's got the monkey in, the beads
boy.
from the taunt for the overhand smash. That's a rampage for Benny Q.
Doesn't even need the aspect, just doing it out there based on vibes and feeling alone. If he catches you, you are dead. And who gets away from the Hunbots? Poseidon without their Kraken kind of lacks the peel. Like the Trident doesn't work because Benny Q, displacement immune when they are in that overhead smash.
13 minutes crosses, 28 kills so far. Multiple thousand gold lead for Cherry Slush, though, who seem to have found some return to form. Two-man taunt sets up for Nika, but you've got the Merlin here, and the damage is real good. At a raw, the fear no evil, but the execute works through it. A trade 1-for-1. Scream wants more blood, but does he have enough damage? Cyclone's there for backup over the wall. There is a Poseidon. Scream and Cyclone play it slow, play it safe. They back up, stays 1-for-1.
Speaking of Scream, remember that build I was talking about earlier where the Merlin never dies? That Shield of the Phoenix World Stone? There it is. Barb Carver as well. For the similar reason why you rush Polynomicon on Merlin, this Barb Carver works out. You throw a bunch of abilities on, you're constantly pressing 4, tossing out anything you can think of, weaving in basic attacks. Let's see if that works out for them in the duel lane.
Yeah, the fight in duo is chaotic as the gold gets done. You can see the health bars are fine for now. There's a chance for a steal on the gold. This freeze, though, stops Techveer from getting close. It's not dead yet. The gold fury goes to Cherry. Slush is inbound, able to secure it. The support main works out on ADC. Now he jumps in after Speak No Evil. 2 fights, 1 right, 1 left. The one on the left's going better so far for Clocked In. Nika gets 1 kill. They traverse over, and they should find a dead Speak No Evil. Bobby ult's not good enough to stay alive. Techveer with an additional kill. You've also got the Raw still here with Benny Q and Cherio, but how far do you push this fight?
Ultimate is available for Benny Q if he wants to try to take a crack at it. He's going to settle instead for the speed up. But look, Clocked In, still trying to chase him away. It just feels like there's constant brawling. And we've been saying that for the past, what has it been, an hour? But it will never not be true at this point. But ultimately, Cherry Slush finally take away that first gold fury. And for every game, this has been the turning point. This has been the moment where a team really starts to pull ahead now that they've got that extra global gold in their pocket. So I would almost expect, based off of that alone, Cherry Slush looked to be in a very good position to walk away with today's game.
Your middle tower is under
Well, it's 15 minutes, and we've got our first true kind of prediction feel of how this game's been going. And with the gold lead growing the way it is for Cherry Slush, I can see why you'd feel that way, Musi. So what's the key for Clocked In, then? How do you kind of turn things around and change the fates?
So what Clocked In is strongest in is going to be their ability to isolate and execute. Ragnarok and Hovering Death are crazy tools just to be able to turn somebody off and just completely eliminate them. You also have Karmic with this late game Kali, this hyperscaler. If we can get Karmic to level 20 with items in pocket, we should just be able to use her to kill everybody. Start by killing Cherio. This could be a good way to do it.
Yeah, you definitely can kill Cherio. You've got the Thanatos here for that health bar. You've got the Fenrir too, but the kill seems rather slow. Cherio not in execute range. Thanatos in the sky when he lands just in time for execute range. Now can you turn, get some sustain going? Not quite, but maybe doesn't matter as the damage on Benny Q from Nika's good enough. The Ragnarok after onto Scream doesn't quite bring him all the way back, but damage is done enough to get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
A little bit of a pause coming out here, but this is the moment we were asking for from Clocked In. Find somebody, isolate them, and take them out. Cherio is an easy purse, pick that you can find in that moment. And now what do you get afterwards is the big question. It's not enough just to get kills.
Very, very quick pause there. Already back into the game here in 16 and a half minutes. Scream taunted, but Scream maybe wants that taunt, because look at the damage the Merlin's outputting every time it happens. Top of the damage charts. Meanwhile, duo lane 1v1. Inbound, trying to leave his mark. He does it, gets 1. Nika's here. Inbound, no jump, though, so he has no response for Nika and goes down. It's a killing spree for the Fenrir after the solo bolo.
Man, Bobby has been able to thread the needles with these impales, just barely able to get those stuns and get the damage off. Now it looks like the Pyromancer does get looked at by Cherry Slush, but with Clockton right around the corner, I think you have to let this go.
And they do. Cherry Slush back up, clocked in, hold their ground on the outside of the Pyro. Now it's a step back, maybe considering the fight, seeing how many have stayed. And Scream is outputting so much damage. That was wild, even just that little bit from the flames.
I mean, and it's interesting to see him do all that damage as well because he's got this tankier build. We're going back on this Pyromancer. Have to be careful here. You still have Kali with the ultimate, and Tegvir just got Hovering Death.
Fear No Evil already dropped, no ADCs in sight, but are they even needed? Tegvir certainly doesn't make a sound. Scream with the first kill and a shutdown at that. Now the ADCs rotate in. It'll be a 5v4 if Clocked In contests, but Poseidon leaves. It looks like the Pyromancer has been conceded by Clocked In.
You could go for a bit more here too. Hide in the bush, maybe try to go for a Fire Giant play.
Oh.
Because Poseidon isn't over there, who's going to stop you?
I know Nika is trying to find some kind of path back in. The Fire's already at half health. You have an Athena to the left, Akali up top, Fenrir on the bottom. 3K now on the Fire. Fenrir goes in first. 2K bombs get dropped. The Fire Giant goes to Benny Q and Cherry Slush. The fight after's looking real good too. Inbound jumps in. Damage is good. The autos are hidden and Cherio gets the last hit on Karmic. Turn to the right. You'll see a dead dog in the form of Nika. The Fear No Evil hits its mark. A shutdown for Benny Q. Fire Giant for 5. And Clocked In continue to see this game slip away.
I mean, they just have so much burn in their pocket. Cherry Slush between Merlin and on her. Yeah, not a whole lot you can do about that situation if you're Clocked In, except, you know, hope and pray that you've got the steal there. But it just didn't happen because the Sunder just wasn't quite in play. Now, Cherry Slush get to take a further look over at this Phoenix, and Clocked In are really grasping at straws.
They've got the sustain. They've got Fire Giant belt on all 5 members, and Slush consider it. But Inbound begins to walk away as the other 3 go in. Now he turns around, Clocked In, maybe looking for an opening. You can kind of see that from Tegvir, but there's just none revealing itself. Cherry Slush slow things down, though.
So if Clocked In can mash that slowdown, not look for too much, just try to get your farm up. Like I said, Karmic needs to be level 20 yesterday. That's one of our biggest ways to get in there.
Oh, we're taking this? I don't know why we're taking a fight in this scenario, but Clocked In are taking the risk, and they're going to lose Speak No Evil for it. The Kraken doesn't do a whole lot. Thanatos up in the air. Who's in execute range? Who can you lock down? Nobody, but on the landing, the damage is okay. The lashes get added, and Nika follows up and brings down Benny Q. Tegvir still trying to fight through it. Still not dead either. Cherio gets some help from the raw Cyclone Spin. Looking to barrel stuff, too, to help it out. Inbounds low. Nika sees that, jumps in, brings him down, double kill. Make that trips. Keep on following. Karmic's got the lead. Cherio's trying to run away, but the Kali's right on top of him, and it might just be 4 dead, and Cherry Slush might just be hitting exclamation point Hail Mary because this game is starting to slip even further back into the grasp of Clocked In.
Even if the Athena all come out there, Clocked In just want to look for anything they can, but again, that's just what I was talking about. Tegvir with this Hovering Death, find a target and then jump in after them. When Nika went in on there too, popping all of their lashes, they do all of their damage all at once. It completely eliminates Benny Q. And it kind of offers that opportunity.
Wait, Scream's gonna go for this steal. They just see him. He's right in front of them. Scream's taking on the entire team. Now Cherio gets here. Maybe this works out. Look at the damage on Tegvir. One more auto can do it, but Cherry can't find it. The knockup, the wall, something's got to hit Tegvir to bring him down. It's the magical carpet of ice, and Cherio finds the first one. They continue forward. Scream follows suit, and the rest of the team is here. So right as we thought this game might have been thrown, Clocked In seemed to not make the most of the advantage they gained. Nika might just fall now too.
That is tragic for Clocked In because that was your momentum setter. That was the moment that maybe you could try to turn it around, but now you have 2 people down, and Cherry Slush have the best opportunity to just walk it up on this left side. Everybody has their ultimates. All the tools are here. Here they come.
The wall gets him so stuck. The dash away for Speak No Evil. He barely stays alive. The left Phoenix will fall. The mid Phoenix cannot be done right now. The tier 2 still standing. Right side of the map, though, solo Phoenix is possible. But Cherry Slush, remember, this all started with them having Fire Giant. They lost Fire on 3. It's only left on 2. So that they don't seem to want to play this overly risky.
They can't even get Ancient Gold Fury either because there's only been 1 gold on the map that's been cleared. A consequence of this new brawling style that both teams have adopted.
Gold Fury is stolen! Speak No Evil gets the Gold Fury away without using Sunder either.
Without Sunder? Wait, they got that with a reach proc?
And they're not done either. Scream is in a lot of trouble, gets the flicker, has backup, inbound and Cyclone Spin are waiting. Clocked in, don't take the bait. They stop the chase. So 22.5 minutes will pass. 1 Gold Fury per team. 4th K gold separating Cherry Slush from Clocked In. 28 kills to 19, but this game is remarkably close. The biggest difference on the map being the duo side, or the quote good Phoenix, the one you want to get down, has fallen for Clocked In. So Cherry Slush kind of have the momentum, UZ, but do they have enough to secure this fire? What does the fire fight look like?
So the Fire Giant pit with that, objective smack dab in the middle is not the most ideal place to fight. If you're Cherry Slush, you want to try to take the fight over to Clocked In before trying to really hard commit onto that objective. Athena all popped over on Solo's side. It does look like Cherio is forced to back away a bit, but should be okay.
You can see the Poseidon Athena still there. The wall cuts off at least one. Athena needs that tankiness to prevail. The ult from Cyclone to help out Cherry. Everybody's showing up. It's a party in the solo lane, but this could be one of the last fights of the game. Fire Giant is up, so do you overcommit or do you stay alive for the bigger target? The walls, the damage is all out. Thanatos has to go up to the sky. Is anybody in execute range? Maybe inbound. There's the landing. Nika with the last hit. Now it starts to trade back and forth. 1 for 2 so far. Everybody diving in. It's a mosh pit in solo, but the blue health bars start to look worse. Karmic gets Cyclone Spin. Scream trying to trade out. The 1v1 works for Scream. That makes it a 3v3 somehow. The 2 have Clocked In, chasing out Scream. Benny Cuta's got caught. Karmic in. Can he find it? Yes, double for Karmic, but Hydrogen falls to Scream. It's a double-double. 1 standing per team. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, nobody gets to have anything this game, it would seem. You cannot have FG. Everybody's just going to go back, spend some gold, and try that again. You had an opportunity there from Cherry Slush, maybe to try to cut somebody off. We're looking at Cherio, see if they could be in range to put up the wall right before that wind sprite. Didn't really get the chance, and then the fight itself got super split off. You had a big ult from Benny Q that nobody was really able to capitalize on, and while Cherio and Cyclone Spin were up fighting against the squishies of Clocked In, you had Nika and Tagveer just getting active in the backline, just causing a whole bunch of havoc. This all buys time for Clocked In to get their left side Phoenix respawned. They just got to shove out a few more fire waves, and then they're back to parity.
You would think this game is at like 37 minutes, Musi. It's only 25 minutes in this game. And it feels like we're teetering on the end of a game at any given point. And the trading in that fight is just so insane. But I will say, what's crazy to me is the amount of damage a Scream is outputting so far. Especially when you look at his build, and it's the build you talked about all the way back in Picks and Bans.
Yeah, and this is a little bit different from what we're used to seeing as well. We're relying a lot on Heartseeker damage paired with just proccing your ult again and again and again. That's why that World Stone is there. Bladed Boomerang there for a similar reason. You're just out there spamming abilities. Last item for this build, maybe something like a Hold That Thought double freeze wall out from Cherio.
But you can see him backing away. It wasn't quite the opportunity they wanted. It did burn a Ragnarok, so you'll take that 5 ults to 4. Of Clocked In. Cherry Slush get the Pyromancer as well.
This Merlin build is very reminiscent of a build that we had a chance to see like a few months ago, where mages were going like this Bluestone full strength items, but it kind of fell to the wayside. It's interesting to see it come back now. Scream definitely making a name for himself in this mid lane, willing to play some funky stuff. The
Fire Giant senses may be tingling as well because it's going down pretty slow. Clocked In are here to contest. Cards on the table for everybody. A lot of damage on inbound. There's a jump in, looking for the Thanatos who goes up in the sky. That execute is good on inbound. Now you turn. You've got Cyclone low 2. That's 1 for Karmic. A killing spree for the Kali. In the backline, Scream almost deleted. Gets the flicker away at the last possible moment. Now a freeze back on to the Thana. Will he survive? Tegvir getting away. He does. Nika finds Scream too. That's 3 dead, and Clocked In keep everybody alive. And they get the Fire Giant.
This could be the moment that Clocked In can rush it down. Timers are still pretty long, but Benny Q being able to sneak away means that Cherry Slush have an opportunity to put up one last defense. Notice too, Nika off on the left side, so we're not running with all the cards in
the taunt caught! The taunt caught Cherry, and the Kraken helps confirm it. Karmic with another kill. That's the 4th for the Kali, but they've all been impactful. Benny Q will have to back it. Another chance at a miracle defense, perhaps, that might be required to stay in this game, to stay in the grand finals. Clocked In, group up. They step in the throne room. The Titan down to half. Inbound's already found 1. Now Benny Q with a jump in. Does he have fear? No. Evil? No, he does not. Double for Q. Oh my god, Inbound might do this. Benny Q still standing 2. He finally falls. The damage of the Titan is too much, and Clocked In will get the game and take the grand finals in one hell of a series.
I mean, that last game was a banger from both teams. Really showed up in that moment.
Crazy.
Clocked In played to the strengths where they were able to utilize Fender and Thanatos in tandem. And the thing about Thanatos too is that the longer the game goes on, Thanatos is a scaling pick and Smite too. If you can just find and execute, you're chilling. Taking Bobby off the board when they did around that FG pit means that Cherry Slush can't take a look at that Fire Giant and the whole thing scatters.
Well, yeah, my voice is almost gone. We're still good though. I could still, we could still run some more. But if you've watched Smite Prime, you know the deal. We'll be right back with some replays, some breakdowns, and some final thoughts before we end our day. So don't go anywhere. We're not quite done yet. Hey, welcome back. We did it. The grand finals has been completed. That brings us to our end of day recap. Still Mal and Musi, and of course, a shout out to the whole team behind the scenes has made everything happen. Mort, Tess, Billy, and of course, happy birthday, Jithens, making everything go on behind the scenes. Musi, our grand finals is completed, and it was a heck of a game and a kind of a crazy ending. So take us through what you saw.
Well, it started off with Cherry Slush really looking good, but they had just one trip up, and that trip up ended up costing them the entire game. And honestly, that's about what I got. It was a banger of a game.
Yeah,
constant fighting.
Sometimes a simple one like that works, I mean, that was the end of it. This was ridiculous, though. I thought for a minute Cherio was about to have the highlight of all highlights when I saw that.
It was super fun to watch and interesting to cast, I will say that much. The amount of willingness that teams had to just kind of go in, W key, and look for anything, but ultimately the trades from Clocked In started to pan out in their favor. Really worth noting, I feel, that they were able to find inbound pretty consistently, and without this ADC, Cherry Slush couldn't look at too many objectives. Not like they wanted to look at them anyways, but what Clocked In was also able to do was fight to the last man. They played their life really well by constantly looking for trades that made it so that nobody could do anything on the map. It kind of staled the game out and gave them an opportunity to get back in.
That was a crazy fight. The fact that one person each was left standing was just wild. And then this ending, it really did seem for a moment like this ending had a chance. I mean, Benny Q and Inbound both just kind of collapsed back. The pre-beads was perfect from inbounds. You can see the damage there from the Desert Sphere. Benny Q had a really good angle. It just felt like there was a slight lacking of damage. If Cyclone Spin had been on a character with any type of area of effect damage, I almost think Cherry Slush defend there.
Yeah, they could have had the opportunity to just have the damage. And you even had, Benny Q and Bobby show up the best way that they could. But I feel like ultimately, though, Clocked In just overwhelmed them. They also had minions pouring in too there, so that kind of ended up cinching the deal for the Clocked In end.
It was a day of not just players in a game, but players in a game that wanted to fight, Musi. I think that is the most simple, kind of down to earth, keep it clean example of what our day consisted of. And that goes not just in the grand finals, but throughout the entire day. What's kind of what's the analyst final thoughts before we get into the true end of our day, Musi? What's the last kind of things you want to drop some knowledge about?
I think we can really start looking at, even though like it's not in this game, but Yanis as a character, definitely here to stay. A lot of potential that we saw from them today. And we can also get a chance to see how the switch up between Benny Q and Scream go. We can also take a chance to see this bracket. So we see that it was actually Globe's team that won out over Wake Up.
Which is kind of, I mean, Wake Up looked great, but at the same time, we both were talking about Sunprod and how great he looked. So I guess it kind of just depends. It's tough. You can't really view every single one, you know, but it's kind of how it goes sometimes. But that does bring us to the end of our day. Of course, we got more to show from, our replays for the whole day. This game feels like it was 5 hours ago. This feels like it was 10 hours ago.
It was in eternity. Golden finds their quadra kill here off the back of a great ultimate and that pre-beats too, to make sure that there's nothing that anybody can do to stop Golden from getting that game going. We also had a chance to see Bobby with the Scylla gameplay versus Wake Up. And this was, I think this was
wild.
the first
I'm glad
game
we see
where
this
we were
play
like, they just constantly go in and fight all the time, huh? Look at this steal. Boom. Out. Just like that.
Later. But he goes back in, he pops the Ama Monster, gets the damage across, walks away with a couple of kills too. So just, some of the best inbound play we see. Add this game to the On Her game, and I hope he doesn't want to stream talk too much smack to him, at least for the next couple days. Myself included.
I mean, Inbound as a player is a player of highs and lows, I think. When they're on it, they are on it. Very difficult to stop, very difficult to slow down. He's definitely in the zone. If he could take him out of that zone, I feel like he's not able to do as well. But Bobby was definitely in the zone today. Like, no matter what he was doing, he was looking really good.
So many endings, too. Like, this one, obviously, our grand finals, where it felt like every team had a chance to defend. In some cases, they did defend. Benny Q is always on the most wild base defenses you've ever seen. He's just always on that. I feel like every time I talk about a big defense, going all the way back to Vegas, that happened there. I believe it was Benny Q and Cyclone Spin in Vegas defended a base just by aura alone. So I'm never surprised when I see it nowadays, but it is crazy how it's always Benny Q, who also had a great day. Let's talk about the jungle Benny Q, yeah?
I mean, they were able to get a ridiculous amount of kills with this Aladdin. Started off on the right foot with the Wish for Power, Wish for Wealth, and then they just constantly went for it, diving in on anybody who even looked at him funny. So definitely standing out today amongst the other junglers as well.
Jeez, there's so much to go through. Nico playing on ping and subbing in for Paul. No easy shoes to fill, even for somebody of the stature and prestige of Nika. Tegveer also had a great day. I mean, Tegveer's support game on Achilles was nasty. Hydrogen with one heck of a ricochet right there. Putting the aspect to use and kind of showing it off. And then, of course, it brings us to what we just saw, which was the near defense for Cherry Slush that gave Clocked In the victory today in our grand finals.
Big ult there that comes out from Benny Q, but the damage just wasn't quite there. Even as Bobby starts to clean up kills, Clocked In just swarm around that Titan, and the minions that got in there was able to soak up enough damage from it too that ultimately Clocked In was just able to get in there and get what they needed from the game.
Well, we're playing for all this every Saturday. That means, by my calculations, there's one more Saturday to go. So you don't want to miss that as we continue along what's been a wonderful August circuit. $7,000 on the line, 125,000 diamonds, and you can find out all that information and more on SmitePrime.com, which I recommend adding to your bookmarks because in the future it might be even more cool stuff that would require you going on to SmitePrime.com. So get yourself set up now, get it saved now, and keep tuning in on Saturdays. We got another one for August, and it doesn't stop there, so make sure you tune in every time. Musi, we had a fun day. I'm tired, though. I don't know about you. I need food really bad.
I'm
How's your
feeling a
food
little
level?
peckish myself. I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat. I swear to God, there was in the middle of one of the games that I could smell a pizza that I was like imagining in the back of my head. So I don't know where hallucinations line up on the hunger scale, but I'm starting to see things.
Well, from Musi, myself, my first duck, my second duck, the baseball, all the fidgets I had, we wished you guys the best until next Saturday. Make sure you're safe because we got to see you here next Saturday for more Spy Prime. Until then, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next time.